Chapter 2685. Kai Yang stretched out his hand and grabbed the tray. Lifting the red cloth covering the tray, he took a look and discovered that on top of the tray was a puppet about a foot tall, in the shape of a wolf. Is this the right item? Yang Kai turned to look at Yi Hen and asked. Yi Hen excitedly replied, "This is my 1,000 leaves sex heavenly hoe, the moon-howling heavenly wolf." Yi Hen almost burst into tears when he regained what he had lost. Yang Kai nodded lightly and tossed this heavenly hoe to Yi Hen. Put it away. He had seen the original forms of these heavenly house in the past, each as large as a mountain and guarding the vital points of 1,000 Leaves sect. But he had never imagined that they could shrink to such an extent. 1,000 Leaves sect's Tao of puppetry was indeed extraordinary. Yi Hen was stunned, but this is young Master Yang's auction item. This Yi is ashamed to accept it. This was an item worth 1,000,000 high-rank source crystals, so how could Yi Hen be shameless enough to take it for free? Yang Kai smiled. This thing can only be used to its fullest potential in your hands. Take it, there may be a fierce battle later. 1,000 Leaves sect's puppets were refined using secret techniques and controlled using secret techniques. Even if others obtained them, they would not be able to display their full power. Only a cultivator who had cultivated the corresponding secret techniques would be able to unearth the greatest value of these puppets. Hearing Yang Kai's words, Yi Hen's heart trembled, and he silently put away the heavenly hoe. The maidservant's heart trembled as she felt an inexplicable sense of unease. Forcing a smile, she looked at Yang Kai and said, "Honored guest, the auction item has been delivered to you. Please pay the source crystals." Yang Kai waved his hand. "There's no rush. I still have things to bid for, so I'll pay them all at once after the auction to avoid trouble." The maidservant frowned and looked at Yang Kai pleadingly. But we don't have such a rule, and this servant can't make the decision." Yang Kai glanced at her indifferently. "Since you can't make the decision, ask someone who can." He glanced at her. The maidservant suddenly shuddered and didn't dare to say anything more. She excused herself and hurriedly went to report. At this moment, another maidservant walked up to the stage with a tray. Hua Qingxi declared expressionlessly, "The second auction item is the 1,000 Leaves sect's heavenly centipede silver spider. The starting price is 1,000,000 high-rank source crystals." After he finished speaking, he stood there quietly. Yang Kai immediately said, "I'll take 1,000,000. I hope everyone can give me some face." As soon as he said this, the entire crowd went into an uproar. Those from the Emperor realm gnashed their teeth in hatred. When the first auction item, the Moonhowl Wolf, came out, Yang Kai said the same thing. Those from the Emperor realm gave him face and didn't compete with him. However, when the second item was auctioned, he actually dared to say such a thing, which made him seem a little greedy and ignorant. However, when they thought of the monster king behind Yang Kai and his lawless actions, most of the people from the Emperor realm chose to remain silent and didn't want to take the lead. However, some of the people from the Emperor realm who didn't know his background began to mock him in their private rooms, but they didn't raise the price. Although these people spoke softly, there were quite a few people from the Emperor realm present who had sharp ears and eyes. So how could they not hear them? At first, they were worried that Yang Kai would suddenly attack them. However, to their surprise, Yang Kai's private room was completely silent and didn't have any special reaction. At this moment, the maidservant who delivered the Moonhowl Wolf to Yang Kai found Wu Ming and carefully recounted what had happened. Wu Ming was furious when he heard this and clenched his teeth. "Bastard, you actually want to eat for free." 1,000,000 high-rank source crystals was a considerable amount of wealth for him. But looking at Yang Kai's actions, it was clear that he didn't want to pay, so he casually found a reason to send the maidservant away. Wu Ming believed that even if the auction ended, Yang Kai wouldn't pay a single source crystal. Such an approach was simply a despicable and shameless act. "Master, what should we do now?" The maidservant also panicked. If word spread that someone had bought something for free at their own auction house, what credibility would the Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce have? However, she was just a maidservant of the Chamber of Commerce and had no right to make such a decision. Wu Ming's eyes flashed for a moment before he coldly snorted. "It doesn't matter, just ignore him." In any case, Yang Kai was going to die today. No matter how many good things there were in that space ring, they would all become his spoils of war. "Since you want to eat for free, I'll catch you in one fell swoop and see who's stronger." The maidservant was startled when she heard this and said, "But he's starting to bid again. If he wins again, what should we do?" Wu Ming waved his hand and said, "Send everything to him." Ah. The maidservant was shocked, as if she hadn't expected Wu Ming to give such an answer. However, before today's auction began, these maidservants had already been informed that they had to obey Wu Ming's orders, so they didn't dare to refute. They just felt strange in their hearts. What was the meaning of today's auction? Wu Ming sneered softly as his eyes swept over Yang Kai's private room, thinking to himself, "I'll let you be proud for a while, but once my honored master finishes his arrangements, I'll let you die without a burial place." The entire auction was both a means to attract Yang Kai and a strategy to stall for time. While the auction was being held, his honored master had been secretly preparing to lay out an inescapable net here. No one would be able to escape from here. Sure enough, no one bid for the second auction item. Soon, another maidservant delivered it to Yang Kai's private room. As if she had been instructed, this maidservant tactfully did not ask for any more source crystals from Yang Kai this time. Instead, she respectfully left after delivering the item. Yang Kai casually tossed it to Yi Hen. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian were secretly excited as they watched from the side. They felt that they should be able to retrieve all of Thousand Leaves Sect's heavenly puppets this time. If that was the case, Thousand Leaves Sect might be able to make a comeback. They had brought many secret scriptures into Emperor Heaven Valley. If they could retrieve these heavenly puppets and recruit more disciples in the future, Thousand Leaves Sect would definitely be able to regain its glory one day. The third auction item. On the high platform, Hua Qingxi continued to carry out her task as the auctioneer with an indifferent expression. However, before she could finish speaking, Yang Kai shouted, 1,000,000, I'll take it. Needless to say, it was definitely another heavenly puppet. Thousand Leaves Sect originally had 10 great heavenly puppets, but after Lu Yen took away the white tiger, there were only 9 left. It would take a lot of time to bid for them one by one. An old voice immediately rang out from room number 7, one that was filled with dissatisfaction and indignation. Friend, do you want us to give you some face? Yang Kai grinned. It would naturally be good if that's the case. The old man from room number 7 coldly snorted. Face is something that can only be gained through fighting, not given by others. That's right. Everything can be done once, twice, but not thrice. Someone immediately chimed in. From the sound of it, it seemed to have come from room number 13. Since it's an auction, it should naturally be won by the rich. Friend, aren't you looking down on us a little too much by doing this? Little brat, you should be satisfied with obtaining 2 heavenly puppets. You don't need to participate in the rest. That's right, that's right. We came all the way here just for these heavenly puppets. If you want to take them all by yourself, be careful that your stomach doesn't explode. With someone taking the lead, there would naturally be others who would follow suit. Previously, they didn't know Yang Kai's background, so they didn't make a move, allowing Yang Kai to take advantage of 2 heavenly puppets. However, when they were privately criticizing Yang Kai, they immediately felt that this little brat wasn't all that great, so they all became bolder and began mocking and persuading him. Everyone wanted good things. Looking at Kai Yang's attitude, if they didn't open their mouths now, he really would end up buying everything in this auction. How could they tolerate such a thing? Giving him 2 heavenly puppets at the lowest price was already a great deal of face, so he should be satisfied. Many people were secretly regretting it. If they had known that this little brat wasn't all that great and was just putting on an act, they would have started bidding a long time ago. Generally speaking, the price of the first few auction items was relatively low, and the price would be pushed up as time went on. Only those from the Emperor realm, who knew that Yang Kai had a monster king by his side and saw Yang Kai beat up Wu Ming, kept silent. They sneered in their hearts, thinking that the Emperor realm was in big trouble. Yang Kai dared to beat up Wu Ming at the entrance of the auction, so it was obvious that he was a reckless and daring person. Provoking him now was just asking for trouble. There weren't many people from the Emperor realm who were more powerful than Wu Ming. As the saying went, if it didn't concern them, they wouldn't care. They were all secretly looking forward to a good show. However, what surprised them was that Yang Kai didn't seem to want to fight with those people. He only stayed silent for a while before saying, "Since you don't want to give me face, then let's just bid. What's the point of saying so much?" As soon as he said this, many people were shocked. They wondered what was going on with this brat. Could it be that he had a change of heart? That shouldn't be the case. Could it be that he was worried because there were so many people here? After all, it was difficult to offend the crowd. It didn't matter if he beat up Wu Ming, But if he continued to pester them endlessly and ask them to give him face, he might offend everyone from the Emperor realm. If that happened, he wouldn't be able to fight against so many people with 2 fists. Thinking of this, those from the Emperor realm who had been silent couldn't help but feel excited. They felt that it was time to participate in the auction. Without Yang Kai as the biggest obstacle, they didn't need to be afraid of anyone. They just needed to see who had the most money to get the heavenly puppets. With this thought in mind, many people from the Emperor realm sat up straight and rubbed their fists, preparing to fight to the death. The old man from room 7 smiled slightly and took advantage of his seniority to say, "This is the kind of atmosphere an auction should have. In that case, this old man will throw a brick to attract jade. 1 million. 2 million. 5 million. 2 million. Shouts immediately came from all directions as the people from the Emperor realm in the private rooms began to move. In less than 10 breaths, the base price of the heavenly puppet of 1 million high-rank source crystals had risen to 3 million, and this was far from over. Chapter 2686. 10 million. An abrupt voice rang out. The noisy auction venue fell silent in an instant as countless people turned their heads to look at room 1, the corners of their eyes twitching. Naturally, they recognized that the voice who bid 10 million belonged to Yang Kai, and their hearts were filled with hatred. This price increase was too terrifying, directly increasing from 3 million to 10 million, almost 3 times the original price. Such a price gap shocked even those from the Emperor realm. But then again, the value of a heavenly puppet was indeed worth that much. Although 10 million high-rank source crystals was not a small amount, it was worth it if it could buy a heavenly puppet. It could only be said that the boy in room 1 was decisive enough to directly bid such a high price to deter most of the competitors who wanted to take advantage of the situation. An auction was a place where people fought with their wits and courage, so if someone couldn't bear the new price, they could only give up. Damn! Wu Ming, who was hiding behind the high platform, cursed bitterly. Others thought that Yang Kai was being generous and was determined to win the heavenly puppet, but he knew Yang Kai's plan. This bidding price was nothing more than a number to Yang Kai. He had never thought of paying source crystals. Let alone 10 million, he could even bid 100 million. Thinking of this, Wu Ming's heart skipped a beat as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. This boy, he won't really bid 100 million later, will he? Boy, you're so generous. The old man in room 7 shouted, his voice filled with slight anger as he secretly cursed Yang Kai for not understanding the rules. How could he raise the price like this in an auction? The bidders were going to kill each other. In the end, only the organizer would benefit. If it weren't for Yang Kai bidding for 2 heavenly puppets before, he would have suspected that Yang Kai was a fraud. 10 million high-rank source crystals to buy a heavenly puppet. Boy, your calculations are not bad, but unfortunately, you met this old master. The old man in room 7 sneered and bid again, 11 million. This price was almost close to his psychological bottom line, but Yang Kai's approach was too arrogant. He couldn't swallow this insult and secretly decided to fight to the death with this boy and let him know that the older, the wiser. 100 million. Yang Kai sat on the chair, his hand on his cheek, and took a sip of the tea. Puffed. Yi Jinghan could not help but laugh out loud. By now, how could she not see through Yang Kai's plan? This auction was a complete joke to Yang Kai. 10 million. 100 million, a billion, or even 10 billion didn't make any difference to him. Anyway, it was just a number that he casually said. He wouldn't fulfill it at all. Yi Hen and Du Xian also had strange expressions as they secretly wiped away the sweat on their foreheads. Backstage, Wu Ming's face was dark. He thought to himself that what he was most afraid of would come true. This kid really called out a bid of 100 million. On the contrary, from the various private rooms outside, waves of gasps could be heard one after another. In the hall, countless gazes gathered towards room 1. All of them were flabbergasted and shocked. Did I hear wrongly? 100 million? Low-grade or high-grade origin crystals. Dream, I must be dreaming. This kid is crazy. Does he have so many origin crystals that he can't spend them all? If he can't spend them all, he should just give me some. Why do I have to be such a sucker? Young master, this servant is willing to serve you. This servant's chest is very big, very soft, and very white. In the hall, everyone was shocked by Yang Kai's bid of 100 million. That bid was like a thunderclap, causing everyone to feel dizzy and confused. You. In room 7, the old man was stunned for a moment before he flew into a rage. He slammed the chair under him and said, "Kid, you're going too far." Yang Kai curled his lips and glanced at room 7 indifferently. It's an auction, where the rich win. How is this young master going too far? You're just randomly bidding. How preposterous. He didn't believe that Yang Kai was really willing to spend 100 million high-rank source crystals to buy a heavenly hoe. A heavenly hoe was only worth 10 or 20 million at most. What kind of concept was 100 million? Even first-class sects might not necessarily be able to take out so many source crystals. Yang Kai snorted. If you can't afford to play, then don't play. You're already so old. Why don't you just find a place to live out your remaining years? Why run out here and make a fool of yourself? This old master is so angry. The old man from the 7th room flew into a rage and turned to Hua Qingxi, who was on the stage, and said, "Madam, do you think the auction house will allow this person to cause trouble and make unreasonable bids? Is there no one to maintain order?" This was a branch of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce, and everyone could trust the credibility of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. The old man thought that Hua Qingxi was a member of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce, so he asked this question. Hua Qingxi glanced at room 7 indifferently and said, "Him bidding is his business. I didn't see him causing trouble, but you've been chattering non-stop." The old man was startled, and only then remembered that the little brat from room 1 seemed to be very familiar with this auctioneer. Before the auction started, the two of them had been whispering on the stage for a while. At this time, the old man was naturally speaking up for that little brat, so how could he possibly care about an outsider like him? Snakes and rats really are in cahoots. The old man flicked his sleeves, feeling extremely disappointed with Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce, but he still said, "This old master doesn't believe he can take out 100 million high-rank source crystals. He's definitely just randomly bidding. If anyone could take out 100 million high-rank source crystals, then it wouldn't be high-rank source crystals." The old man had almost emptied his entire sect, but he had only brought less than 20 million high-rank source crystals. Yang Kai was so young and his cultivation was only at the First Order Emperor realm, so how could he possibly have such great financial resources? Old man Zhou is right, this little brat is here to cause trouble. Throw him out. Someone immediately shouted. It was none other than the owner of room 13 from the Emperor realm. Throw him out. This kind of person shouldn't be allowed to participate in this auction. He actually picked up 2 big advantages. What the hell is wrong with Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce? For a time, the crowd became agitated and everyone clamored for Yang Kai to be thrown out of the auction. The main reason was that the bid of 100 million high-rank source crystals was simply too frightening. This was only the 3rd item to be auctioned, and there were many more heavenly puppets to be auctioned. It was rumored that there was even a star master. If he continued to raise the price like this every time, who could compete with him? Even if it was for their own interests, they couldn't allow this little brat to stay any longer. 20 to 30 people from the Emperor realm shouted together, each of the private rooms filled with oppressive emperor intent, as if a fight was about to break out, causing the cultivator in the hall to go pale with fright. Hua Qingxi also frowned as she stood on the high platform. If it was just 1 or 2 people shouting like this, she wouldn't have paid them any mind. In any case, this auction was just a cover, but now that so many people from the Emperor realm were attacking together, she didn't know what to do. If she didn't handle this well, it would bring a lot of trouble to Yang Kai. Wu Ming stood in the background, grinning, secretly pleased. He had no intention of stopping this at all. In his heart, he was looking forward to Yang Kai drawing as much hatred as possible, which would make it easier for him to carry out his next plan. Shut up for this young master. Inside room 1, Yang Kai picked his ears and shouted. The noise from all directions was giving him a headache. Little brat, how dare you shout? The old man from room 7 seemed to be on bad terms with Yang Kai. At this moment, he had the upper hand and didn't put Yang Kai in his eyes. He snapped, if you know what's good for you, get the hell out of here. If you don't, we'll teach you how to behave. As soon as his voice fell, a figure strangely appeared in the air above the auction hall. It was none other than Yang Kai. What are you doing? Even though he was hiding in private room 7, the old man was still shocked. How did Kai Yang appear just now? He didn't even notice it. That pair of eyes pierced straight through the walls and spirit arrays as if they were nothing, piercing straight into his heart. Yang Kai looked at room 7 indifferently, then glanced around and said unhurriedly, You bunch of dregs said that this young master is randomly bidding because you don't think this young master can take out 100 million high-rank source crystals. This young master wants to ask you, what would you do if I could take it out? Impudent. Arrogant. This is really infuriating. This brat is so rude. Although the cultivators from the Emperor realm who came here were not very strong, they were all mainstays of their respective sects and forces. None of them had low status, so being called dregs by Yang Kai immediately caused the crowd to be furious. If you take it out, this king will eat 3 kilograms of shit. A voice drifted from one of the private rooms. Obviously, it was just a random shout and didn't want to expose his position. Yang Kai accurately locked onto room 13 and said in amazement, "Friend, your taste is quite strong. I admire you." Inside room 13, a middle-aged man's face turned pale. He didn't expect that he couldn't hide his position even after using a secret technique, and was immediately discovered by Yang Kai. He regretted it so much that he wanted to die. If he had known this would happen, he wouldn't have shouted. The main reason was that he didn't like Yang Kai and instinctively wanted to disgust him. Everyone else also looked towards room 13 with different expressions. Good, since your excellency is so ambitious, this young master will definitely satisfy you once, Yang Kai said while clapping his hands. He then turned to look at room 7 and asked, "Old thing, what about you?" "With just you." The old man sneered disdainfully. Obviously, he didn't think that Yang Kai could really take out so many source crystals. "With just me, so what? Don't talk so nicely, take out something real." Yang Kai snorted. He had come here to rescue Chiyu and the others, as well as to retrieve Thousand Leaves Sect's Tian Ho. Since someone dared to obstruct him, he naturally wouldn't be polite. The old man said, "If you can take it out, this old master will twist his head off and let you kick it like a ball." This brat was just a trivial first-order Emperor Realm Master. Even if he could really take out 100 million high-rank source crystals, the old man wouldn't be afraid. At worst, he would just fight him and let him know that there was always someone better than him. "Very good," Yang Kai grinned viciously. "This young master wants your head." Saying so, he turned around and flew towards the high platform where Hua Qingxi was. After landing, he looked around and shouted, "Open your dog eyes and see clearly whether this young master is randomly bidding." As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand, and a small mountain of source crystals instantly appeared on the high platform. The source crystals exuded a bright white light, and an astonishing amount of spirit chi burst out, filling the entire auction venue with spirit chi. Chapter 2687. Wow! The cultivator in the hall was in an uproar as they stared at the platform with wide eyes. Even the cultivators from the Emperor realm, who were hiding in the private rooms, couldn't help but stretch their necks and stare at the breathtaking scene on the platform. So many source crystals. I've never seen so many source crystals in my life. They're all high-rank source crystals. They're really high-rank source crystals. Such a big pile. It's at least 100 million. "Master, this servant wants to give birth to your child. Look at this servant. Look at this servant." The cultivator sitting in the hall was going crazy. Their cultivation wasn't high, and the cultivation resources they had access to were limited. They had never seen so many source crystals, and all of them were high-rank source crystals. Such a huge amount of wealth was enough to shock their souls. If such a fortune fell into their hands, not only would they not have to worry about cultivation for the rest of their lives, but they would also not have to worry about cultivation resources for their descendants for the next 100 generations. Asterisk Gudong. Asterisk the sound of gulping could be heard from the private rooms. Many cultivators from the Emperor realm were filled with disbelief and greed. Not to mention the cultivator in the hall who had never seen so many source crystals. They had never seen so many either. All of them felt that their horizons had been broadened. There really are so many high-rank source crystals. The old man in room 7's eyes twitched. He was shocked, but he also felt a trace of horror and uneasiness. Previously, he had bragged in a fit of anger, but now he suddenly felt a chill on his neck and subconsciously touched it. But soon he sneered. Even if this brat really took out 100 million high-rank source crystals, so what? He was a first-order Emperor Realm Master who had been promoted for many years. How could a young man like him be a match for him? If he knew what was good for him, he would just turn big problems into small ones and small ones into nothing. But if he dared to pester him, he would have to teach him a lesson. Moreover, this brat had already angered everyone, and now he didn't understand the principle of not showing off his wealth. If he were to wantonly show off his wealth and make a move here, he would not be the only one who could not tolerate him. At least, the friend in room 13 would definitely help him. Thinking of this, the old man's heart calmed down. On the high platform, Yang Kai waved his hand again, and another pile of high-rank source crystals appeared, this one much larger than the previous one. Hiss! A series of gasps could be heard. Everyone was petrified as they stared blankly at the source crystal on the high platform. The light from the high-rank source crystal was dazzling, and it also made them restless. That wasn't the end. Then came the third pile, the fourth pile. In just a few moments, the entire high platform was almost filled with high-rank source crystals, and the world energy that permeated the air was so dense that it almost condensed into a solid substance. Every cultivator present at the auction felt refreshed and comfortable. It was as if he had become an immortal. Ah, my bottleneck. My bottleneck is loosening. I'm going to break through. Someone suddenly shouted, his face full of surprise. Before he even finished speaking, a burst of aura exploded and spread out. Someone had actually made a breakthrough before him. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk auras of varying strength erupted in the auction hall one after another. No less than 100 cultivator had broken through their own shackles in this rich world energy and reached a new realm. Those cultivator who hadn't made a breakthrough were also full of joy, circulating their secret arts to absorb the surrounding world energy. These people, their cultivations weren't high, and they didn't have good cultivation resources. The places they usually chose for their secluded cultivation were also not good places. At this moment, Yang Kai took out hundreds of millions of high-rank source crystals to create a cultivation environment comparable to the cultivation zones of those big sects. It was only natural that they would be able to take a step forward before they reached a bottleneck. Good man, someone shouted, crying. This person had been stuck in the second-order Saint King realm for 30 years. He thought that he would never be able to take another step forward in his life, but he didn't expect to encounter such a good thing just by attending an auction. Benefactor, please accept my respect. Someone stood up and bowed to Yang Kai, who was standing on the high platform, with a sincere attitude. More people stood up to thank him. Yang Kai looked at them with a smile, not stopping them from absorbing the world energy from his source crystals. He had made a fortune in the ancient wild lands and raided the Seeking Passion sect's treasury. He had a lot of wealth in his hands. Just the high-rank source crystals alone were more than 1 billion. The world energy that leaked out was just a drop in the ocean for him. To put it bluntly, a single strand of hair from his leg was enough to make these cultivators struggle for several lifetimes. Backstage, Wu Ming stared at the high-rank source crystals with shining eyes, swallowing hard as one thought kept emerging in his mind. Mine, all mine. He didn't expect Yang Kai to be so rich. Taking out hundreds of millions of high-rank source crystals so casually, it was obvious that he had many more good things in his space ring. As long as he could kill him, wouldn't all this wealth be his? No, it would be Honored Master's. But since Honored Master was eating meat, it shouldn't matter if he drank some soup, right? Thinking of this, Wu Ming's heart was filled with excitement. This was really a windfall. Wu Ming was so excited that he almost threw his head back and laughed wildly. You bunch of trash, did you see it clearly? Is this young master bidding randomly? Yang Kai looked around and said coldly. No one spoke. Seeing was believing. Yang Kai had taken out so many source crystals so casually, proving that he had enough financial resources. How could he be slandered by a random bid? While speaking, Yang Kai took back the high-rank source crystals. The rich world energy was suddenly cut off, causing the cultivator in the hall to show a look of resentment. However, these things belonged to someone else, and the other party was from the Emperor realm, so it was already very generous of him to take them out to broaden their horizons. They couldn't expect Yang Kai to keep these source crystals for them to cultivate with. For a time, many sighs sounded. It's good that no one has any objections. Yang Kai grinned and turned to look at room 7. Old man, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. What promise? It's bullshit. The old man from room 7 shouted angrily. You dare to go back on your word? Yang Kai's face turned ferocious. Which old bastard just said that as long as this young master could take out 100 million source crystals, he would twist his head off and let me kick it like a ball? How dare you go back on your word in public? Do you have any shame? The old man coldly snorted. Are you serious about joking? Yang Kai said in a deep voice, Old man, you're really shameless. I'll count to 3. If you don't twist your head off, don't blame this young master for personally attacking you. Junior, you dare? The old man was furious. He didn't expect Yang Kai to not give him any face. After all, they were both First-Order Emperor Realm Masters. Although he did say those words out of anger, anyone could tell that he didn't mean them. Was he really going to fulfill his promise? 1. Ignoring him, Kai Yang continued to count to himself. Boy, don't go too far. This old master is the sect master of Blue Void Sect. Do you want to make an enemy out of Blue Void Sect? Seeing that Yang Kai was unwilling to let him off, the old man hurriedly revealed his identity, wanting to scare Yang Kai. 2. Yang Kai remained unmoved and coldly spat out a single word. What the hell was Blue Void Sect? He had even destroyed Seeking Passion Sect, so why would he be afraid of Blue Void Sect? The old man panicked. He didn't expect Yang Kai to be so serious. Was this brat crazy? At any rate, his cultivation was similar to Yang Kai's. If there was no deep hatred between them, was there a need to make such a fuss? What the old man didn't know was that a trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master, a trivial Blue Void Sect, was nothing in Yang Kai's eyes. If he was a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master, Yang Kai might have reconsidered. The old man gritted his teeth and suddenly cast his gaze in the direction of room 13. He locked onto the Emperor realm there with his divine sense and sent a message. Friend, this brat is crazy. Why don't you and I work together to take him down? Otherwise, with his temper, after dealing with this old master, he will definitely not let you go. Why don't we take the initiative and split the several 100 million source crystals? In room 13, the Emperor Realm's face was gloomy because Yang Kai's behavior was too overbearing. He knew that the old man was right. He had said, eat 3 kilograms of shit, just to disgust Yang Kai, and had deliberately hidden his location. Who would have thought that Yang Kai would find it so quickly? Just as he was worried that Yang Kai would ask him to fulfill his promise, the old man sent him a message. Stimulated by the several 100 million source crystals, he nodded without hesitation and replied, Okay. The old man was overjoyed. Boy, you're courting death, so don't blame this old master. 3. After Yang Kai shouted, he stared coldly at room 7 and nodded. Very good. It seems you won't shed tears until you see the coffin. Since that's the case, this young master will fulfill your wish. As he spoke, he pounced towards room number 7. While in midair, he threw a punch at the room. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk with a loud bang, a light barrier suddenly appeared around the 7th room. The light barrier flickered and blocked Yang Kai's punch. The private rooms and auctions were protected by spirit arrays, mainly to protect the privacy and safety of their guests. The spirit arrays and barriers in the private rooms of top-level auctions were enough to guard against the investigation and attack of a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. Although Flowing Shadow City was not a small city, it was not a big one either. The barriers and spirit arrays of this branch of Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce could defend against the attacks of ordinary First-Order or Second-Order Emperor Realm Masters. If a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master attacked, it would be impossible to defend against them. However, there weren't many experts of this level, and they wouldn't be seen under normal circumstances. Even if they did appear, they would be people of noble status, and they wouldn't do something so rude. Haha! The sect master of Blue Void Sect in room 7 saw Yang Kai suffer and laughed. Boy, you think you can find trouble with this old master? You'd better go home and cultivate. Ah! Halfway through his words, he suddenly screamed, as if he had seen something that shocked him. Everyone's eyelids twitched as they looked over, their faces filled with disbelief. A tiny crack suddenly appeared on the light barrier in front of room 7. Chapter 2688. Asterisk Kacha. Asterisk a slight sound rang out, causing the hearts of those who heard it to skip a beat. The old man hiding in room 7 turned pale, his eyes wide open, unable to believe that Kai Yang actually possessed such strength. A single punch had caused a crack in the barrier, if he had punched a few more times. Damn Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce. What kind of bullshit spirit array is this? It's nothing. The old man cursed in his heart. While he was still in shock, Yang Kai suddenly flipped his hand and summoned the myriad sword. With a shake of the sword, Sword Chi soared to the heavens and slashed forward. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk the power of this sword seemed to be able to shatter the sky and turn the world upside down. Many people in the Emperor Realm's private rooms were shocked as they realized just how powerful Yang Kai was. As for the light barrier that had already cracked open, It was shattered into specks of light by the sword's strike and disappeared into nothingness. The entire private room 7 was suddenly exposed and defenseless. With another sweep of his sword, Kai Yang tore open the door of the room. An old man with a pale complexion and eyes filled with shock stared at him with wide-open eyes. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he rushed directly into room number 7. Placing the myriad sword on his shoulder, he pointed his hand forward and said with a monstrous aura, "Old thing, give me your head." Asterisk deng 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 deng. Asterisk the old man retreated in horror as he grit his teeth and shouted, "Friend, if you don't act now, when will you?" As soon as he spoke, he pushed his Emperor Qi and rushed towards Yang Kai. At the same time, his hands formed into claws as an eagle phantom flashed behind him. Claw images filled the sky as he attacked fiercely, as if he wanted to rip apart Yang Kai's stomach. Although the old man could see that Yang Kai was not someone to be trifled with, he was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master and had the support of Room 13, so he was not too afraid of Yang Kai. His actions were merciless, and it was obvious that he wanted to kill Yang Kai. But just as he was about to pounce on Yang Kai, a big foot suddenly kicked towards him. Rich Emperor Qi surged from this foot, and although this move looked ordinary, it was still able to shatter all of the Spirit Array's claws. But strangely, his claw shadows that filled the sky were cleanly broken, and he kicked his face with incomparable precision. The old man instinctively wanted to dodge, but was shocked to find that the space around him had solidified, making it impossible for him to move. Prung star. The old man was sent flying and slammed into the wall behind him before he slid down softly. Seeing stars, he felt dizzy. He felt like his nose had collapsed. When he opened his eyes again, all he saw was a broad sword pressed against his neck, a cold sensation to the touch. Yang Kai stood in front of him with a mocking expression, his face filled with disdain. The old man was shocked. He hadn't expected that even though they were both First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, he wouldn't even be able to withstand a single blow from his opponent. Is this still a First-Order Emperor Realm? Gasps could be heard coming from the surrounding private rooms. They couldn't understand what had just happened. They had clearly seen the battle just now. It was Yang Kai who broke the barrier and Spirit Array. Then, he confronted the Sect Master of Blue Void Sect head-on. In the end, for some reason, the Sect Master was kicked to the ground and his life was now in danger. All of this was too strange. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed that such a thing could happen. The Sect Master of Blue Void Sect was a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. How could he be so vulnerable in front of an opponent of the same cultivation? "You still have helpers?" Kai Yang sneered, his eyes intentionally or unintentionally glancing towards room 13. The door to room 13 was wide open. A middle-aged man stood in the room, looking like he was about to rush out, but his posture was extremely stiff, as if he was frozen in place. In front of him, Ing Fei crossed his arms and leaned against the door frame, looking at him with a pair of eagle-like eyes. There was no hostility, no aura, and he couldn't even detect the other party's cultivation. But this was the kind of person he was. The middle-aged man in room 13 felt a chill run down his spine. He froze on the spot as large beads of sweat rolled down his forehead. Inexplicably, he felt that the other party had the ability to kill him. So even though he heard the call of the Sect Master of Blue Void Sect, he couldn't take a step forward. "Go back. Young Master Yang will come to visit you later." Ing Fei looked at the middle-aged man and waved his hand gently. The middle-aged man swallowed a mouthful of saliva and gently closed the door. Then he retreated and sat down on the chair, trembling all over. In room 7, Yang Kai grinned at the Sect Master of Blue Void Sect and said, "It seems that you've been abandoned." Of course, he knew what happened to the Emperor Realm in room 13. With Ing Fei guarding the door, that person couldn't escape even if he had wings, let alone come to help. But when the Sect Master of Blue Void Sect heard this, his face turned ashen. Originally, he thought that since he was in the same realm as Kai Yang, he didn't need to be too afraid of him. Furthermore, he had the support of room 13, so he didn't need to worry too much about Kai Yang. But after exchanging blows, he knew that he was gravely mistaken. This First-Order Emperor Realm Master was completely different from the ones he had encountered before. What made him even angrier was that room 13 didn't move. Feeling the chill of the myriad sword, the Sect Master of Blue Void Sect said in a trembling voice, "Eldest young master, please spare my life. This old master is willing to apologize, please let me go." At this moment of life and death, The sect master of Blue Void sect couldn't care less about honor or shame. He only wanted to survive. If he died, then he would have nothing left. Yang Kai slowly shook his head. A man can't live without his word. As soon as he finished speaking, the myriad sword swung out a rainbow light and slashed across the old man's neck. The old man's eyes widened in an instant as he stared at Yang Kai in horror. He covered his neck with his hand and gritted his teeth. Before he could finish his sentence, bright red blood suddenly spurted out from his neck. The powerful force sent his head flying. Ah! Cries of alarm came from all around the room. When Blue Void sect's sect master came to participate in this auction, he seemed to have brought a few young disciples with him to broaden their horizons. When Yang Kai had broken into their room, they had all been scared out of their wits. Now that they saw their sect master, who they regarded as omnipotent gods, being beheaded in a single strike, all of them cried out in alarm, their faces turning pale. Among them, 2 beautiful female disciples even fell to the ground, their eyes unfocused. Yang Kai ignored them and simply grabbed the head of Blue Void sect's sect master, pulling his hair up to take a closer look. As expected of an Emperor Realm master, even after being beheaded, the Blue Void sect's sect master still glared angrily at Yang Kai, as if he had died with a grievance. After a while, his eyes gradually dimmed. The thousands of cultivators in the hall kept quiet out of fear. Previously, Yang Kai had taken out hundreds of millions of high-rank source crystals to create a cultivation environment for them that they had never had before, which made them shed tears of gratitude. They felt that this person was a rare, kind person, but now that he had directly cut off the head of Blue Void sect's sect master, they realized just how terrifying Yang Kai was. The cultivators of the Emperor Realm in the private room also had complicated expressions. Those who knew a little bit about Yang Kai shook their heads slowly, feeling sorry for the old man. This was someone who had even beaten up a second-order Emperor Realm master. At the entrance of the auction house, others would be running away from him, but the old man had actually dared to provoke him. Wasn't this just courting death? Some of the cultivators of the Emperor Realm who didn't know about Yang Kai couldn't help but feel sorry for him. Most of them were like the sect master of Blue Void sect, only first-order Emperor Realm masters. When they saw the sect master of Blue Void sect being killed by Yang Kai without being able to resist, they couldn't help but feel a chill run down their spines. They secretly decided not to provoke this fiend anymore, or else they might be the next to die. Since you want to give your head to this young master to kick like a ball, then this young master will reluctantly accept it, Yang Kai said as he suddenly threw the old man's head and sent it flying out with a spinning kick. With a swoosh, the head of the sect master of Blue Void sect flew straight onto the auction stage, over Hua Qingxi's head, and smashed into a certain spot backstage, shattering with a loud bang like a watermelon being smashed open. Backstage, Wu Ming was watching the show, but he didn't expect Yang Kai to kick the head towards him. He dodged it by a hair's breadth, but was splashed with blood. Wu Ming's face immediately turned black, and anger welled up in his heart. It was indescribable how uncomfortable it was. After doing all this, Yang Kai stretched out his hand and picked up the corpse of the sect master of Blue Void sect. He glanced at room 13 and grinned. Where's the friend who said he wanted to eat 3 kilograms of shit? Get ready, there's something hot here. As he spoke, he flew towards room 13 with the corpse in his hand. Asterisk schwa schwa schwa. Asterisk everyone's gaze turned towards room 13, and all of them were filled with sympathy. So what if the sect master of Blue Void sect died? At least he had a quick death, and Yang Kai didn't torture him. However, the Emperor Realm in room 13 was probably going to suffer a fate worse than death. Imagining the torture that room 13 was going to suffer, many people shuddered, and goosebumps appeared all over their bodies. They didn't doubt Yang Kai's determination and strength. Previously, the sect master of Blue Void sect in room 7 said he wanted to kick his head like a ball, and he really did. Room 13 said he wanted to eat 3 kilograms of shit, and it seemed like he really was going to eat it. They had never participated in an auction like this, and they had never seen such a person. He was simply lawless. The whole place was silent. Divine thoughts were transmitted from all the private rooms, and they all looked towards room 13. Everyone was curious. Although they knew what was going to happen later, they couldn't help but want to see it clearly. Bang! The door of room 13 was kicked open, and a middle-aged man's angry voice came from inside. What do you want? I'm here to fulfill your wish. You're welcome. No, I didn't say that. Don't come looking for me. You are a man of your word. You can't go back on your word. Now that things have come to a head, why shrink back? Young master, I beg you to let me go. I was wrong, okay? I was wrong before. Master, please don't hold it against me. Please don't lower yourself to my level. That won't do. This is the first time I've heard of such ambition in my life. No matter what, I'll satisfy you. Monster King, tell him not to resist. Yes, you. I'd rather be killed than humiliated. I'll fight it out with you. You want to fight in front of me? Young Master Yang, 3 kilograms is too little. 30 kilograms will do. Chapter 2689. The spirit array in private room 13 was still intact, so everyone's divine sense was blocked outside, making it impossible to investigate what was going on inside. However, the conversation was clearly transmitted to everyone's ears. They only heard the Emperor Realm cultivator in room 13 begging for mercy, as if he wanted to fight to the death, but there was no sound of fighting at all before he was subdued. Then there was a whining sound, followed by a few strange gulping sounds. Although they couldn't see anything, everyone could imagine what the Emperor Realm cultivator in private room 13 had encountered. Ugh! Inside the hall, a woman couldn't hold on any longer and vomited. This sound seemed to be a fuse, triggering a chain reaction. The cultivator, who was still struggling, couldn't hold on any longer and turned their heads away, vomiting into a mess. In an instant, the entire hall was filled with a foul atmosphere, causing everyone to frown. The other cultivators in the Emperor Realm's private rooms were also puzzled. Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce was one of the top 2 chambers of commerce in the Southern Territory. So how come no one had come to intervene? Faintly, many people felt that this auction wasn't as simple as it seemed, as if they had accidentally stepped into a quagmire. After a long time, Yang Kai came out of private room 13 and clapped his hands. I've lived for so long, but this is the first time I've seen such a strange request. It's really an eye-opener. The sound of vomiting continued to come from behind him, giving everyone a feeling that death was better than living. Continue. Yang Kai looked up at Hua Qingxi on the high platform. Hua Qingxi nodded lightly, knowing that Yang Kai had been annoyed by his honored master this time. He was full of anger and had nowhere to vent it. Rooms 7 and 13 had taken the initiative to crash into him, so how could he let them off so easily? It was already a stroke of luck for room 13 to be able to keep his life. However, based on his experience, it would have been better if he had just been killed. Looking around, Hua Qingxi said, Room 1 bids 100 million high-rank source crystals. Is there anyone else who wants to increase the price? Everyone was indifferent, thinking that the other party had already bid 100 million. What's there to add? Hua Qingxi nodded and said, Since there is none, then the third auction item belongs to room 1. She gestured with her hand, and the maid immediately carried the tray to room 1. Her small face was pale, and her legs were trembling. It was as if she was not going to room 1, but to some kind of serene soul purgatory. Yang Kai returned to his room and put away the third heavenly puppet. On the stage, Hua Qingxi spoke again, the fourth auction item. 1,000 leaves sex Tianho. 100 million. Yang Kai shouted. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled. She looked around the hall and said, No one is raising the price, right? After saying that, she winked at the maid who had just walked out from the backstage. This time, she didn't even bother to say anything. The following auction was simply an interaction between Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi. Whenever an auction item was presented, Yang Kai would bid 100 million without hesitation, and Hua Qingxi simply asked someone to send the heavenly puppet to room 1. Inside the various private rooms, the expressions of many people in the Emperor Realm were both helpless and ugly. They had come all the way here to participate in the auction. They didn't expect that they would all become foils. Not to mention bidding for an auction item, they didn't even have the qualifications to bid. Who could compete with him when he bid 100 million? Moreover, as long as one wasn't blind, they could see that there was something wrong with Yang Kai. He didn't seem to be here to participate in the auction, but to deliberately cause trouble. Not to mention that he had just killed the person in room 7 and humiliated the person in room 13. This price alone was somewhat thought-provoking. He really did have a lot of capital. He had hundreds of millions of high-rank source crystals on hand. But even so, he shouldn't have bid like this, right? Those high-rank source crystals didn't just fall from the sky. So the only explanation was that Yang Kai didn't plan on paying them at all. The people from the Emperor realm weren't fools. After watching for so long, how could they not understand what was going on? A faint sense of unease welled up in their hearts, as if invisible shackles had wrapped around their hearts, making them feel uneasy. However, the auctioneer on the stage was actually very cooperative, which made everyone feel extremely strange. In less than a quarter of an hour, Thousand Leaves Sect's 9 heavenly puppets were all auctioned off. As expected, all of the heavenly puppets fell into Yang Kai's hands and were handed over to Yi Hen. Yi Hen was so excited that he couldn't control himself. He never thought that he would be able to recover the heavenly puppets he had lost. He had originally thought that Thousand Leaves Sect had been destroyed and that the sect's inheritance would end in his hands. So he had been feeling extremely guilty these days. He felt that he had let down Thousand Leaves Sect's ancestors, and his heart had already died. Even though Li Qingyun had sent him back in one piece, Yi Hen still couldn't raise his spirits. But now, the 9 heavenly puppets had been retrieved, causing Yi Hen's fighting spirit to surge once more. Thousand Leaves Sect had been destroyed in his hands, so he had to rebuild it and recreate the glory of his ancestors. The 500 disciples he had arranged to enter Emperor Heaven Valley were his hope, as were the well-preserved secret technique manuals, and the 9 heavenly puppets were even more so. In an instant, Yi Hen's spirits were refreshed, as if he had become a completely different person. Yi Jinghan and Du Xian saw all of this and were secretly excited, their gratitude towards Yang Kai increasing by another level. After all, heavenly puppets were truly extraordinary items. Any one of them was comparable to the Emperor realm. If anyone else had obtained one, they would have kept it for their own use. Yet, Yang Kai had returned all of them to Yi Hen. This action of his could be said to be a noble act, and it was difficult for anyone not to feel grateful towards him. Young Master Yang, they seem to be stalling for time. Ing Fei suddenly spoke up. Yang Kai nodded, I know. He had already displayed such a domineering attitude and had obtained every single auction item. Yet Wu Ming had not stepped forward to stop him. Instead, he had remained silent. If this was not stalling for time, then what was it? They were willing to give up on the 9 heavenly puppets just to stall for time. From this, one could see just how much they had planned. Should we ask that Madame Hua to speed up the auction? Ing Fei asked with a frown. Yang Kai shook his head. Sister Hua has been poisoned with a heart-urging insect, so she can't help herself. Heart-urging insect. Ing Fei's expression changed. It was obvious that he had heard of such a thing before. Since we're already here, let's take things as they come. Let's see what tricks they have up their sleeves. Yang Kai calmly took a sip of tea. On the high platform, Hua Qingxi suddenly frowned and glanced towards the backstage. After hesitating for a moment, she said, the first half of the auction will end here. Everyone, please take a rest. There will be even better auction items appearing later on, and they will definitely not disappoint everyone. Hearing this, Yang Kai could not help narrowing his eyes. On the other hand, the representatives of the Emperor realm in the private rooms all curled their lips. If this auction did not have a monstrous talent like Yang Kai, it would have been a pretty good auction, but now that Yang Kai had appeared, it was simply like throwing a rat's droppings into a pot of thick soup. This kind of person was the black sheep of the herd. With him here, how could anyone else be qualified to participate in the auction? Thousand Leaves Sect's 9 heavenly puppets had all been obtained by him. So no matter how good the auction items were, no one else would be able to get a share of them. As long as he opened his mouth to bid, those items would inevitably become his. Thinking of this, many people's interest waned. They knew that no matter how good the auction items were, they would not be able to obtain them, so they all got up from their private rooms, intending to leave. For a time, half of the more than 30 people in the private rooms left, while the remaining half probably just wanted to watch the fun. As for the auction items, they no longer had any hope of obtaining them. When they arrived at the entrance of the auction, everyone found that this place had been sealed off. It seemed that a strong spirit array had enveloped the entire 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce branch, making it impossible for them to leave. What's going on? Why aren't we leaving? 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce is too bold. Does it want to catch us all in one fell swoop? I've always felt that something was wrong with this auction, but now it seems that there really is a conspiracy. Don't panic, everyone. If we all work together, we can break this trivial spirit array. With more than a dozen First-Order Emperor Realm Masters joining forces, they were quite a force to be reckoned with. After a brief discussion, everyone began bombarding the spirit array with their own attacks. After an incense stick worth of time, the dozen or so people stopped with ugly expressions on their faces. Looking at the barrier that had not changed in the slightest, their hearts sank to the bottom. No one had expected that this spirit array would be so powerful that it could resist the joint attacks of more than a dozen people from the Emperor realm for such a long time without reacting. Brother Gong, your Heavenly River Valley's Gong family, is a spirit array grandmaster. Can you tell what this spirit array is? A man suddenly turned his head and looked at an elderly man. This elderly man wore a black robe and seemed ordinary among the crowd, but he was the current patriarch of the Heavenly River Valley's Gong family. Throughout the entire Southern Territory, the Gong family's reputation was definitely not small because everyone in this family was proficient in spirit arrays. Many sect defending grand arrays were arranged by this family. Gong Wenshan, whom Yang Kai met in the Four Seasons realm, was a disciple of the Gong family. Gong Wenshan was just a Dao Source realm cultivator, but his mastery of spirit arrays had reached perfection, so there was no need to mention the Gong family's patriarch. In terms of attainments in the spirit array Dao, the Gong family's patriarch was comparable to the Southern Gate Army in the Northern Territory. What, Your Excellency, is actually the Gong family's patriarch. My apologies for not recognizing you. Someone exclaimed. Obviously, they had heard of this old man surnamed Gong's name, but it was their first time seeing him, so they immediately cupped their fists and saluted. Most people did the same, and for a while, they all greeted the old man surnamed Gong. Now that they thought about it, when everyone was attacking the spirit array together, this Gong family's patriarch didn't seem to be using his full strength. It turned out that he wasn't slacking, but observing. The Gong family's patriarch frowned slightly and thought for a while before saying, "If this old master is not mistaken, this is the 5 elements grand circle array. What's so special about this spirit array?" Someone nearby asked. The Gong family's patriarch said, "This 5 elements grand circle array gathers the power of the 5 elements. It is not something that can be broken through with brute force. Once it is arranged, it has the effect of guarding the heavens and earth." Guarding the heavens and earth. Exclamations rang out. This is an extremely advanced spirit array. The Gong family's patriarch looked dignified, and what? Chapter 2690. The Gong family patriarch looked around and said, "Moreover, there seems to be more than one 5 elements array here. There is another set of spirit arrays connected to it. An array within an array." The speaker's face sank. Even if he wasn't proficient in spirit arrays, he knew what an array within an array was. It was several times more difficult than arranging 2 separate spirit arrays. Gong family patriarch can't see it? A middle-aged man with a pale face asked. He thought that with the Gong family patriarch here, breaking this spirit array would be a piece of cake, but he didn't expect the Gong family patriarch to look so embarrassed. This information inevitably made him anxious. The Gong family patriarch shook his head and said, "It's not that I can't see it, it's just that it's hidden too deeply." Then can Gong family patriarch break this spirit array? The Gong family patriarch said, "I can, but I'm afraid I don't have enough time." With his ability, if he was given 2 to 3 days, he would be able to break this array. However, in 2 to 3 days, the auction would have already ended. At that time, the array would naturally open. Why would he need to break it? Everyone, please calm down. At this moment, a voice suddenly came from behind. Everyone was startled and turned to look, only to see Wu Ming standing not far away, looking at them with a smile. "What is your 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce trying to do? Shouldn't you give us an explanation?" The middle-aged man jumped out and glared at Wu Ming angrily. He thought that Wu Ming was the manager of 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce. After all, he was the one who had welcomed the guests at the door. Everyone else also glared at Wu Ming. Wu Ming smiled slightly and said, "Everyone here is an honored guest. What can I do to you? It's just that my honored master has ordered that no one can leave before the auction is over. Please return to your rooms first. After the auction is over, honored master will naturally remove the spirit array." Can a cow not drink water be forcibly pressed down? This king can come to this auction as he pleases and leave as he pleases. Quickly remove the spirit array and let this king leave. Wu Ming looked at the speaker with a faint smile but didn't speak. Without any movement, the surrounding heaven and earth spirit chi suddenly surged, and a sharp blade emitting a 5-colored radiance strangely appeared, shooting towards the person who spoke like an arrow from a bow. Everyone was shocked. They quickly dodged. The leader of the Emperor realm, who was the first to bear the brunt of this attack, turned pale and tried to use his Emperor Chi to resist. However, in the face of this five-colored blade, all of his defenses were as fragile as paper. The five-colored blade directly penetrated his Emperor Chi protection and tore a large hole in his chest. Blood splattered everywhere. Everyone kept quiet out of fear. Everyone stared at that person with their eyes wide open. The man hadn't died yet. He lowered his head and looked at his chest. Then he looked up at Wu Ming in disbelief and said in a trembling voice, "You." After spitting out a single word, his body went limp and he fell to the ground. The dozen or so people from the Emperor realm felt their scalps tingle. They couldn't believe that the Seven Glories Chamber of Commerce would dare to kill someone in their own branch. No one knew what those five-colored blades were, and only the Gong family lord did. That was not the power of man, but the power of a formation. Not only did the Expanse Five Elements formation have the ability to guard the world, but it also had the power to kill enemies. Wu Ming was still smiling, but that smile was more terrifying than anything else in the world when it entered everyone's eyes. Although Yang Kai had killed the old man in room 7 at the auction venue, there were still traces of him attacking with a punch and a sword, but Wu Ming had killed him without even moving his hand. Was this something that could be done by man? Suddenly, everyone remembered that he had mentioned an honored master before. Wu Ming was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so if he could become his honored master, wouldn't that mean he was a third-order Emperor? A second-order Emperor Realm Disciple. A third-order Emperor Realm Master with the help of a powerful spirit array. If there was a real conflict, he could easily sweep them all away. Everyone suddenly felt afraid. Is there anyone else who wants to leave? Wu Ming looked at the crowd with a smile. No one answered. Wu Ming nodded and said, "Then please." Saying so, he stepped aside and gestured. Everyone looked at each other, but they didn't dare to have any disloyalty. The dead man's body was still cold, and they had learned from his mistakes. Although they were angry, they didn't dare to say anything and just walked back. "Gong family head," Wu Ming suddenly called out again. Gong family head paused and turned his head. "What is your excellency's order?" Wu Ming smiled and said, "Gong family head is too polite. I didn't expect that a trivial auction could make Gong family head come all the way here." Honored Master was very surprised, so he would like to invite Gong family head to have a chat. "Your honored master is?" Gong family head frowned and asked. Wu Ming smiled and said, "Gong family head will know when you see him." Gong family head smiled bitterly and said, "How can this old master not go?" Of course, he knew that nothing good would come out of it if he went, and he secretly regretted commenting on this bullshit spirit array just now. Although he didn't know what this spirit array was for, the person who set it up was obviously afraid of him, a spirit array master, being here. Wu Ming narrowed his eyes and said, "Honored master is so kind. Gong family head, you better not refuse." Although his tone was flat, anyone could see the threat in his words. Gong family head sighed, knowing that he couldn't win against Wu Ming, so he could only say, "Lead the way." He was also very curious about who was secretly arranging this and what their purpose was. "Please." Wu Ming turned around and said, but before he could take a step, his body suddenly stiffened and his eyes widened as he stared in front of him. Not far in front of him, Yang Kai had appeared out of nowhere and was looking at him with a smile. Wu Ming was afraid of this young man who had just beaten him up at the entrance of the auction house. His second-order Emperor realm cultivation was so weak in front of this young man. At this moment, seeing him blocking his way, Wu Ming instinctively jumped back and shouted, "Yang Kai, what are you doing?" Yang Kai glanced at him, then looked around and nodded. "Five elements great square array, guarding the world. It seems that you have made sufficient preparations to deal with this young master." Wu Ming's face sank when he heard this. He realized that Gong family head's words had been eavesdropped by Yang Kai. Honored Master had indeed arranged this five elements great square array to deal with Yang Kai. After all, this guy was proficient in the Tao of space. If it wasn't for the great square array sealing the world, he could teleport anywhere. Only by turning this place into a cage could he restrict his movements. After being exposed by Yang Kai, Wu Ming didn't hide anything and just coldly snorted, "I'm warning you, you better be sensible, or you will regret it." Yang Kai sneered, "It's none of your business whether I regret it or not, but if you dare to be presumptuous again, I guarantee that you won't live to see that day." Wu Ming's face turned cold, but he didn't dare to be presumptuous again. He had seen Yang Kai's strength and knew that he wasn't his opponent in a one-on-one fight. He glared at Yang Kai with a pair of resentful eyes. Gong family head? It's an honor to meet you. Yang Kai cupped his fists towards the old man surnamed Gong. You're Yang Kai? Gong family head looked at him in surprise. Yang Kai frowned and said, Has Gong family head heard of me? Gong family head said, I heard that little brat when Sean mentioned you. What's more, young Master Yang refined the extraordinary treasure pill in the Four Seasons realm. This matter caused quite a stir in the Southern Territory at that time. Gong Wenshan. A vague figure flashed in Yang Kai's mind. He didn't have much of a friendship with Gong Wenshan, only having met him once in the Four Seasons realm. However, the reason why Yi Jinghan went to Maplewood City to ask Yang Kai for help in opening Emperor Heaven Valley was because of Gong Wenshan's recommendation. Young Master Yang is young and promising, and now he has already broken through to the Emperor realm. That little brat Wenshan is still struggling in the Dao Source realm. Gong family master sighed, secretly thinking that the reason why Yang Kai was able to break through to the Emperor realm so quickly was related to the extraordinary treasure pills. In the past, he refined several extraordinary treasure pills, which he later sold. It was said that Wu Chong obtained one of them, and another disciple of the octagonal door obtained another. Now, Wu Chong of Heavenly Martial Holy Land had also broken through to the Emperor realm, which showed how powerful the extraordinary treasure pill was. Although the disciple of the octagonal door hadn't broken through to the Emperor realm yet, she had already attracted the attention of many top sects. Several of them had already extended an olive branch to her, intending to recruit her. As long as she agreed, she would become a core disciple. And all of this was thanks to the extraordinary treasure pill. Gong family head is too kind. Junior was just lucky. Yang Kai said modestly with a smile, Junior would like to invite Gong family head to my room for a chat. What does Gong family head think? Gong family head showed a look of gratitude, knowing that Yang Kai was helping him resolve a crisis, but he still looked at Wu Ming hesitantly. Yang Kai's face sank as he said, Gong family head is going to my place as a guest. Do you have any objections? Wu Ming was annoyed, but he didn't dare to answer. It seems you have no objections. Yang Kai curled his lips and said to Gong family head, Please. Gong family head's expression relaxed as he also stretched out his hand and said, Young Master Yang, please. The two walked towards the auction venue one after the other. Before leaving, Yang Kai turned to Wu Ming and said, Go back and tell your honored master that this young master will blow his head off. Tell him to be prepared. When Gong family head heard this, he staggered and almost fell to the ground. Sure enough, young people are full of vigor. A first-order emperor actually dares to challenge a third order. Looking at the backs of the two leaving, Wu Ming's face was filled with resentment as he thought to himself, I'll let you be rampant for a while, but I'll make you beg for mercy later. He brought the Gong family head back to the first room and introduced him to Ing Fei, Yi Hen, and the others. Naturally, they exchanged some pleasantries. However, Gong family head was still very grateful to Yang Kai for bringing him away. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, Gong family head, you don't need to apologize. Although I don't know why Wu Ming invited you, I'm sure he wants to use you to deal with me. I only brought you here as a means of self-preservation. Yang Kai didn't dare to underestimate a spirit array grandmaster. If he really participated in controlling the spirit array, the power of this spirit array would increase by at least 30%. If that wasn't the case, he wouldn't have acted so rashly. Chi Yu, Aio, and the others were still on Wu Ming's side. If he really angered his honored master, it wouldn't be a good thing. Chapter 2691. Fortunately, no one knew what Wu Ming's honored master was busy with. After Yang Kai brought the Gong family patriarch back, there was no reaction. About a quarter of an hour later, Hua Qingxi stepped onto the stage again. Everyone's expression brightened, knowing that the second half of the auction was about to begin. They all looked up at the stage one after another. On the stage, Hua Qingxi said softly, Everyone has been waiting for a long time. The next item to be auctioned is a second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator. As soon as this statement came out, the crowd went into an uproar and turned their attention to the stage. After all, this auction had been advertised for a long time that a star master from a lower star territory would appear. At this moment, when they heard Hua Qingxi's statement, they subconsciously thought that the second-order Dao Source Realm cultivator was the star master. Everyone was very curious about the Star Master. After all, in the vast star boundary, there was no such existence as a Star Master. There were quite a few tens of thousands of years ago, but ever since the heaven-devouring Great Emperor, the Great Emperors, poisoned the various star territories, the passages between the star boundary and the various star territories were all closed. Masters from the star boundary could no longer easily travel to the lower star territories to refine stars' star sources. Now that a Star Master had suddenly appeared, it was an extremely rare existence. Any Star Master had a complete star source, and if one could extract it, they could inherit the position of Star Master. With a complete star source, their future path of martial Tao would be smooth sailing. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, a skinny old man with a gloomy aura suddenly appeared from the backstage like a ghost. The old man seemed to have been planted with some kind of restriction, as his aura was completely gone, but even so, he still gave off a gloomy feeling. Especially the pair of sunken eyes in their sockets. They looked like two flickering ghostly flames, extremely frightening. This is the Star Master? There's nothing special about him. He has a complete star source, but he's only a second-order Tao source realm cultivator. It seems his aptitude isn't very good. What do you know? Rumor has it that the cultivator who came from the territory of the lower planes all have top-notch aptitudes and calm temperaments. If not for that, how could they have gone through so much trouble to come to the star boundary? Every cultivator who comes from the territory of the lower planes is as talented as the core disciples of those major sections. There was a flurry of discussion in the hall, whispering to each other and pointing at the thin old man on the high platform. Even if you haven't eaten pork, you've seen pigs run. Although it was not easy for a cultivator from the lower plane to come to the astral boundary, and there were not many of them, many people knew about it. Those star territory didn't have an excellent cultivation environment like the star boundary. They were extremely rare talents who could cultivate to the peak in their respective star territory. It was precisely because of this that when they first came to the star boundary, Lu Xianyun had told Yang Kai that a cultivator like them could not be underestimated. Many large sects welcomed them. As long as they revealed that they were cultivators from the lower plane, they would definitely be accepted and trained by some large sections. This was because a cultivator like them had a higher chance of advancing to the Emperor realm than most cultivators in the star boundary. Guizhu. In room 1, Yang Kai looked at the thin old man on the high platform with a complicated gaze, recognizing him at a glance. Guizhu was wrapped in ghost qi all year round, so ordinary people couldn't see his true face at all, but now that his cultivation was sealed, he naturally couldn't use any ghost qi. He was so skinny not because he was tortured, but because he was like this. He cultivated the ghost Tao, so his flesh and blood had long dried up and turned into ghost qi. On the high platform, Hua Qingxi continued, he's not a Star Lord, but he's a friend of that Star Lord. He also came from the territory of the lower planes, so there's no need to worry about his aptitude. He's not a Star Lord. What's going on? He's not a Star Lord, but he's still auctioning him. Isn't this a joke? The people below the stage started to shout, but none of them bought it. Jiji. Guizhu sneered, like a ghost howling, causing all the cultivators in the hall to pale. Sister Hua, stop messing around. Yang Kai suddenly said, your honored master should be almost ready. Send him to me. Guizhu's laughter faded as he stared towards room 1 in amazement, the two ghostly flames in his eyes flashing a strange light. Hua Qingxi smiled bitterly and said, okay. She didn't want to do this, but her honored master had ordered her to do so before, so she had to do it. But now that Yang Kai had spoken, she would naturally obey. Most importantly, her honored master didn't object, so Yang Kai was right. Honored master was almost ready, so there was no need to delay any longer. Saying so, Hua Qingxi gestured with her hand, and a maidservant immediately led Guizhu to room 1. The door opened and Guizhu walked in. After seeing Yang Kai, he cupped his fists excitedly and said, Sect Master. Elder has suffered. Yang Kai raised his hand and helped him up. Guizhu said with a look of shame, it's this old master's fault. Thinking back to when he was in the Hung Luo star field, he wasn't invincible, but he was still considered a tyrant. With his powerful third-order origin king realm cultivation, there was no one in the entire star territory who could defeat him. But after coming to this star territory, he was suppressed at every turn. Now, he was even a prisoner who was put up for auction. It was a great humiliation. Guizhu also knew that the enemy was powerful, and wasn't someone he could provoke right now. If not for Yang Kai's sudden appearance, he might have been bought away and become a slave for the rest of his life. Just thinking about it made him shudder. Yi Hen, Yi Jinghan, and the others also hurried over to greet him. Gui Zhu and the others had stayed in Thousand Leaves sect for a long time, so they were already familiar with each other. Seeing him free now, they were naturally happy for him. I'll undo the seal for you. Yang Kai reached out and placed his hand on Gui Zhu's shoulder, circulating his divine sense to investigate while asking, "How are Qi Yu and the others?" Gui Zhu replied, "Their lives aren't in danger, but their cultivations have been sealed. It seems that they will be auctioned off later." Yang Kai nodded, "That's good." Saying so, his Emperor Qi suddenly trembled and rushed into Gui Zhu's body. An unnatural blush flashed across Gui Zhu's old face as he spat out a mouthful of black blood. However, he inexplicably felt his body lighten as the sealed source Qi in his body began circulating again. Dense ghost Qi gushed out and wrapped around his body as Gui Zhu said in disbelief, "Sect Master, your cultivation." Although he didn't know exactly how powerful the person who sealed his cultivation was, he had some guesses. After all, that was a legendary Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. He never thought that the Sect Master would be able to undo the seal in just a few breaths. Didn't that mean that the Sect Master's cultivation was comparable to that old man's? It was no wonder that Gui Zhu was so shocked. If that was the case, it was simply unbelievable. After all, everyone had come to the star boundary together, and now they were all only second-order Dao Source Realm cultivators, yet Yang Kai was already so far ahead of them. How had he cultivated all these years? "You just broke through to the Emperor Realm." Yang Kai reached out and patted Gui Zhu's shoulder, saying, "I'll catch up with you later." Gui Zhu nodded, still in shock. Although Yang Kai's cultivation wasn't what he had imagined and was instead much weaker, it was still amazing that he could break through to the Emperor Realm in such a short time. Especially when he was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, yet he was able to easily undo the seal placed by a Third-Order Master. This wasn't something that could be explained by ordinary means. Back in Hung Luo Star Field, Yang Kai often created miracles and defeated stronger opponents. It seemed that he hadn't changed after coming to the star boundary. Realizing this, Gui Zhu couldn't help feeling secretly excited. They had no one to rely on in the star boundary, and this time, even Thousand Leaves sect, which they had taken shelter in, was destroyed. Now that Yang Kai had suddenly displayed such great strength, they could naturally rely on him. On the high platform, another person walked out from the backstage. Yang Kai looked over and saw that it was Sword Union's Union Master, Gu Songyun. Hua Qingxi didn't even have the intention to introduce him and simply gestured to the maidservant who led him out. The maidservant immediately led Gu Songyun to the first room. After a short while, they were sent into the room. After seeing Yang Kai, Gu Songyun was naturally surprised and happy. When they were in trouble in Sky Crane City last time, it was Yang Kai who saved them. After a few years, a similar thing had happened again. This made Gu Songyun couldn't help but feel a little emotional. In the end, they were still reliable. The next person to be let out was AIO. There was a strange silence in the auction hall. They had thought that the first half of the auction was strange enough, with only Yang Kai and Hua Qingxi interacting. No one else had the right to interrupt. But unexpectedly, the second half of the auction was even stranger. The auctioneer didn't bid, and the first room didn't bid, but one cultivator after another was let out and sent to the first room. What was even more strange was that the people from the Emperor Realm in the private rooms also remained silent, with no one criticizing or questioning anything. No one had ever participated in such an auction before. The whole auction seemed like a farce, causing many people to feel very dissatisfied. "It's about time." Yang Kai suddenly narrowed his eyes and said after settling AIO down. "What do you mean it's about time?" AIO glanced at him suspiciously, the shock on his face still not completely gone. When he learned that Yang Kai had already broken through to the Emperor Realm, he couldn't believe it. It wasn't until Yang Kai undid his seal that he accepted this fact. As Yang Kai's future father-in-law, AIO didn't know whether to be envious or happy. He could only sigh in his heart. That girl Shui had found a good man. He just didn't know if he had attracted any bees or butterflies in the star boundary over the years. There were many good women in the star boundary, and with Yang Kai's ability and brilliance, it was normal for him to have a few women by his side. If one day, Shuiyu could come to the star boundary from the home star territory, she probably wouldn't be able to compete with those women from the star boundary. As a father, Ao couldn't help feeling a little worried. Sometimes it wasn't a good thing for a man to be too outstanding, especially a son-in-law. Chapter 2692. By the way, what about Chai Hu? Yang Kai suddenly thought of another person. Chai Hu didn't come from the Hung Luo star field, but was a native of the star boundary. However, he had a very close relationship with Gui Zhu, Chi Yu, Ao, and the others, and had even become sworn brothers. There were a total of 5 people who came from the Hung Luo star field with Yang Kai: Wu Dao, Gui Zhu, Ao, Chi Yu, and Gu Yun. Wu Dao was the strongest person in the star territory back then, but unfortunately, the heavenly way was fickle, and he died in the world energy baptism when breaking through to the Dao source realm, leaving Gui Zhu and the other 3 behind to struggle in Sky Crane City. It was also at that time that the 4 of them met Chai Hu and received a lot of help from him. Later on, their friendship deepened, and they became sworn brothers. Gui Zhu was the oldest, Ao was the second, Gu Yun was the third, Chai Hu was the 4th, and Chi Yu was their 5th sister. When Yang Kai passed by Sky Crane City, he happened to encounter Sky Crane City's city lord, Luo Jin, forcing Chi Yu to marry him. At that time, Chai Hu took Luo Bing as a hostage to rescue Chi Yu, but failed at the last step. If Yang Kai hadn't been there at that time, Chai Hu would have been killed. After that, Yang Kai caused a ruckus in Sky Crane City's city lord's mansion, killing many people and taking them out, settling them in Thousand Leaves sect. At this moment, he suddenly recalled the existence of Chai Hu. Hearing Yang Kai's question, Gui Zhu chuckled and said, "Fourth brother has an emotional tribulation." With whom? Yang Kai was stunned. Ao also had a strange expression on his face. Do you remember Luo Bing? Her. Yang Kai was stunned and didn't dare to believe it. Chai Hu had kidnapped Luo Bing in the past, so logically speaking, even if they weren't enemies, they shouldn't be flirting with each other. Yang Kai really didn't know why they liked each other. Ao said, back then when fourth brother kidnapped that girl, it just so happened that she was in some danger. Therefore, even though he kidnapped her, he saved her. That girl can distinguish between gratitude and grudges, so she was quite moved by fourth brother. Unfortunately, her father died. Her father, you little brat. Old fourth is also our brother. That girl can't get past her own hurdle. Even if she has some feelings for old fourth, she keeps it in her heart. She left 2 years ago, and Lao Si was worried. Since then, he has been by her side. Until now, there has been no news of him, and no one knows where he went. Gu Yun nodded. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined. Because of this, fourth brother was able to avoid this calamity. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Since Chai, who wasn't in Thousand Leaves sect, there was no need for Yang Kai to worry about him. The reason why he had asked this question was because he wanted to take care of Gui Zhu and the others. He didn't have any friendship with Chai Hu himself. Fifth sister is still in that old bastard's hands, Ao said with a sullen face. I wonder if she will be auctioned off. I hope so. Gu Yun turned his head towards the high platform. Since all of them had been sent out, it was reasonable to assume that Chi Yu would also be sent out. Yang Kai said indifferently, if I were that person, I would definitely leave a hostage in my hands. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. At that moment, Hua Qingxi opened her mouth from the high platform. Ladies and gentlemen, the auction is over. However, I ask that everyone remain calm. Since all of you have come from afar, this mistress-honored master has prepared a generous gift for all of you. I hope that everyone will accept it. She's really been detained. Ao's face sank, becoming extremely ugly. The auction was already over, but there was still no sign of Chi Yu. Clearly, she had been taken hostage, just as Yang Kai had predicted. Although they had been detained by that old bastard all this time, and even had their cultivations sealed, they still didn't understand what he was trying to do. Monster King, protect them well, Yang Kai ordered. His figure flickered, and he suddenly flew out of room 1, hovering in the air above the auction hall. He looked towards the backstage. There was no one there, and Wu Ming was nowhere to be seen. He signaled to Hua Qingxi with his eyes and sent a message, Sister Hua, go to room 1. Ying Fei was there, so even if something happened, he could more or less take care of them. Hua Qingxi nodded. She stomped her foot and rushed towards room 1, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Inside the hall and the private rooms, countless eyes looked towards Yang Kai, wondering what this arrogant young man wanted to do. Yang Kai's divine sense poured out like a tide, and he said loudly, "Old dog, you used this auction to lure this young master out. Now that this young master is here, you used this young master's friends to stall for time, and this young master did as you wished. Now that things have come to an end, you still want to hide your head and show your tail? Don't you dare to show yourself?" His words were shouted, but there was no response at all. Instead, many cultivators in the hall looked at each other and whispered to each other. They looked at Yang Kai as if he was an idiot, wondering if he had lost his mind. "Acting so sneakily and making a fool of yourself, old dog, you're still an elder of Star Soul Palace. How could you be so cowardly?" Yang Kai sneered, his mouth full of ridicule. "What? An elder of Star Soul Palace? Where did this elder of Star Soul Palace come from? What does he mean?" Everyone was shocked. Yang Kai's words were like a stone that stirred up 1,000 ripples. Star Soul Palace was not just a name in the Southern Territory, but also a symbol, an invincible existence. After all, it was the sect of the Great Emperors, a giant that guarded the Southern Territory. As for the elders of the Star Soul Palace, they were great figures that were rarely seen by ordinary people. Their status was not inferior to the sect masters of those first-tier sections. Listening to the meaning of Yang Kai's words, he seemed to have some grudges with an elder of Star Soul Palace. Wasn't this seeking his own death? In the Southern Territory, of all people to offend, he had offended an elder of Star Soul Palace, and dared to make such a big fuss, boast shamelessly, and call him an old dog. He simply did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. For a time, many people looked at Yang Kai as if they were looking at a dead man. Offending an elder of Star Soul Palace like this, how could he survive? Ha ha! Suddenly, a burst of laughter rang out, giving people an unfathomable feeling. The faces of many people from the Emperor realm in the private room changed. They felt that their auras were stirred by this laughter, and their Emperor Chi surged uncontrollably. They were all shocked, knowing that the person who had just laughed was definitely an extremely terrifying existence. Could this person be the elder of Star Soul Palace? There were not many elders of Star Soul Palace, so no one knew who this person was. I have long heard of little friend Yang's name, and seeing it today, it seems that you truly live up to your reputation. Yang Kai coldly snorted. This young master does not speak to sneaky people. Show yourself. The voice was silent for a while before saying, "Since little friend Yang insists, I will grant you your wish." As soon as these words fell, the world suddenly darkened and countless spirit array patterns flashed across the auction venue. These spirit array patterns quickly lit up, as if a single spark could start a prairie fire, spreading out in all directions. In the next moment, everyone felt as if the world had been turned upside down and space had been separated. There was an invisible force pulling him, as if it wanted to throw him into the endless void. 8-point Yuan Division Array. In Room 1, the Gong family patriarch's face suddenly changed, and he quickly took out a set of array flags, pouring his Emperor Chi into them, and tossing them into the void. The array flags quickly disappeared, and the chaotic space in room number 1 immediately stabilized. "Gong Tai, you court death!" An angry roar rang out. It was the mysterious voice from before, and it seemed that the Gong family patriarch's actions had angered him. So his words were mixed with a violent power that could shake one's soul. This power blasted into Gong Tai's knowledge sea, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood and fall to the ground. This was not the end, though, as a 5-colored light suddenly burst out from room 1, condensing into a sharp blade that directly slashed towards Gong Tai. This 5-colored light blade was the powerful spirit array that had previously killed a master from the Emperor realm. When Gong Tai saw this, his face instantly turned ashen, and he screamed in his heart that his life was over. Just as the 5-colored light blade was about to slash down, an eagle's cry rang out. An eagle's claw suddenly stretched out from the side, grabbed the 5-colored light blade, and squeezed hard. With a snap, the 5-colored light blade instantly collapsed. Gong Tai gasped for breath, his face pale. How could he not know that someone had saved his life at this critical moment? He looked to the side with lingering fear and saw Ying Fei nodding slightly at him. "Don't worry, with this king here, no one can kill you." Gong Tai got up and cupped his fists respectfully. "Many thanks for your protection, Monster King." An elder from Star Soul Palace wanted to kill him, but it was a Monster King who saved his life. It was simply ironic. Ying Fei waved his hand and said, "No need, But that 8-point yuan division array you mentioned before, what is it? When Yang Kai brought Gong Tai over, he also chatted with him. So Ing Fei naturally knew that Gong Tai was a spirit array grandmaster. Otherwise, he would not have been able to recognize the name of the spirit array at a glance, and had the means to restrain it. Gui Zhu and the others also looked at Gong Tai curiously. Gong Tai sighed. It's a kind of spirit array that separates heaven and earth. I saw that there was a spirit array arranged here before, but I didn't expect it to be the 8-point yuan division array. A spirit array within a spirit array? What kind of spirit array is there? Ing Fei frowned. The 5 elements Great Square Circle Array. Gong Tai replied, these 2 spirit arrays complement each other and rely on each other. The methods of the person who arranged this spirit array are truly amazing. After a pause, he looked at Ing Fei and asked, dare I ask, Master Monster King, what kind of grudge does little brother Yang have with this Star Soul Palace elder, that this elder did not hesitate to arrange 2 spirit arrays to trap him? Ing Fei's face sank. You mean this spirit array has the effect of trapping people? Gong Tai nodded and said, yes, the 5 elements Great Square Circle Array protects heaven and earth and seals off space. This auction venue has now been sealed off, and if this spirit array is not broken, I'm afraid no one will be able to leave. On the other hand, the octagonal division origin formation was able to isolate everyone here, placing them in independent small spaces. If this old master had not reacted quickly and set up a restraining spirit array, I'm afraid we would have been separated. Hearing this, Ing Fei's face changed drastically. Not good. Turning his head, Ing Fei did not see any trace of Yang Kai. All he could see was darkness outside room 1, as if the entire room had sunk into the void. Using his divine sense to investigate the outside, Ing Fei was unable to detect anyone's aura. The thousands of people in the auction venue had also suddenly disappeared. Chapter 2693. In an instant, Ing Fei's face sank. He had always thought that with his protection, it wouldn't be a big deal even if he faced a Star Soul Palace elder. He was a monster king, comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master. So how could he be afraid of a mere Star Soul Palace elder? But now, this so-called 8-point yuan division array had isolated everyone, and he didn't even know where Yang Kai was, so how could he protect him? On the contrary, the person who arranged the spirit array could easily use the power of this spirit array to play with Yang Kai in the palm of his hand. He couldn't help but feel deep regret in his heart. If only he had persuaded Yang Kai to bring Shi Lei and Xia Wuwei here. At that time, Yang Kai didn't agree, so he couldn't say anything. But on second thought, the other party had this so-called 8-point yuan division array that could separate everyone. So even if he brought more Monster King, it would be useless. A few days ago, he had exposed his identity as the Monster King. Since the other party dared to make such a move, they must have made ample preparations. Now, it seemed that the arrangement was really thorough. The 2 sets of spirit arrays not only trapped Yang Kai in this place, but also trapped him in an environment where he could fight alone. Patriarch Gong, can you break this spirit array? Ing Fei asked in a deep voice. Gong Tai sighed leisurely. Yes, but it will take time. How long? Ing Fei had a bad feeling. 10 days. Ing Fei suddenly fell silent. 10 days was more than enough time. With Yang Kai's current situation, how could he possibly wait here for 10 days? Aio said from the side, Yang Boy has always been lucky. This time, although the other party's methods are not bad, they may not be able to do anything to him. Patriarch Gong, breaking this spirit array is more important. Let's also think of a way to find Yang Boy and help him. There was no other way. Everyone knew that what he said was true, so they immediately split up and looked around to see if there were any flaws in this spirit array. In this pitch-black world, Yang Kai seemed to be in the void, but the environment around him was completely different from the void. When he swept out with his divine sense, there was an invisible barrier around him, making it impossible for him to detect anyone's traces. He stood quietly in place. The corners of Wei Wei's mouth curled up as he waited patiently. In the darkness, a pair of eyes quietly observed his reaction. Surprisingly, he didn't show any signs of panic or fear. Immediately, he knew that the young man's temperament was extraordinary, and he couldn't be dealt with by ordinary means. At that moment, he no longer concealed himself and simply showed himself. Light suddenly appeared in the pitch-black world, and a figure appeared in front of him. Yang Kai looked up and immediately saw an old man. It was as if he had been standing there all along. He had appeared without a trace, and behind him there were also two other figures. One of them was Wu Ming, who had gone missing previously, and the other was Qi Yu, who had not been seen for a long time. Qi Yu's cultivation should also have been sealed. Her beautiful face was slightly pale. At this moment, she was being held hostage by Wu Ming. Her hands were held behind her back by Wu Ming, and she couldn't move at all. The moment she saw Yang Kai, Qi Yu's eyes lit up with surprise and joy, as if she hadn't expected him to appear here. But soon her pretty face sank. He shook his head slowly at Yang Kai, signaling him to run away. Wu Ming chuckled coldly upon seeing this, as he exerted some force on his hand. Qi Yu couldn't help but groan as her face became paler from the pain. Little friend Yang. At first glance, the old man looked like a transcendent being. He had a long beard and wore a blue robe. He had the temperament of an otherworldly master, and he greeted Yang Kai with a smile on his face. Old dog, you're finally willing to show yourself, Yang Kai grinned. The old man smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, Little friend Yang, please show mercy. This old man is Tan Junhao. Old dog Tan. Yang Kai raised his brow. Little beast, clean your mouth and try to shout again. Wu Ming's face was filled with anger. Yang Kai raised his head and said quickly, Old dog Tan, old dog Tan, old dog Tan, little dog Wu, 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 little dog Wu. This young master is going to shout again, come and bite me. Bastard. Wu Ming was so angry that his nose was crooked. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and no one had ever insulted him like this before. His anger was like a volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. Tan Junhao took a deep breath and waved his hand slightly, stopping Wu Ming's irritation before squinting at Yang Kai and saying, Little friend Yang's grievances are quite heavy. It seems he has some prejudice against this old master. Yang Kai said coldly, What do you think? Tan Junhao smiled and nodded. This old master understands little friend Yang's anger, but this old master has no other choice. I hope little friend Yang can forgive me. I'll forgive you if you die. Tan Junhao was taken aback for a moment before he laughed. Little friend Yang must be joking. This old master is an elder of Star Soul Palace, blessed by the great emperors. Who in this world dares to kill me? So that's what you're relying on. Yang Kai nodded lightly before suddenly raising his eyes and saying in a cold voice, This young master wants to see what the consequences of killing an elder of the great emperor's sect will be. Tan Junhao's eyes twitched as he realized that Yang Kai wasn't joking. He really wanted to kill him, but he didn't take it to heart. It was normal to want to kill, but the key was to have the ability, so he smiled and said, Then this old master will wait and see. But before that, shouldn't little friend Yang return something to its original owner? That thing originally belonged to this old master, but little friend Yang accidentally obtained it many years ago. You mean this? Yang Kai casually grasped at the void, and a token immediately appeared in his hand. This token was carved with a lifelike dragon-shaped statue with a large dragon character on its front. This token was simple and unadorned. It was unknown what material it was made of, but it looked quite old. That's right. Tan Junhao's expression changed when he saw the token, and he nodded lightly. This Dragon Island medallion was an extremely precious treasure. Although it couldn't be used to refine equipment or concoct pills, it was the only proof for ordinary people to enter the Dragon Island. With this Dragon Island medallion, one could head to the Dragon Island and make a request that the Dragon Island could fulfill. Tan Junhao was already a third-order Emperor Realm Master, and above that was the realm of the Great Emperors. He knew that he wouldn't be able to pry into the path of the Great Emperors with his comprehension ability, but perhaps there was something on this mysterious Dragon Island that could allow him to break through his shackles. To him, the Dragon Island token was a great opportunity. Not to mention anything else, just getting a few drops of true dragon blood from the dragon race wouldn't be a problem. That was why he had been tracking down the whereabouts of this Dragon Island token all these years. Now that he saw that the Dragon Island token was indeed in Yang Kai's hands, he was naturally happy. But he was an old monster who had lived for countless years, so he had a calm temperament and didn't show any of it on his face. On the other hand, Wu Ming couldn't help but feel happy when he saw the Dragon Island token. He was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and with his aptitude and hard work, it would take him a long time to reach the third-order Emperor Realm. If he could get the Dragon Island token and go to Dragon Island, he might be able to break through immediately. But this token belonged to Tan Junhao, so even if he wanted it, he wouldn't dare to have any improper thoughts. Yang Kai played with the Dragon Island token for a while, then said after a moment of silence, "This young master has what you want, and you have the person I want. How about this? Let's make a deal." Tan Junhao smiled faintly and said, "A deal is built on the basis that both sides are equal. Little friend Yang, do you think you are qualified to make a deal with this old master?" Yang Kai's face turned gloomy. "Your words are meaningless. Do you want this Dragon Island token for free?" Tan Junhao chuckled. "That's not it. But little friend, please return the Dragon Island token first, and we can discuss the rest later." Yang Kai said, "Release the person first, and the Dragon Island token will be yours. This young master has no use for this bullshit token. Give me the Dragon Island token first." Tan Junhao remained unmoved, and a faint smile hung on his face, as if he was confident that he could get Yang Kai. "Release the person first," Yang Kai said fiercely. Since they couldn't reach an agreement with just a few words, Tan Junhao didn't waste any more time. He turned to Wu Ming and said, "Disciple, let little friend Yang see our bargaining chip, so that he won't feel that we aren't sincere." Wu Ming grinned and said, "Yes." Then he turned to Yang Kai and said, "Little bastard, I heard that this dragon lady is your mother-in-law?" The corners of Yang Kai's eyes twitched. Sister Hua, why did you reveal everything? It seems that you must have revealed the fact that I have the sealed world bead and the immortal tree." However, this couldn't be blamed on her. In the face of absolute power, Hua Qingxi couldn't resist at all. She couldn't even remember what she said to Tan Junhao. That was definitely an extremely sinister secret technique that could force Hua Qingxi to reveal the secret in her heart. "If you dare to hurt a single strand of her hair, you're dead meat," Yang Kai said in a deep voice. Wu Ming chuckled and said, "Don't worry. How can I bear to hurt such a beauty? I like her a lot. If Master didn't stop me, I would have taken her as my concubine long ago." Chi was also a rare beauty, and she had a flirtatious charm. Although she wasn't as charming as Shan Qing Luo, she was more mature. If not, Sky Crane City's city lord, Luo Jin, wouldn't have fallen in love with her at first sight and forced her to marry him. As Wu Ming spoke, he extended his hand and gently stroked Chiyu's face. Chiyu's delicate body trembled violently, and her eyes were filled with disgust. However, her cultivation was sealed, and her body was restrained, so she couldn't resist at all. She could only clench her teeth and close her eyes. "You dare!" Yang Kai was furious. This bastard actually dared to tease his mother-in-law right in front of him. How could he tolerate this? With a tap of his foot, he pounced straight at Wu Ming. Wu Ming's face also changed when he saw this. He had suffered a loss at Yang Kai's hands before, so he knew that this little brat wasn't someone to be trifled with. He hurriedly retreated with Chiyu. Tan Junhao blocked with his body, and with a wave of his sleeve, a 5-colored light blade suddenly formed and slashed towards Yang Kai. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk a series of loud bangs rang out, and the world energy in the surroundings became violent. Yang Kai was forced to retreat step by step, and the 5-colored light blade was completely shattered. Tan Junhao narrowed his eyes and couldn't help but praise. "Little friend Yang is truly amazing. This old master has underestimated you." He originally thought that a trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master could be subdued by the 5 Elements Array, but he didn't expect that Yang Kai would be able to match the power of the Spirit Array. His heart couldn't help but tremble. How could a First-Order Emperor Realm Master possess such strength? If he was allowed to grow to the Third-Order Emperor Realm, who in this world could be his opponent except for the Great Emperors? Chapter 2694. Now that you know this young master, you better let her go quickly, otherwise I'll twist your head off and use it as a urinal. Yang Kai suppressed the boiling blood in his heart and gritted his teeth. Tan Junhao shook his head slightly. Seeing his honored master protecting him, Wu Ming's fear was greatly reduced, and he coldly snorted, "Little beast, aren't you arrogant? Show me how arrogant you are." Saying so, he reached out and grabbed Chiyu's long hair, pulling her back. Chiyu immediately exclaimed as her body rose slightly, her breasts rising slightly. Wu Ming grinned as he circulated his Emperor Qi, a light blossoming from his fingertips as he slowly pointed towards Chiyu's chest, glaring at Yang Kai as he said, "This is your mother-in-law. Why don't we admire your mother-in-law's figure together?" As soon as his words fell, His fingers suddenly swiped downwards. With a tearing sound, Chiyu's clothes suddenly tore open, revealing her snow-white skin that was more than 3 fingers wide. It seemed that because of anger and a little bit of shyness, a faint dark red appeared on her snow-white skin. Wu Ming was one thing, but the key was that Yang Kai was Shan Qing Luo's man, and she was Shan Qing Luo's adoptive mother. Being humiliated like this in front of Yang Kai, and even exposing a part of her body to Yang Kai, even if Chiyu was from the monster race, she couldn't bear it. Yang Kai's eyes narrowed sharply. Wu Ming, on the other hand, was unscrupulously admiring her body, but unfortunately, although her clothes were torn, they still blocked his view of her vital parts, making it impossible for him to see them clearly. With a look of excitement, Wu Ming reached out his hand, as if he wanted to pick up her clothes and carefully admire her most delicate parts. "That's enough," Yang Kai shouted. Wu Ming remained unmoved. Yang Kai angrily snapped, "If you dare touch her again, you won't get anything you want today." Tan Juanhao, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines, frowned and raised his hand. Wu Ming's movements immediately stopped, and a trace of regret appeared on his face. Chiyu also couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If she had really allowed Wu Ming to take off her tattered clothes, she probably wouldn't have the face to see Wu Ming and Shan Qing Luo in the future. Although her current situation was somewhat awkward, at least she had only exposed some skin. For a member of the monster race, this wasn't a big deal. Little friend Yang should understand this old master's sincerity, yes? Tan Junhao looked towards Yang Kai calmly. Yang Kai sneered, a dignified elder of Star Soul Palace. "It's really an eye-opener for me to be so despicable." Tan Junhao said, "Little friend, there's no need to be sarcastic. Those who do big things don't bother about trifles. You should understand this principle. I only saw 2 despicable people bullying a woman who had no strength to fight back. He actually dares to boast shamelessly about not bothering about trifles. What a joke." Tan Juanhao smiled faintly and said, "It's fine. As long as you can give the Dragon Island medallion to this old man, everything is negotiable." As he spoke, he extended his hand towards Yang Kai. Yang Kai gritted his teeth and harumphed. He channeled his emperor's core into the Dragon Island medallion and threw it towards Tan Juanhao. Now that things had come to this, he had no other choice. If he still didn't compromise, Chiyu might really be stripped naked by Wu Ming and exposed in front of him. How was he going to explain to Shan Qing Luo when he saw her in the future? He really didn't care about a mere Dragon Island medallion. If it wasn't for Hua Qingxi's reminder, he would have almost forgotten about it. The reason why he didn't want to give it back was because he wanted to bring Chiyu back first. The Dragon Island medallion turned into a ray of light. Mixed with an abundant and irresistible power, Tan Juanhao reached out his hand and caught it. He rubbed it carefully a few times and nodded. "Yes, this is the medallion." Yang Kai shouted, "I've returned the Dragon Island medallion to you. You should let her go now, right?" Tan Juanhao smiled. "There's no hurry." Yang Kai immediately opened his eyes wide and said, "Old dog, how dare you go back on your words?" Wu Ming laughed. "Master didn't say that I'll let her go if you return the Dragon Island medallion. Master said that everything can be discussed if you return the medallion. There's no discussion, so how can I go back on my words?" Seeing Yang Kai's deflated appearance, Wu Ming's mood brightened greatly, as if he had just taken his revenge. Yang Kai's expression turned ugly when he heard that. He kept changing his expression and slapped his thigh in annoyance, as if he had been tricked. "Ha ha ha ha." Wu Ming finally couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Old dog, what else do you want? I've already returned the Dragon Island medallion to you. Don't force me anymore. Otherwise, I'll fight you to the death." Yang Kai gritted his teeth. Tan Juanhao said, "I want to ask for something from you. Don't worry, as long as you fulfill my wish, I'll return this lady to you immediately." "What is it? Tell me about it." Yang Kai looked uneasy, as if he was a little flustered. Tan Juanhao smiled faintly. His lips moved, and he transmitted his voice, a bead. It's said to be a small world of its own. Sure enough, Sister Hua had exposed the existence of the sealed world bead. However, judging from Tan Juanhao's secretive look, it seemed that he didn't want Wu Ming to know about it. After all, the sealed world bead itself was an extremely precious secret treasure, not to mention the existence of the immortal tree. Even though they were master and disciple, Tan Juanhao didn't want Wu Ming to know about the immortal tree. He didn't want Wu Ming to covet it. "I don't understand what you're talking about," Yang Kai said seriously with a straight face. Tan Juanhao continued to transmit his voice. My traitorous disciple has already told me all your secrets. You don't have to hide anything. The Dragon Island medallion is only secondary to this old master's scheme against you. What this old master really wants is that bead. As long as you can fulfill this old master's request, this old master will be very grateful. In the future, if you have any requests, this old master will fulfill them. This old master is an elder of the Star Soul Palace. In the Southern Territory, there's nothing this old master can't do. Yang Kai shook his head like a rattle and said, I don't have that kind of thing. Tan Juanhao's face sank, and he said, It seems that you refuse a toast only to be forced to drink a forfeit. He had always been polite, but after Yang Kai repeatedly refused to hand over the sealed world bead, he suddenly showed signs of turning hostile. It was obvious how attractive the sealed world bead was to him. On the side, Wu Ming saw that Tan Juanhao and Yang Kai were constantly communicating with each other through divine sense, and he couldn't help feeling puzzled. He didn't know what his honored master was trying to hide from him, and he immediately felt a little dissatisfied. However, he didn't dare to show it and could only keep it in his heart, secretly planning to find an opportunity to ask after he dealt with Yang Kai. Yang Kai said with a helpless look, How can I give you something I don't have? Tan Juanhao coldly snorted and winked at Wu Ming, saying, Little friend Yang isn't willing to fulfill this old master's wish, so you can do whatever you want with this dragon lady. Wu Ming's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he said with great joy, Thank you, honored master. Saying so, he reached out to grab Chiyu's chest. Wait. Yang Kai hurriedly shouted. Tan Juanhao raised his hand and shook off Wu Ming's big hand. Wu Ming looked annoyed, but he didn't dare to resist. Little friend Yang, have you changed your mind? Tan Juanhao looked at Yang Kai with shining eyes. Yang Kai scratched his cheek, sniffed, and said, I seem to have remembered something. There is such a thing. Tan Juanhao's eyes flashed, and he said eagerly, Since you have remembered, then give it to this old master. If he could obtain the sealed world bead and the immortal tree inside, he wouldn't care about the Dragon Island token. It was rumored that after refining the immortal tree, one would obtain an immortal and indestructible body. At that time, one would definitely be able to become great emperors. Yang Kai snorted and said, But this young master doesn't trust your credibility. Tan Juanhao immediately replied, Don't worry, as long as you can give that thing to this old master, you can take this dragon lady away immediately. Are you serious? Yang Kai asked with a frown. Tan Juanhao raised his hand and said, If I violate this oath, may I be struck by lightning. Yang Kai curled his lips and said, If an oath is useful, what is the point of cultivating? However, you are an elder of Star Soul Palace, so this young master will believe you once more. Tan Juanhao smiled and said, Little friend Yang is a straightforward person, so this old master will not disappoint you. Yang Kai sighed and flipped his palm, summoning a longan-sized bead on his palm. This bead looked ordinary at first glance, but it gave off a strange fluctuation of space force. Tan Juanhao's eyes immediately widened as he stared at the sealed world bead without blinking, sweeping it with his divine sense and carefully examining it. With his cultivation and experience, he could naturally see that this bead was extraordinary at a glance and immediately understood that this was the so-called sealed world bead. Just the space artifact alone was not a big deal, but the key was what was inside. Not everyone could refine the space artifact, but Tan Juanhao believed that with his strength, it shouldn't be a problem for him to open it slightly and take out the immortal tree inside. Wu Ming was also looking at it, but his brow was furrowed. He didn't know why his honored master valued this bead so much, even more than the Dragon Island token. He vaguely felt that his honored master's real purpose this time was not the Dragon Island token, but this strange bead. This young master obtained this thing a long time ago, and it was a gift from a friend. Now, I am handing it over to Elder Tan, and I hope Elder Tan can treat it with caution. Yang Kai seemed to have accepted his fate and looked at the sealed world bead in his hand reluctantly. Even the way he addressed Tan Juanhao had changed. Tan Juanhao said, Don't worry, this old master will naturally be careful with such a treasure. From now on, little friend is this old master's friend. Yang Kai clenched his hand and said, Before that, I have a presumptuous request. Tan Juanhao frowned and said, What is it? Yang Kai said, I hope that Hua Qingxi can leave Elder Tan's tutelage and become a free person. Wu Ming snorted and said, Wishful thinking. That bitch did something that let honored master down. It's already a mercy that we didn't kill her, and she still wants freedom? Yang Kai looked at him coldly and said, "Can you make a decision for Elder Tan?" Wu Ming's expression changed, and he quickly cupped his fists at Tan Juanhao and said, "Honored master, I didn't mean it that way." Tan Juanhao waved his hand and said, "This old master knows." He was also relieved. He wasn't afraid of Yang Kai's request. After interacting with Yang Kai several times, he could tell that Yang Kai was a person who valued friendship and righteousness. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to make Yang Kai surrender and obediently hand over the Dragon Island token and the sealed world bead with Chiyu alone. In Tan Juanhao's opinion, this request was reasonable. With Yang Kai's behavior and character, he would indeed make such a request. He nodded and said, "This old master approves. From now on, Hua Qingxi is no longer my disciple and has nothing to do with me." Chapter 2695. Yang Kai shook his head and said, "It's useless for you to say this to me. Elder Tan, please tell Hua Qingxi directly. Since this spirit array is under your control, you should be able to contact her, right?" Tan Junhao frowned and appeared a little impatient. "Little friend Yang, please forgive this old master for not being able to agree to this request." "Why?" Yang Kai frowned. Tan Junhao explained, "Right now, Private Room 1 is isolated from this old master's spirit array and is not under this old master's control. This old master's voice cannot reach that place. If it was just now, he could have done this, but with Gong Tai's actions and the deployment of his spirit array, Private Room 1 was completely out of his control. A spirit array's ability could be easily discerned." "Is that so?" Yang Kai was surprised, but he was overjoyed. If that was the case, there was no need to worry about the safety of Hua Qingxi and the others. Originally, he thought that since Hua Qingxi and the others had been poisoned by the heart-urging insect, their life and death were in Tan Junhao's hands. Now that he heard Tan Junhao's explanation, he was naturally overjoyed. Since Private Room 1 was not under his control, and even his voice could not reach that place, it would be impossible to control the heart-urging insect to harm them. From the looks of it, saving the head of the Gong family was a blessing in disguise. All right, this old master has satisfied all of little friend Yang's requests. Now it's little friend Yang's turn to fulfill this old master's wish. Tan Junhao looked at Yang Kai. Yang Kai sighed heavily and said helplessly, "I hope I didn't mistrust Elder Tan." Saying so, he seemed to accept his fate and flicked the sealed world bead towards Tan Junhao. Tan Junhao's eyes lit up, and he hurriedly reached out to grab the sealed world bead. He did not see what Yang Kai did to the sealed world bead. In other words, he seemed to be willing to hand over the sealed world bead to redeem his mother-in-law. But for some reason, just as he was about to grab the sealed world bead, Tan Junhao suddenly felt a sense of uneasiness in his heart. At his level of strength, he was particularly reliant on his intuition. So as soon as he sensed something was wrong, he hurriedly circulated his Emperor Qi to protect himself. His eyes were fixed on the sealed world bead, just in case. At this moment, a black vortex suddenly appeared in front of the sealed world bead. It was like a void corridor that connected the two worlds. Immediately after, from that black vortex, an incomparably huge fist leisurely stretched out. On that fist, there were numerous bone-like existences that stood upright. They were ferocious and terrifying, like numerous sharp spears, and as the fist bombarded him, it directly attacked him. Tan Junhao's expression changed greatly in an instant. His eyes widened as he hurriedly raised his palms to meet the attack. "Ha ha ha ha!" A loud laugh rang out as Yang Kai followed closely behind the sealed world bead. "Even if you're as cunning as a ghost, you still have to drink this young master's foot-washing water. Old dog Tan die." At this moment of life and death, Tan Junhao's mind flashed as he immediately recognized what the huge fist was. He exclaimed, "The stone mongoose." From the secrets revealed by Hua Qingxi, Tan Junhao knew that Yang Kai had a stone mongoose hiding in the sealed world bead all year round. It was said that the stone mongoose was extremely tall. It was like a small mountain. However, Hua Qingxi also said that although the stone mongoose was extremely strong, its true strength was only comparable to a first-order Emperor Realm cultivator. As long as one used their movement skills to deal with it, they would be able to escape. It was not difficult to deal with. Therefore, Tan Junhao had never taken the so-called stone mongoose seriously. He was a third-order Emperor Realm cultivator, so even if the stone mongoose was strong, it would be useless if it couldn't hit him. When he saw the huge fistful of barbs just now, he didn't think about it at all. Although he remembered it now, it was too late. What made him even more frightened was that the power of this fist was not something a First-Order Emperor Realm cultivator could produce. Even a Third-Order Emperor Realm cultivator, like him, would not dare to take it lightly. Not only that, the stone mongoose's fist seemed to be mixed with another kind of power, a power that made him tremble in fear. Tan Junhao did not know that the stone mongoose was already refining the stone fire source. Once it was done, it would become a divine spirit stone fire. Although it was not done yet, the power of this punch already contained a trace of the divine spirit's power, which was enough to crush an ordinary emperor chi. The stone mongoose was still sleeping and refining the stone fire source, so it would take at least 1 or 2 hours for it to finish refining. However, it was Yang Kai's embodiment and was connected to Yang Kai. Yang Kai could use his soul to connect with the sealed world bead and control it to attack Tan Junhao. The fist that came out of the sealed world bead was the result of Yang Kai's control. The price he paid was not small either. The divine sense in his knowledge flowed out like a flood, giving Yang Kai a splitting headache. Tan Junhao was already shocked by the power of the fist, and when he heard Yang Kai's shout, his mind was in chaos. He waved his hands, and countless 5-colored light blades gathered in front of him to meet the embodiment's fist. At the same time, he quickly retreated. Hong. The 5-colored light blades were shattered, but the huge fist continued forward without slowing down. The sharp barbs broke through Tan Junhao's protective emperor chi and pierced into his body. A violent force poured out and sent him flying. Blood splattered everywhere, and it was unknown whether he was dead or alive. Yang Kai, on the other hand, went straight for Wu Ming. Although he shouted for old dog Tan to die, in fact, he didn't intend to find trouble with Tan Junhao at all. For the current plan, the first priority was naturally to rescue Chiyu, and the rest could be planned slowly. Therefore, when Yang Kai rushed in front of Wu Ming did not react. Their eyes met, and Wu Ming shouted, his face turning pale as he shouted, "Don't come any closer, or I'll kill her." Saying so, he flicked his wrist and an emperor artifact appeared in his hand, which he slashed towards Chiyu. "Condense!" Yang Kai shouted. Space principles fluctuated, and the space around Wu Ming and Chiyu instantly froze. The artifact sword that was slashing towards Chiyu also paused for a moment. In that instant, Yang Kai had already snatched Chiyu back from Wu Ming's control and kicked Wu Ming in the head. With a scream, Wu Ming was sent flying, tumbling in the air, before crashing heavily to the ground, many of his teeth falling out. Wu Ming was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, so even if he was no match for Yang Kai in a life-and-death battle, it was impossible for him to be sent flying in a single exchange. However, he had been taught a lesson by Yang Kai before, so he had long been afraid of Yang Kai. Now that he saw his honored master suffer such a big loss, how could he still have the heart to fight with Yang Kai? His heart was filled with fear, so he naturally had no strength to fight back. "Senior, are you okay?" Yang Kai swept Chiyu with his divine sense to check her condition. Chiyu's face was slightly red as she tightened the tattered clothes on her body and shook her head. "I'm fine. It's just that my cultivation has been sealed." Yang Kai still wanted to say something, but his face suddenly turned cold. He raised his head and looked in a certain direction, gritting his teeth. "You're really tenacious." As expected of a third-order Emperor Realm Master. In that direction, an extremely strong aura suddenly spread out. From the darkness, Tan Junhao walked out step by step. He no longer had his previous sage-like appearance. His face was ferocious, as if he wanted to eat someone, and his eyes were filled with hatred and anger. There were several large holes in his body, and his chest was slightly sunken. This should be the result of the embodiment's punch just now. The embodiment's punch was not something anyone could withstand. However, at this moment, he had used some unknown method to stop the bleeding, but his black robes were covered in blood. "Junior, you dare to bully me? You deserve to die." Tan Junhao gnashed his teeth and roared. His voice was like a cold wind blowing from the 9 nether purgatory, making people shudder. As he spoke, he formed a series of seals with his hands. Chiyu, who was standing next to Yang Kai, suddenly let out a muffled groan and let out a tragic cry. Yang Kai was shocked and turned his head to look. He saw a bulge on Chiyu's neck that was rapidly moving under her skin, as if something was swimming inside. "Heart-urging insect," Yang Kai whispered. Chiyu's current situation was the same as Hua Qingxi's. She had clearly been implanted with a heart-urging insect. Tan Junhao was now furious and obviously wanted to kill Chiyu in revenge. Despicable. Yang Kai cursed. He stretched out his hand, and the sealed world bead immediately flew back. With a slight movement of his divine sense, Chiyu beside him immediately disappeared. She had been sent into the sealed world bead. Tan Junhao, who was activating the heart-urging insect, frowned. He felt that the connection between him and the heart-urging insect was suddenly cut off. He gritted his teeth and cursed. Damn it. The sealed world bead was a separate world. Yang Kai had repeatedly collected source strength to perfect the world principles of the sealed world bead. Although the heart-urging insect was powerful, it was in two separate worlds. Tan Junhao couldn't control the heart-urging insect to work for him unless he had the ability to break the world principles of the sealed world bead and transmit his thoughts into it. Even the great emperors might not be able to do such a thing, let alone Tan Junhao. Haha. Yang Kai laughed and sent his divine sense into the sealed world bead. He found that after being sent in, Chiyu's expression had become much more peaceful. The heart-urging insect surging on her neck had also quickly calmed down. He knew that his method was correct, and there was no more worry. Tan Junhao, on the other hand, was livid, as if his parents had died. He had planned everything well, but who would have thought that when he really faced Yang Kai, he would suffer losses everywhere? He was very depressed. Damn Gong Tai! He cursed again in his heart. If he knew that Gong Tai had such ability, he would have captured him earlier. Now that Gong Tai had stabilized the space in room 1 with the power of the spirit array, he was powerless to do anything to the people inside. Now room 1 was like the sealed world bead. It had become an independent space, and was not something he could control. If not for that, there were still a few hostages over there that he could use to threaten Yang Kai at any time. This was also the reason why he didn't interfere with Hua Qingxi sending the hostages over at the auction. In any case, he could get them back at any time. One wrong move, and the whole game was lost. Life was really like a game of chess. Old Dog Tan, what other tricks do you have? You might as well use them all, lest you die with regrets. Yang Kai was in a good mood and sneered. Chapter 2696. His main goal was to stall for time. Just now, when he controlled his embodiment to launch a punch from the sealed world bead, Yang Kai had consumed too much of his divine sense and was still suffering from a headache. The soul-warming lotus was currently taking effect, filling Yang Kai's mind with a cool sensation, rapidly restoring his consumed divine sense. Tan Junhao was already seriously injured. The punch from the embodiment was not easy to take. Even if Tan Junhao was at his peak, Yang Kai still had the confidence to fight, not to mention that Tan Junhao was not at his peak. Yang Kai had never met this man before, yet he had plotted against him. Yang Kai was determined to kill him here and now. Junior, you're courting death. Tan Junhao shouted angrily. He raised his hands and grit his teeth. You dare to disobey this old master? Today, this old master will let you die with understanding. As soon as his voice fell, a group of figures suddenly appeared and gathered around him. Yang Kai frowned and looked at these figures. He soon discovered that these people were all from the Emperor Realm. Although most of them were First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, there were also a few Second-Order Emperors. Many of them looked familiar and seemed to be the sect masters and elders of the various sects who had participated in the auction. There were quite a few of them, about 20 to 30. These people from the Emperor Realm appeared mysteriously, and all of them looked confused. After Tan Junhao activated the spirit array, they were all separated and placed in an endless darkness. They had been looking for a way out, but they could not find it. An inexplicable force appeared and dragged them all here. When they turned their heads, they immediately saw Yang Kai and Tan Junhao. Seeing the injuries on Tan Junhao's body, these people from the Emperor Realm were secretly shocked. Tan Junhao was currently exuding the powerful aura of a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master, but he was still injured, and his injuries looked quite serious. Besides him, only Yang Kai was standing there. Could this injury be caused by that young man named Yang Kai? How could a First-Order Emperor Realm Master injure a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master? Elder Tan. A middle-aged man looked at Tan Junhao carefully and suddenly exclaimed. He stepped forward and cupped his fists. Greetings, Elder Tan. Why are you here? Tan Junhao glanced at him and nodded. You recognize this old man? The middle-aged man smiled apologetically. More than 10 years ago, This one was fortunate enough to be rewarded by the Star Soul Palace and entered a heaven-grade secret ground to cultivate for a while. Back then, I saw Elder Tan from afar. I'm afraid Elder Tan doesn't remember me. Although this middle-aged man was also a sect master, he was only a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, and his sect was only a second-class sect in the entire Southern Territory. Facing an elder of Star Soul Palace, how could he dare to be careless? It was also because of the reward he received from Star Soul Palace that he was fortunate enough to break through to the Emperor Realm by cultivating in a heaven-grade sealed area. He was grateful to the Star Soul Palace, and now that he saw an elder of the Star Soul Palace, he was naturally very respectful. Tan Juanhao nodded slightly and did not say anything. However, the middle-aged man's words shocked the others quite a bit. Elder Tan, Star Soul Palace. Could it be? Even though most of the people from the Emperor Realm didn't recognize Tan Juanhao, they had never even seen him before. But at this moment, they had some guesses. Star Soul Palace was the sect of the Great Emperors, and to become an elder, one had to be at least a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master. Even in the Star Soul Palace, there weren't many Third-Order Emperor Realm Masters, only a few in total. They had never seen Tan Juanhao before, but they had heard of his name. Everyone's heart trembled as they stepped forward and cupped their fists. Greetings, Elder Tan. No need to be so polite. Tan Juanhao waved his hand slightly, fully displaying the attitude of a master. The middle-aged man who spoke earlier said with a sullen face, Elder Tan, who was so bold as to attack you. He even injured you. Tan Juanhao's face turned cold. He looked at Yang Kai and said, it was this little friend. This old man was careless and allowed him to sneak attack me. Yang Kai curled his lips when he heard this. What the middle-aged man said was true, and he did succeed in his sneak attack. But if the middle-aged man hadn't taken the initiative to look for trouble, he wouldn't have attacked a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master for no reason. The middle-aged man was furious when he heard this and shouted at Yang Kai, sure enough, it was you, you evil creature. Elder Tan is an elder of Star Soul Palace and has a revered status. Star Soul Palace is the overlord sect of our southern territory and protects the hundreds of millions of cultivators in our territory. It is an honor for you to meet Elder Tan, you little evil creature. Not only did you not know how to be grateful, you even launched a sneak attack. Hurry up and apologize. Elder Tan is a kind man and he may spare your life, but if you continue to be stubborn, we will kill you. His words were sonorous and forceful, powerful and resonant. Tan Juanhao was in a good mood when he heard this and smiled. On the other hand, the other people from the Emperor Realm had different expressions. They weren't like the middle-aged man who hadn't received much kindness from Star Soul Palace. Although they respected Star Soul Palace, they didn't need to kneel down and lick Tan Juanhao's boots. However, they couldn't refute anything and just stood quietly in place, looking at Yang Kai with sympathy. At the auction before, Yang Kai had mentioned a Star Soul Palace elder. Now, it seemed that this Star Soul Palace elder was Tan Juanhao. They really didn't know how he became enemies with Tan Juanhao. After offending Tan Juanhao, was there any way to survive in the Southern Territory? Young people were really hot-blooded and didn't know how to restrain themselves. Yo, I was wondering who it was. It turns out to be the friend from room 13 who ate 3 kilograms of shit. No wonder this place suddenly stinks. Yang Kai glanced sideways at the middle-aged man and reached out to fan the air in front of him. Ah, it's him. Did he really eat it? This. When the people from the Emperor Realm heard this, they all stared at the middle-aged man with wide eyes. Some of them even jumped to the side and opened up a distance between them and the middle-aged man, their faces full of disgust, as if they had really smelled the stench. In an instant, there was no one around the middle-aged man, as if they were separated by an invisible hand. Even Tan Juanhao frowned as he looked at the middle-aged man with a strange expression. You. The middle-aged man pointed angrily at Yang Kai, his face flushed red with shame and anger. What he had experienced in room 13 was simply the biggest insult in his life. At that time, he only felt that it was better to be killed by Yang Kai than to be humiliated like this. But the hatred in his heart made him drag out an ignoble existence and secretly planned to find an opportunity to take revenge. When Tan Juanhao used the power of the spirit array to teleport him here, he saw Yang Kai and guessed that Tan Juanhao's injury was related to Yang Kai. So he couldn't wait to be the first to jump out and use Tan Juanhao's name to put pressure on Yang Kai. Who would have thought that he would be severely humiliated by Yang Kai again? The disdainful and disgusted gazes from all around made him feel like he was being stabbed in the back. He wished he could find a hole to crawl into and hurriedly said, "Everyone, don't listen to this boy's nonsense. That person is not me." No one believed him. Everyone had heard what he said in the auction hall clearly, and now that they thought about it, it was indeed the same person's voice. "Little bastard, you and I are irreconcilable." Seeing no response, the middle-aged man knew that his reputation had been completely ruined. In the future, if anyone mentioned him, the first thing they would think of was eating 3 kilograms of shit. Yang Kai raised his head and curled his lips. "Sorry, this young master doesn't talk to people who eat shit. Please conduct yourself with dignity." Pooh! The middle-aged man's chi and blood surged, and he had nowhere to vent his anger. So he forced himself to spit out a mouthful of blood. His mind was in chaos, and he just wanted to kill Yang Kai right now to wash away his shame. So he gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "I'll kill you." With a flash of light, a sharp sword appeared in his hand, and he fiercely pushed his emperor chi, wrapped his body in sword light, and slashed at Yang Kai. Such a furious attack could be said to be the full strength of the middle-aged man's first-order Emperor Realm Master. Even many of the people from the Emperor Realm present couldn't help but feel a chill, not daring to underestimate him. On the other hand, Yang Kai showed a look of disdain and sneered arrogantly. A large heavy sword suddenly appeared in his hand, and with a lift of his wrist, he rested the heavy sword on his shoulder and said coldly, "Since you want to die, this young master will fulfill your wish. Die!" The middle-aged man roared, and almost all of his cultivation erupted. In the blink of an eye, he rushed in front of Yang Kai. Yang Kai stepped forward and raised his shoulder, and a sword light suddenly appeared on the myriad's sword. He raised the sword high and slashed forward without the slightest technique, but the power of this sword seemed to be able to shatter the sky, causing everyone to pale. Ci la, like a piece of golden silk being torn apart. The dazzling sword light that rushed in front of Yang Kai was suddenly split in two, passing by Yang Kai's sides. The dazzling light was instantly extinguished, and it fell heavily to the ground, rolling a long distance before gradually coming to a stop. C. A series of gasps rang out, and pairs of eyes filled with disbelief and shock. On both sides of Yang Kai's back, long trails of blood could be seen. On the ground, shattered internal organs were scattered, and further back, there was a corpse that had been split in half, lying on the ground. The power of that sword had actually split a First-Order Emperor Realm Master in half. And it seemed that Yang Kai had just casually attacked without using any strength at all. Although everyone knew that Yang Kai was strong, and thought that the middle-aged man couldn't possibly be Yang Kai's opponent, they didn't expect him to be so weak. No, it wasn't that he couldn't withstand a single blow. It was that Yang Kai was so strong that it defied common sense. At the auction, he had killed the old man from room 7 with one punch and one sword, which had already made everyone aware of his terrifying combat power, but only now did they realize that they had still underestimated him. Yang Kai shook the blood off his myriad sword and grinned. "This is a dangerous place. If you can leave, then leave. Do you still want to stay and watch the show?" Tan Junhao had suddenly brought so many people from the Emperor Realm here. Definitely not to let them watch the show. Tan Junhao was probably plotting something. Perhaps he wanted to use these people from the Emperor Realm to deal with him. Yang Kai didn't want to be enemies with so many people. His only target right now was Tan Junhao. Feeling the hostility in Yang Kai's words, and thinking about what had happened before, many people from the Emperor Realm couldn't help but shudder. Although they felt that this young man was domineering and arrogant, and even more so at the auction, he did have the qualifications to do so it was naturally unwise to make an enemy out of him. What's more, they had no enmity with Yang Kai, so how could they easily provoke him? Chapter 2697. Those who could cultivate to the Emperor Realm were not fools and naturally knew how to judge the situation. How could they be willing to intervene in the grievances between Yang Kai and Tan Junhao? Someone immediately cupped his fists and said, "Elder Tan, this one still has important matters to attend to and will take his leave first." Saying so, he turned around and left. The others glanced at each other, and also stepped forward to say goodbye. In the blink of an eye, more than half of the people had scattered, leaving behind some who frowned slightly and hesitated. They seemed to have realized that this trip was a blessing and not a disaster. If it was a disaster, they couldn't avoid it. Tan Junhao had summoned them here for no reason, and had even set up a spirit array in advance. Obviously, he wouldn't let them leave so easily. If they left now, they were afraid that they would offend Tan Juanhao. For a moment, they were annoyed and felt that they shouldn't have come to Flowing Shadow City to participate in the auction. Now that they were inexplicably involved in this mess, it was impossible for them to leave. Sure enough, seeing those from the Emperor Realm disperse, Tan Juanhao snorted and said loudly, "Do you think you can leave?" Those from the Emperor Realm stopped and turned to look at Tan Juanhao. The person who spoke earlier frowned and asked, "Elder Tan, what do you mean by this?" There was a faint questioning tone in his words. Even if Tan Juanhao was an elder of Star Soul Palace with a respected status and outstanding strength, there was no reason for him to restrict the freedom of these people from the Emperor Realm, right? The one who had a grudge against him was Yang Kai, not these people. But listening to the meaning of Tan Juanhao's words, it seemed something was wrong. Tan Juanhao said lightly, "It's nothing. It's just that this old master has set up a spirit array here. Without this old master's permission, no one can leave." Hearing this, everyone's face changed. The person who spoke earlier frowned and said, "Elder Tan, we respect you as an elder of Star Soul Palace. Star Soul Palace is the overlord of our southern territory, the sect master who protects the hundreds of millions of cultivators in our southern territory. Please advise us on what we should do to leave here." If someone else had done this, the Emperor Realm Masters here would have immediately turned hostile. Who could tolerate having their freedom restricted for no reason? But Tan Juanhao was different. Not only was he a powerful Third-Order Emperor Realm Master, but he was also an elder of Star Soul Palace. No one dared to be presumptuous in front of him. Therefore, even though this person was infuriated, he had no choice but to suppress his anger and ask for more details. "That's right, Elder Tan. Please give us some pointers." Someone immediately cupped his hands and echoed. Tan Juanhao smiled and said, "I want to leave this place. It's simple." He pointed at Yang Kai and said, "Help this old man kill him, and this old man will let you all leave this place." Everyone's eyes widened in an instant. The bitterness in their mouths was like eating 100 caddies of Coptis chinensis. Everyone had seen how Yang Kai had committed crimes several times before. They knew that this young man was very strong and not to be trifled with. No one in the Emperor Realm had the confidence to survive his attacks. Now, Tan Juanhao asked them to deal with Yang Kai. Wasn't this pushing them into the fire pit? Was this still a fucking elder of Star Soul Palace? In an instant, everyone felt as if the lofty and mighty signboard of Star Soul Palace had collapsed in their hearts. There was no need to mention how disappointed they were with Star Soul Palace. Star Soul Palace was the overlord sect of the Southern Territory. If the elders inside were so unreasonable and used their power to oppress others, who would still respect them? "Elder Tan, are you joking? We have no enmity with this little brother." "That's right, Elder Tan. Please be magnanimous and let us go." For a moment, the crowd was agitated, but facing Tan Juanhao, everyone restrained their anger and didn't dare to be too rude. Tan Juanhao remained unmoved. He said in a clear voice, "This boy is extremely disrespectful to this old man. Not only did he insult this old man, he also injured this old man's disciple and even stole this old man's precious treasure. If you can help this old man subdue him, this old man will thank you greatly in the future." So there was such a thing. Then he is in the wrong. That's right. Elder Tan is an elder of Star Soul Palace after all. He actually dared to insult Elder Tan and steal his precious treasure. He really shouldn't have done that. He needs to apologize. He definitely needs to apologize. The group of people clamored. On the surface, they were all agreeing with Tan Juanhao, but in fact, they didn't have the slightest intention and were just trying to smooth things over. No one was a fool. If they went to find trouble with Yang Kai just because of Tan Juanhao's empty promise, wasn't that the same as looking for trouble with their lives? Yang Kai looked on happily and couldn't help calling out at this time, "Old dog Tan, you are an elder of Star Soul Palace and your strength is higher than this young master's by 2 levels, yet you still want to invite helpers to deal with this young master. Do you have any shame? If you have the ability, don't involve innocent people and come fight this young master alone." As soon as this remark came out, everyone had a good impression of Yang Kai and felt that his words were reasonable. Why are you implicating innocent people like us in the grudge between the two of you? This Elder Tan is truly baffled. Tan Junhao's face sank as he glared hatefully at Yang Kai before sweeping his eyes over the crowd and saying, "Are you really not willing to help this old man?" Everyone's expression was awkward and their eyes drifted, but no one responded. However, the person who spoke first said with a look of indignation, "Elder Tan, don't make things difficult for others. Everything in the world is just a matter of reason. You and this little brother can solve your own problems. With Elder Tan's cultivation, it will be easy for you to take him down. There is no need for us to do anything." This man had a full beard and looked very heroic, not a scheming person. He was extremely displeased with Tan Junhao's actions, and at this moment, his words were full of sarcasm. Tan Junhao glanced at him coldly and suddenly formed a seal with one hand. The bearded man immediately screamed, as if he had suffered a serious injury. His whole body trembled violently as a bulge appeared on his neck and quickly moved under his skin. "What's going on?" Everyone was shocked and jumped away from the bearded man, fearing that they would be implicated. Brother Lu," a cultivator who was familiar with the bearded man shouted loudly. But the cultivator surnamed Lu acted as if he did not hear and continued to scream. Soon, his face turned pale and his whole body was soaked in sweat. Rip. He suddenly tore open the clothes covering his chest and opened his bloodshot eyes wide. He lowered his head to look at his chest and saw that the small bump under his skin was rapidly drilling towards his heart. What is this?" The cultivator surnamed Lu forced himself to breathe and glared at Tan Junhao. What did you do to me?" "Heart-urging insect." Yang Kai's face changed and he shouted in a low voice. Tan Junhao's hand seals did not change and he said lightly, "You dared to disobey this old master. So this is your fate." After a pause, he reminded, "Oh right, don't use your emperor's qi, or you will only die faster." But it was too late. The cultivator surnamed Lu had already activated his emperor's qi when he felt that something was wrong. Just as Tan Junhao said, the more he activated his emperor's qi, the faster the heart-urging insect moved. In the blink of an eye, it drilled into his left chest. A heart-wrenching pain spread throughout his body. The cultivator surnamed Lu roared and stabbed 2 fingers into his chest. In an instant, blood splattered everywhere. It seemed that he was trying to dig out the foreign object in his body. But before he could do anything, he heard a faint cracking sound. His heart meridian was broken, his eyes were wide open, and his body fell straight to the ground. Hiss! Everyone was shocked and they all gasped, only to feel that their hands and feet were cold. They did not see any signs of Tan Junhao attacking before. He only made a hand seal, and the cultivator surnamed Lu was already poisoned by the heart-urging insect. It was obvious that the heart-urging insect had been in the cultivator's body for a long time. If the cultivator surnamed Lu was poisoned, then what about him? The answer was soon revealed. Tan Junhao's hand seal changed again as he swept his gaze across the crowd. More than 20 cultivators from the Emperor realm let out a muffled groan as a small bulge appeared under their skin and rapidly moved towards their chests. "Elder Tan, when?" Many cultivators from the Emperor realm were in disbelief. They did not even know when they had been poisoned by the heart-urging insect. Recalling everything that had happened since they entered the auction, someone came to a sudden realization. That tea. Tan Junhao nodded lightly. That's right. This old master did something to the tea. Yang Kai was also shocked. At the same time, he felt a little relieved. Fortunately, he had been careful before coming here. When they were drinking tea in the private room, it was Yi Jinghan who had taken out the tea set and tea leaves to brew the tea. Otherwise, he would have been poisoned by the heart-urging insect like these people and been manipulated by Tan Junhao. Although the heart-urging insect was hard to guard against, the people from the Emperor realm were unable to detect anything wrong with it. It seemed that Tan Junhao had been cultivating these heart-urging insects for many years. Otherwise, they would not have been so powerful, and there would not have been so many of them. This old thing was indeed insidious and cunning. Even with his third-order Emperor realm cultivation, he still had to use these methods to deal with him. "Elder Tan, you're crazy." Someone glared at Tan Junhao. There were 20 to 30 cultivators from the Emperor realm present, spread across the territory of the Southern Territory. Once news of today's matter spread, Star Soul Palace would be the first to kill him. How could the great emperors of the Bright Moon Palace allow someone who dared to use such insidious methods to deal with the Emperor realm in the Southern Territory to tarnish Star Soul Palace's reputation? But after thinking about it, as long as they had the heart-urging insect in their bodies, who would dare to casually spread what happened today. After today, they were destined to become Tan Junhao's slaves, obedient to his every command. Thinking of this, everyone's hearts were filled with grief. They were filled with unwillingness and anger, but they had nowhere to vent it. How could they know that Tan Junhao was willing to do anything for the thing in Yang Kai's hands? As long as he could obtain the immortal tree, he could completely leave Star Soul Palace and find a place to refine it. Once he obtained an immortal and indestructible body, what could the great emperors of the Bright Moon Palace do to him? At that time, even if the truth came to light, he would not be afraid. It was because of this plan that Tan Junhao did not hesitate to use the heart-urging insect, and even killed the bearded man as a warning to others. This old master will reward whoever helps this old master kill him. Tan Junhao pointed his finger at Yang Kai. Now that he had torn apart his disguise, he no longer had any scruples and immediately gave orders to the people from the Emperor realm. Everyone looked at each other with bitter expressions. Chapter 2698. They did have the advantage in numbers, but if they really had to fight Yang Kai to the death, it was hard to say if even half of them would survive. No one was willing to use their own lives to create a chance for others. But if they didn't listen to Tan Junhao's orders, they would undoubtedly end up like the big man surnamed Liu. For a moment, everyone was in a dilemma. Tan Junhao naturally saw through their concerns and snorted coldly, changing his hand seals again. Many muffled groans sounded again. Everyone from the Emperor realm had a difficult expression, cold sweat dripping down their foreheads. The heart-urging goo insects under their skin were quickly drilling into their hearts. A few of them couldn't help but scream in pain. It was so shrill that it made one's hair stand on end. Goo insects in the heart, death is certain. Tan Junhao said indifferently, if anyone can help this old master kill this boy, this old master will expel the heart-urging goo insect and return his freedom. Using a stick and a date had always been the best way to enslave people. As an elder of Star Soul Palace, Tan Junhao was naturally very familiar with this method. As soon as this was said, many people's eyes lit up. This heart-urging goo insect was really too torturous. If it could really be expelled, it was worth a try. Most importantly, if they resisted Tan Junhao, they would definitely die, but if they faced Yang Kai, they would at least have a chance of survival. It was such a simple choice, but it left them with no other choice. Someone couldn't bear the pain and the temptation of Tan Junhao's promise and shouted, Elder Tan, you have to keep your word. Tan Junhao smiled slightly and said, of course, this old master will keep his word. Good. Then this Xia will lend Elder Tan a hand today. Who else is willing to advance or retreat with this Xia? As he spoke, he turned his head and looked around. Many people from the Emperor realm nodded. Now that they were powerless, what else could they do if they didn't agree? With everyone's support, the cultivator surnamed Xia's confidence immediately increased. He pushed his aura and his emperor chi surged. He was a second-order Emperor realm master. He roared loudly. As if to boost his courage, he pounced on Yang Kai. The others followed closely behind. In an instant, 20 to 30 figures turned into streams of light and attacked Yang Kai. In midair, secret techniques bloomed one after another as Emperor artifacts were summoned one after another, transforming into multicolored rays of light that slashed towards Yang Kai. Some people even muttered as they attacked, "Little brother, please don't blame us. We had no choice." Suddenly facing so many people from the Emperor realm, the pressure on Yang Kai also increased sharply, as if a mountain was pressing down on his chest, making it hard for him to breathe. However, he still raised his head to the sky and roared, overcautious, what is the Emperor realm? If you don't have the courage to fight to the death, then don't start a war. Arrogant brat, die for me. Not everyone felt guilty towards Yang Kai. Previously, Yang Kai's actions at the auction had already angered everyone, and now, because of him, they were being controlled by Tan Junhao. Being poisoned by the heart-urging insect, the person who spoke did not dare to have any resentment towards Tan Junhao. He only vented his anger on Yang Kai, thinking that as long as he killed Yang Kai, everything would be over. He did not show any mercy when he attacked. Hong Hong Hong. 20-30 ferocious attacks instantly enveloped Yang Kai's location. Each attack was a powerful technique of the Emperor realm. Many divine techniques were unleashed at the same time, and the scene was extremely chaotic. Tan Junhao's eyes narrowed. He knew that even with his cultivation, he would not be able to escape from serious injuries or even death in the face of such attacks. However, this brat surnamed Yang was proficient in the Tao of space. Although these attacks were fierce, they might not be able to do much to him. Although he had used the 5 elements expanse circle formation to seal this area, it only prevented Yang Kai from teleporting out of the formation. Within the formation, he could still come and go as he pleased. If not, why would he not hesitate to use the power of the Emperor Realm? He was confident that he could take down Yang Kai alone. After a short while, the dust settled. There was no one at the place where all the attacks converged. "Is he dead?" someone exclaimed. So many fellow cultivators attacked. Even if that brat had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would not have survived. Sigh, what a pity for such a genius. Ha ha ha, he dared to make an enemy out of Elder Tan. He really overestimated himself. He deserved to die. Someone laughed. Since Yang Kai was already dead, now was naturally the time to flatter Tan Juanhao. Perhaps if he was in a good mood, he would be able to get rid of the heart-urging insect in his body and give him back his freedom. Many people were annoyed. If they had known that Yang Kai was so easy to deal with, they would have used all their strength just now. Perhaps they could have won Tan Juanhao's favor. Puff, a strange sound was heard. Although it was faint, everyone present was from the Emperor Realm. They all had sharp ears and eyes. How could they not hear it? They all looked in the direction of the sound. When they saw what had happened, their expressions changed greatly. He saw a thick sword tip protruding from the chest of the last person who had spoken. A ghostly figure was standing behind him, revealing a cold and stern face. That person seemed to have felt the chill in his chest. He looked down and his eyes widened. Since you want to make an enemy out of this young master, you should all be prepared to die. Yang Kai's faint voice came from behind. In that person's ears, it was like the morning bell and evening drum, shaking his soul. Before he could react, Yang Kai exerted some force on his wrist, and with a loud bang, the man was directly cut in 2. Blood splattered everywhere as the 2 halves of his body and his internal organs rained down from the sky, causing everyone who saw this scene to tremble in fear. A First-Order Emperor Realm Master had been killed in such an inexplicable sneak attack. What was even more shocking was that no one knew how Yang Kai had escaped or how he had attacked. How could his opponent be such a mysterious person? Everyone felt a chill in their hearts. I forgot to remind you that this boy is proficient in the Tao of space. Tan Juanhao's voice sounded from the side. What? Space Force? Was that teleportation just now? I heard that people who are proficient in the Tao of space can come and go without a trace. They are extremely good at escaping and chasing. How? How can we kill such a person? Hearing Tan Juanhao say that Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, everyone's expression changed again. They all cursed Tan Juanhao in their hearts. Why didn't he remind them of such an important matter earlier? Instead, he only mentioned it after he killed them. Yang Kai was already strong enough. If it weren't for the heart-urging insect, no one present would be willing to listen to Tan Juanhao's orders and become his enemy. Now that they learned that he was proficient in the Tao of space and could even teleport, everyone's face turned ashen. They all had a feeling that they absolutely couldn't kill him. Don't worry, this old master has a foolproof plan. He will naturally help you, Tan Juanhao said leisurely. It was obvious that everyone was helping him, but from his mouth, it sounded like he was helping others. Yang Kai held the myriad sword and nodded at Tan Juanhao with a mocking expression. He then swept his gaze over the people from the Emperor Realm and shouted, I'm not targeting anyone, but everyone here is trash. Seeing that you were forced to do this young master has already shown mercy. If you continue to be stubborn, it won't be as simple as killing one person. Such arrogance angered many people, but they also knew that he was right. He had indeed shown mercy just now. With his elusive methods, he could have killed at least 3 or 5 people. It seemed that he really didn't want to start a massacre and stir up trouble. Scram to the side. Once this young master takes care of old dog Tan, you will all regain your freedom, Yang Kai shouted. Everyone couldn't help but be tempted. Tan Juanhao said in a low voice, Boy, you talk big. This old master is someone you can kill if you want to, HM? Before he could finish speaking, his face suddenly sank and he waved his sleeve forward, bringing with it a burst of light. Yang Kai suddenly appeared in front of him and slashed at him with his sword, hitting the burst of light and dispersing it. At the same time, he was knocked back by a powerful force. Everyone, what are you waiting for? Tan Juanhao shouted angrily. He was extremely wary of Yang Kai's elusive methods. If he hadn't been on guard just now, he would have been defeated. At this moment, seeing the hesitation on the faces of those from the Emperor realm, Tan Juanhao couldn't help urging them to hurry up. Everyone heard this, and although they were reluctant, they could only grit their teeth and rush forward. However, with the previous lesson, everyone held back 70% of their strength when they attacked this time, so as not to be caught off guard by Yang Kai again. With a rumbling sound, the brilliance of many secret techniques and Emperor artifacts bloomed again and bombarded Yang Kai. Yang Kai's figure flickered as he prepared to leave. But at that moment, Tan Juanhao grinned fiercely and a spirit array flag suddenly appeared in his hand, which he waved towards Yang Kai. From the void, a shockwave suddenly appeared and Yang Kai's disappearing figure was shaken out of thin air. Without waiting for him to stabilize his body, the attacks had already arrived at the same time. Yang Kai was shocked and quickly circulated his 5 elements indestructible sword qi. Even though these people from the Emperor realm had not attacked him with their full strength this time, there were still 20 to 30 attacks. If he were to take all of them head-on, he would definitely suffer. Yang Kai had not expected that the spirit array arranged by Tan Juanhao could actually break his space divine technique and had suffered a big loss. Now that it was too late to dodge, he could only desperately resist and dodge. The attacks came one after another, almost at the same time, causing the 5 elements indestructible sword qi around Yang Kai's body to tumble and dim as they bombarded his body, causing his 5 viscera and 6 organs to tremble and his blood to tumble. Seeing that his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art was about to collapse, Yang Kai could only grit his teeth and roar, dragon transformation. A golden light flashed behind Yang Kai as the figure of a giant dragon appeared. With a series of cracking sounds, Yang Kai's body was covered in dragon scales and his hands transformed into dragon claws, greatly increasing the defensive power of his body. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk the rest of the attacks came one after another, causing Yang Kai's figure to sway left and right, cutting a sorry figure. Asterisk poo. Asterisk coughing up a mouthful of golden blood. Even though Yang Kai had done his best to defend himself, blocking so many attacks was still too much for him, and his body was severely injured. He hit him. Someone muttered to himself as they stared blankly at the scene before them. Most people couldn't believe their eyes, seemingly not having expected that their attacks would really hit Yang Kai. After all, before this, his elusive figure had made it difficult for them to deal with him. But now, not only had they managed to hit him, they had even injured him. Chapter 2699. Tan Juanhao laughed. A trivial space divine technique is nothing to be afraid of. What are you waiting for? Kill him quickly. The second-order Emperor Realm Cultivator, surnamed Xia, heard this and waved his hand. Continue. Don't give him any time to catch his breath. Everyone's morale was greatly boosted as they made hand seals to activate their secret techniques and Emperor artifacts. Yang Kai's face turned cold as he glared at Tan Juanhao hatefully, thinking quickly in his heart. Now, as long as he got rid of Tan Juanhao, the rest of the people were nothing to be afraid of. They were only fighting with him because of the heart-urging goo. If Tan Juanhao died, there would be no one to threaten them with the heart-urging goo, and these people would naturally not make things difficult for him. With a plan in mind, Yang Kai raised his head and shouted angrily, "Old dog Tan." When he spat out the first word, he'd already pounced towards Tan Juanhao with a savage expression. A pair of tempest wings unfolded behind him, causing the sound of wind and thunder to sweep up as he transformed into an expanse of flowing light that charged before Tan Juanhao in the blink of an eye. The latter's expression changed slightly when he saw this. Facing dozens of people from the Emperor realm, not only was he not afraid, he was even crazier. This kind of courage and temperament was simply terrifying. He suddenly raised his hand, and a large amount of 5-colored light condensed in front of him, converging into a series of 5-colored light blades that slashed towards Yang Kai. This was the power of the Grand Circle 5 Elements Array, personally controlled by him, a third-order Emperor Realm Master. The power of each 5-colored light blade was equivalent to an attack from the Emperor Realm. Asterisk chi 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 chi. Asterisk countless 5-colored light blades flew towards Yang Kai, but Yang Kai didn't slow down in the slightest as he clapped his hands together and summoned a huge moon blade. This pitch-black moon blade pulsed with a strong space force fluctuation, as if a large half-moon had been bitten off by some unknown beast. The pitch-black color of this moon blade was similar to that of the void, and the aura it gave off was frightening. The Moonblade slash was unleashed, and the 5-colored light blades shattered one after another. It was as if a mirror had been shattered. They turned into fluorescent light and dissipated into the world. Tan Juanhao's eyes widened as he exclaimed in shock, "Spatial divine technique." This was the first time that he had seen Yang Kai use the space divine technique against the enemy, and he felt that his horizons had been broadened. He couldn't believe that the space divine technique had such destructive power. Just a single spatial blade was enough to break his technique. Yang Kai grinned evilly. Yes, it's the space divine technique. Die! He waved both of his hands, and many smaller moonblades than the previous ones flew towards Tan Juanhao. However, the number of moonblades was many times greater. Tan Juanhao's eyes narrowed. His hand seals changed rapidly as he shouted, "Power of the 5 elements, condense!" The 5-colored light gathered toward him once again, exuding the auras of metal, wood, water, fire, and earth. These auras were mutually reinforcing and counteracting each other, growing and multiplying endlessly. In an instant, a 5-colored light shield was formed in front of him, and it appeared to be impregnable. This was not the end of it. Tan Juanhao tapped his hand again, and a small shield flew out. It expanded with the wind and turned into the size of a door, directly blocking Tan Juanhao behind it. The shield exuded the aura of an Emperor artifact. It was obviously an extremely sturdy defensive Emperor artifact. It was obvious how fearful Tan Juanhao was under Yang Kai's fierce attack, which was why he had set up such an impregnable defense. Asterisk hong hong hong. Asterisk the moon blade slammed into the 5-colored light shield, causing it to flicker and dim in an instant. It lasted for less than a breath of time before shattering while the remaining moon blade was blocked by the Emperor artifact shield. No one hurt Tan Juanhao in the slightest. Yang Kai was about to attack again, but waves of violent energy surged from behind him. The attacks from the Emperor realm had also arrived. Gritting his teeth, he activated the space divine technique. He wanted to teleport away. However, Tan Juanhao waved the array flag in his hand again, and the shockwave in the air made it impossible for Yang Kai to escape. "Kill him for this old master!" Tan Juanhao yelled in exasperation. He thought that this time, his arrangements were perfect, and he had personally taken action. Dealing with Yang Kai, a trivial First-Order Emperor Realm Master, would be a piece of cake. Who would have thought that Yang Kai would be so valiant? Not only was he unable to take him down in a short time, he was even forced to panic. On the other hand, Yang Kai had been forced into such a fluster that he had even summoned his defensive Emperor artifact. He was a Third-Order Emperor Realm Master, so he really couldn't accept this fact. He didn't have the courage to confront Yang Kai head-on, so he could only command those from the Emperor realm to work for him. His teleportation was broken by Tan Juanhao for the second time, but Yang Kai didn't panic. He was already mentally prepared. Facing the dozens of attacks from secret techniques and Emperor artifacts, he moved his body up and down, dodging them again and again. Even so, he only managed to dodge less than half of the attacks. The rest of the attacks tore open his flesh and caused him to bleed profusely. If it weren't for his dragon form secret technique, he would have died in this round alone. After dragon forming, his defensive power had greatly increased, and the dragon scales on his body had blocked most of the attacks, allowing him to survive. He's still not dead, everyone was stunned. The first time they hit Yang Kai, they only used 30% of their strength, but this time, they used at least 70%. In this world, which First-Order Emperor Realm Master could withstand so many attacks and still remain standing? In an instant, many people felt awe in their hearts. The strong were respected no matter where they were. Yang Kai's performance was enough to make these masters from the Emperor realm feel moved and ashamed. If it weren't for Tan Juanhao and the heart-urging insect, they would definitely be on good terms with Yang Kai. But now they had no choice, and there was nothing they could do. In the aftermath, Yang Kai suddenly turned his head, his red eyes sweeping across the people from the Emperor realm one by one. Murderous intent surged from his body, so much so that it almost solidified. Previously, he had planned to capture the leader to capture all the bandits. Once he dealt with Tan Juanhao, everything would be settled. But now, it seemed that this plan wouldn't work. Tan Juanhao wasn't weak, and he was protected by a spirit array. It would really take a lot of effort to kill him. Moreover, if he focused on dealing with Tan Juanhao, the attacks from the Emperor realm wouldn't be something he could ignore. A few more rounds of attacks wouldn't be needed, just 2, and he really wouldn't be able to withstand it. Then I'll take care of you first. Yang Kai roared and stared at the cultivator surnamed Xia. This guy was a second-order Emperor Realm Master, and he showed no mercy in his attacks. The two most serious injuries on Yang Kai's body were his masterpieces, and the others were just following suit. He was the only one who was really going all out, as if he was hoping to show off in front of Tan Juanhao, so that the heart-urging insect would be removed and his freedom would be restored. The cultivator surnamed Xia met Yang Kai's eyes, and his scalp went numb. Seemingly aware of Yang Kai's thoughts, he actually hid in the crowd and waved his hand, shouting, "This brat is seriously injured and won't be able to hold on much longer. Everyone work harder." Yang Kai sneered and said, "Whoever makes a move will die." At the same time, his hands flew and his expression was solemn as he chanted, "Flowing time, great emperor's withering glory, like a shuttle, like a dream." A strange aura suddenly spread out, and the time of the entire world seemed to come to a standstill. A strange feeling of time not moving appeared in everyone's hearts. After a moment of absent-mindedness, by the time they reacted, Yang Kai had already fiercely slammed his palm in the direction of the cultivator surnamed Xia. The corrosive power of the flowing time great emperor suddenly erupted. The cultivator surnamed Xia couldn't dodge at all, and was hit by the flowing time great emperors like a shuttle seal. He spat out a mouthful of blood and flew backwards. Not only him, but the few people around him also became collateral damage. Just now, the cultivator surnamed Xia hid in the crowd out of guilt. Yang Kai's palm covered a large area, so he didn't care if it would affect others. In any case, these guys had attacked him before, so they were all irreconcilable enemies. This is not far away. Tan Junhao's eyes slowly widened as if he had thought of something. He stared at the cultivator surnamed Xia who was sent flying and carefully observed him, unwilling to miss a single detail. The cultivator surnamed Xia staggered to his feet, but he looked dispirited. Although there was no clue on his appearance, it was as if he had suffered a heavy blow. He raised his hands in a daze and saw that his two large hands were withering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The surging power of qi and blood in his body was also rapidly dissipating. It was as if endless time had flowed from his body for thousands of years in an instant. Gudong. The sound of gulping could be heard. Everyone felt their hair stand on end. What kind of divine technique was this? It could make a second-order Emperor Realm Master become so old and feeble in such a short time. Looking at the few people from the Emperor Realm who were implicated by the cultivator surnamed Xia, they found that they were all the same. Their hair rapidly turned from black to white, their cheeks sunken, and their eyes protruded. The clothes that were originally fitted to them had become empty because of their thin bodies. Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttle Seal. The divine technique of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. Tan Junhao shouted madly in his heart, his whole body trembling. As an elder of Star Soul Palace, his knowledge and experience was naturally not something that ordinary people from the Emperor realm could compare to. Previously, he was only suspicious, but after seeing the changes in the few people from the Emperor realm who were affected, he immediately recognized that Yang Kai had used the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttle Seal. It was rumored that this was a divine technique that involved the time principles. The time principles were more profound than the space principles, and were more difficult to comprehend. That's right, this brat had been to the Four Seasons realm, and that Four Seasons realm was a secret palace of the great emperors of the Flowing Time Great Emperor. It seemed that this Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttle Seal was his harvest in the Four Seasons realm. But how could someone be proficient in the space principles and also comprehend the time principles? What kind of terrifying comprehension and opportunity is this? What kind of monster did I provoke? In addition to his panic, Tan Junhao became more and more determined to kill Yang Kai here. If such a little monster was allowed to grow, how could he feel safe? If he was hit by the space divine technique, he might still have a chance to live. But if he was hit by the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttle Seal, even if he didn't die, his vitality would be almost depleted, and his lifespan would be greatly reduced. In the past, the Flowing Time Great Emperor used the Flowing Time Great Emperor's Shuttle Seal to run rampant in the world. He was simply invincible and famous. Chapter 2700. While everyone was still in a daze, Yang Kai had already flapped his wind and thunder wings and rushed into the crowd. The expressions of many cultivators from the Emperor realm changed drastically, and they all dodged. None of them had the confidence to fight him. Yang Kai laughed loudly, like a tiger in a flock of sheep. He directly pounced in front of the cultivator surnamed Xia, his body wrapped in sword light as he slashed at him. Although the cultivator surnamed Xia had been eroded by the flowing time Great Emperor, and his vitality had been greatly reduced, he was still a centipede. Sensing the incoming danger, he raised his hand and circulated his emperor chi fiercely. An emperor artifact in the shape of a flying dagger turned into a stream of light and shot towards Yang Kai while retreating in fear. However, even if he was at his peak, he would definitely not be Yang Kai's opponent, let alone now that he was seriously injured. Although the flying dagger emperor artifact that he used all his strength to launch seemed fierce, it only left a small wound on Yang Kai's waist. Yang Kai sidestepped the flying dagger emperor artifact and passed through the cultivator's body along with his sword. Pung. The cultivator surnamed Xia's entire body exploded into a mass of blood, leaving behind only a space ring that fell to the ground. Everyone looked over again and saw Yang Kai standing in the void, covered in blood. His entire body seemed to be made of blood. His cold and resolute face was filled with murderous intent, but he was grinning ferociously, revealing a mouthful of snow-white fangs. He was like a god of death descending upon the world, and no one dared to look directly at him. Undefeatable. Undefeatable. This thought appeared in everyone's mind. They felt that if they continued to be enemies with Yang Kai, they would definitely die. Although Yang Kai had killed a few people before, they were only First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, so they were nothing. However, the cultivator surnamed Xia was a genuine Second-Order Emperor Realm Master. Even a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master was like a chicken in front of him, so how could they be his opponent? The fear in their hearts increased greatly. Unexpectedly, no one dared to attack Yang Kai again. They all stood there in fear. Yang Kai swung his sword horizontally, unleashing a myriad of sword rays, riddling the Emperor Realm experts who had been struck by the flowing time Great Emperor's shuttlecock seal, killing them instantly. None of them had a cultivation as high as the cultivator surnamed Xia. After being hit by the shuttlecock seal of the flowing time Great Emperor, he was eroded by the principles of time and lost 80% of his strength. Before he could react, he followed in the footsteps of the cultivator surnamed Xiab. "You want to die, but you want to live." Yang Kai pointed his myriad sword. He shouted at the crowd. As soon as he said this, everyone was shocked and overjoyed. They didn't dare to be enemies with Yang Kai, but they had been poisoned by the heart-urging goo. If they didn't do anything, they were afraid that Tan Junhao wouldn't let them go. With Kai Yang's terrifying strength, how many people would be able to survive? At this moment, hearing Yang Kai's question, it sounded like he was going to spare their lives. Immediately, many people nodded and said, "We want to live, we want to live." After a lifetime of hard work, overcoming all obstacles, he had finally cultivated to the Emperor Realm and was admired by hundreds of millions of cultivators. Women, power, and wealth were all his desires. His good days had just begun, so who would want to die? "If you want to live, stand over there." Yang Kai raised his sword and pointed in a direction. Everyone looked at each other. They were hesitant. If they could live by standing over there, who would hesitate? The key was whether Tan Junhao was willing to let them go. Sure enough, when Tan Junhao saw Yang Kai instigate those from the Emperor Realm, he immediately said in a low voice, "If you listen to him, I'm afraid you won't be far from death." Yang Kai snorted coldly and glanced at Tan Junhao. A trace of disdain flashed in his eyes, and then he turned to look at the crowd. He said, "If you believe me, stand over there. I guarantee your safety. If you don't believe me, you can try attacking me again. Let's see if I can kill all of you." "Ignorant brat, you boast shamelessly. This old man wants to see how you're going to protect them." Tan Junhao sneered. This world had been suppressed and sealed by the 5 elements array, and everyone had been planted with the heart-urging insect. Life and death were all in his hands. Yang Kai was amazing. Don't even think about destroying his authority. Then open your dog eyes and see clearly. Yang Kai sneered and looked at the crowd again. "I'll give you 10 breaths of time. If you don't stand over there after 10 breaths of time, I'll kill you without mercy." Everyone's expression changed when they heard this, and their hearts were full of grievances. One Tan Junhao, one Yang Kai, were not people they could easily provoke. Now that they were implicated, the resentment in their hearts could be imagined. If they continued to follow Tan Junhao's orders, their chances of survival would be slim. But if Yang Kai could really protect them, they might as well give it a try. Most importantly, compared to Tan Junhao, Yang Kai was not as annoying. Although he was rampant, he still had some morals. In the beginning, he didn't want to start a massacre. He had no choice but to kill a few people just now. Everyone's thoughts were tumbling as they weighed the pros and cons. Yang Kai and Tan Junhao didn't urge them and just stood there quietly. Yang Kai didn't care. If these people didn't know what was good for them, he could just kill them all. If they could trust him just this once, he could at least preserve some of his strength. The price he would have to pay to kill these people was definitely not small, and there was also Tan Junhao eyeing him covetously. A third-layer Emperor Realm Cultivator was not so easy to deal with. "Young Master Yang, this mistress believes in you." Suddenly, a woman shouted and was the first to step forward, flying to the place Yang Kai pointed out. Yang Kai glanced at her and nodded slightly. He had a slight impression of this woman. When everyone was fighting with him just now, this woman didn't seem to use much strength. Obviously, she didn't want to offend him. When the woman saw him looking over, her red lips moved and she transmitted her voice. "This mistress is a friend of Xia Sheng." Yang Kai raised his brow and looked at her again. He understood that the reason she chose to believe him was not because she understood him, but because of Xia Sheng. She had probably heard of his name from Xia Sheng and knew that he was also a member of Azure Sun Temple. His heart moved and he transmitted his voice. "Since you are a friend of Xia Sheng, you are also a friend of Yang Kai. If I say I will protect you, I will protect you." The woman was overjoyed when she heard this. Feeling Yang Kai's confidence, she secretly felt that she had made the right bet this time. Although she didn't know what other tricks Yang Kai had up his sleeve, since he said so, he must have a way. Her heart moved and she shouted, "I'm afraid you don't know, but this young Master Yang is a core disciple of Azure Sun Temple and is highly valued by Master Wen Zishan. If today's matter were to spread, do you think there would be a place for you in the Southern Territory?" Azure Sun Temple? Everyone was shocked. It was the first time they had heard of such a thing. No wonder this boy surnamed Yang was so strong at such a young age. It turned out that he was a core disciple of Azure Sun Temple. Although Azure Sun Temple was not as strong as Star Soul Palace in the Southern Territory, it was still a top sect. Since Yang Kai was a core disciple of Azure Sun Temple, he could be trusted this time. Even if he died, it was his own choice. It was better than being ordered around by Tan Junhao. Thinking about it, many people immediately flew towards the woman and landed beside her. Suddenly, more than a dozen people responded to the woman's call. Although the rest of the people were hesitant, they still moved closer to the woman under the general trend. It wasn't that they were willing to believe in Kai Yang, but the main reason was that even though so many of them had joined forces, they still couldn't do anything to Kai Yang. Not only that, but they had also been completely annihilated by him. Now, the remaining people didn't dare to face Kai Yang again. Seeing this scene, Tan Junhao's face was immediately livid and he coldly snorted, "Are you sure you want to choose this way?" Everyone did not answer and looked at Yang Kai, thinking that if he had any means, he should use it quickly. Otherwise, with a thought from Tan Junhao, they would all die here. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Old dog Tan, this young master has the will of the people. How can your tricks be compared to this?" Tan Junhao was so angry that he vomited blood and gritted his teeth. "Very well. In that case, I can't let you live." He stared at the woman, obviously intending to kill her first as a warning to the others. Everyone's face changed greatly, and they all exclaimed, "Young Master Yang." "Don't worry." Yang Kai waved his hand and reached out, grasping at the void, and a small bell suddenly appeared in his palm. This small bell was simple and unadorned, with countless patterns of flowers, birds, fish, insects, mountains, and rivers engraved on it. As soon as this bell appeared, it exuded a very strong wild aura, giving people the illusion that they had suddenly returned to the Great Desolate Era. What is this?" Tan Junhao's hand paused as he stared at the mountains and rivers bell with wide eyes. Suddenly, there was a throbbing feeling in the depths of his heart as he instinctively felt the horror of this small bell. "Country bumpkin." Yang Kai glanced at Tan Junhao contemptuously and threw the mountains and rivers bell in the direction of the crowd, shouting, "Big, big, big." The mountains and rivers bell really grew in the wind and suddenly became larger than a house, falling down with a bang and enveloping everyone. "I don't care what the hell you are. Anyone who dares to betray this old man must die." Tan Junhao was completely irritated by Yang Kai's words and no longer had any scruples. He made a hand seal and was about to activate the heart-urging insect to kill all the people of the Emperor Realm who had betrayed him. Yang Kai watched with a sneer and crossed his arms in front of his chest, looking calm and unperturbed. In fact, he was still a little nervous in his heart. Although he knew that the Mountains and Rivers Bell had the reputation of suppressing rivers and mountains, and that it had the ability to protect heaven and earth, he was at most 70% sure that it could cut off the connection between Tan Jun Hao and those heart-urging insects. If it failed to cut off the connection, then the more than 20 people of the Emperor Realm, who were suppressed in the Mountains and Rivers Bell, would probably die with everlasting regret. However, under his observation, Tan Junhao's face suddenly changed, and an incredulous expression appeared on his face as he stopped changing hand seals. Yang Kai laughed and knew that his guess was right. The Mountains and Rivers Bell had indeed cut off the connection between him and the heart-urging insect. This is the rare treasure of prehistoric land, the Mountains and Rivers Bell? Tan Junhao bellowed. Yang Kai clapped his hands and praised. Old dog Tan, you have good eyesight. Sometimes, Yang Kai had to admire the knowledge of these old monsters who had lived for countless flowing time great emperors. They could often tell the origin of many things. This was probably the benefit of living for a long time. Chapter 2701. You actually obtained the Mountains and Rivers Bell? Tan Junhao exclaimed. Since he recognized the Mountains and Rivers Bell, how could he not know its origin? It was said that this bell was a prehistoric treasure that had been passed down since ancient times. Before this, it had always been in the savage, desolate ancient lands. Even the powerful saint spirits in the savage, desolate ancient lands were powerless to subdue this Mountains and Rivers Bell. Tens of thousands of years ago, there was a master from the Emperor Realm who entered the ancient wild ancient lands, and by chance obtained the recognition of the Mountains and Rivers Bell. He brought it out of the ancient lands. In less than 100 years, this third-order Emperor Realm Master peaked into the Great Tao and was promoted to the rank of Great Emperors. That person was the legendary Yuan Ding Great Emperors. In that era, Yuan Ding, who held the Mountains and Rivers Bell, was an absolute master, ranked in the top 3 among the Great Emperors. Unfortunately, he was killed by the heaven-devouring Great Emperors in the War of Great Emperors. Since then, this ancient exotic treasure had disappeared without a trace. It was rumored that this thing had been left behind in the Shattered Star Sea, but no one had seen it even after the Shattered Star Sea had opened countless times over the past tens of thousands of years. Tan Junhao never expected that this thing would shine so brilliantly in Yang Kai's hands after tens of thousands of years. The Shattered Star Sea had only opened a few years ago, so it seemed that this little brat surnamed Yang had entered the Shattered Star Sea and obtained the Mountains and Rivers Bell from there. He had the Sealed World Bead, a small world treasure, and the Immortal Tree. Now, even the Mountains and Rivers Bell had appeared in his hands. Any one of these treasures would be a great fortune for an ordinary person. But now, they were all gathered in the hands of a single person. Is he even human? What kind of heaven-defying opportunity and fortune would it take to obtain all these treasures in one fell swoop? The corners of Tan Junhao's eyes twitched as he felt a faint fear in his heart. No matter how he looked at it, Yang Kai was not an ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Not to mention his extraordinary combat power, his luck was not something an ordinary person could possess. Such existences were all people with great fortune. They were often able to walk a path that hundreds of millions of cultivators could not, overcoming all obstacles along the way. Standing at the pinnacle of martial arts. Such an existence was definitely not something that could be wiped out by some small disasters. Was it really a wise choice to shed all pretense of cordiality with him and make such a big fuss? The hesitation only lasted for a moment. Tan Junhao's expression became firm and ferocious. Presently, he and She were irreconcilable enemies, and only one of them could live under the same sky. So, how could there be any possibility of reconciliation? As long as he could kill this brat surnamed Yang here, all these treasures would be his, and he would be able to break through his shackles. Becoming great emperors was definitely not a pipe dream. Perhaps he could even steal his providence. Foolish. Tan Junhao looked at Yang Kai sarcastically. If you had used this Mountains and Rivers Bell to deal with this old master might have had some scruples. But you are actually willing to use it to save these enemies who just drew their swords against you. You are simply too benevolent. The Mountains and Rivers Bell was too famous. After all, it was an ancient rare treasure, and it was the natal emperor artifact of the Yuan Ding Great Emperors. If Yang Kai had really used the mountains and rivers bell to deal with Tan Juanhao would probably have his hands tied. After all, he did not know how powerful this thing was. But now, the mountains and rivers bell was guarding the more than 20 people from the Emperor realm, so it was naturally impossible to use it against the enemy. This made Tan Juanhao feel very fortunate. You are willing to part with it, Yang Kai smiled casually and said contemptuously, "Old dog, what do you know?" For Yang Kai, he would rather face a third-order Emperor realm master than be besieged by so many first-order and second-order emperors. The former was dangerous, but there was no need to worry about the consequences. But if he faced the latter, even if he could kill them all, he would still have to deal with Tan Juanhao. Now that he had used the mountains and rivers bell to directly cut off Tan Juanhao's wings, it was already a great gain for him. Without the mountains and rivers bell, what makes you think you can fight this old master? Tan Juanhao roared as his aura soared. Majestic emperor pressure surged like a raging sea, insufferably arrogant. Yang Kai sneered, "Why would I need the mountains and rivers bell to deal with you?" Tan Juanhao was furious. "Junior, you are too arrogant." A trivial first-order emperor realm master dared to not put him in his eyes. This was simply unforgivable. Yang Kai raised his hand and pointed the myriad sword at Tan Juanhao, gritting his teeth as he shouted, "Old dog Tan, I have no grievances with you. But you plotted to kill thousands of people from Thousand Leaves sect and kidnapped this young master's friend. Today I will kill you." Tan Juanhao sneered and said disdainfully, "You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability to do so." As soon as he finished speaking, he pushed his hands forward, and a huge 5-colored light blade that seemed to tear the world apart took shape and slashed straight at Yang Kai. Yang Kai's myriad sword slashed down, and as he circulated his Emperor Qi, a sword wave met the attack head-on. With a loud bang, the world energy surged as the huge sword wave and 5-colored light blade collapsed, turning into fluorescent light that dissipated into the air. At the same time, Tan Juanhao had already pounced forward, his palms sending out palm shadows that enveloped Yang Kai. The myriad sword intent surged as Yang Kai swung his sword to meet the attack, his movements grand. The two instantly engaged in a fierce battle, their Emperor Qis colliding fiercely as their silhouettes flew back and forth between each other. Clanging sounds rang out as Yang Kai's myriad's sword clashed with Tan Juanhao's bare fists, but he couldn't gain the slightest advantage. On the contrary, he was suppressed by his opponent's pure and powerful Emperor Qi and was at a disadvantage. Yang Kai was displeased and secretly cursed. This old thing really isn't so easy to deal with. A third-order Emperor realm master really can't be underestimated. He more or less has some life-saving trump cards and special skills. Back then, he had killed a third-order Emperor realm master named Yao Chong-jun in the solitary void-sealed world. The Emperor artifact 5-colored long hair that Hua Qingxi now had was a spoil of war from that battle. However, at that time, Yao Chong-jun's soul had been damaged for many years, so even though he had a third-order Emperor realm cultivation, he couldn't display the corresponding strength, which was why Yang Kai took advantage of him and killed him in the solitary void-sealed world. However, the current Tan Juanhao was a genuine third-order Emperor realm master, so how could Yao Chong-jun compare to him? Yang Kai's heart trembled, but he didn't know that Tan Juanhao was even more shocked. He had seen Yang Kai's many moves before and knew that this young man couldn't be judged by common sense. He had the ability to kill enemies above his realm, but after they really fought, he found that this young man was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. He was a Star Soul Palace elder, so let alone an ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Even a Second-Order Emperor Realm Master would be defeated in 10 moves. However, after fighting Yang Kai, Tan Juanhao could only slightly suppress him even after using all his skills. It was simply impossible for him to kill him. How could a First-Order Emperor Realm Cultivator's Emperor Qi be so dense and pure as his own? Just how did this guy cultivate? Tan Juanhao's heart trembled as he tried to force out Yang Kai's bottom line, wanting to see just how long he could last. However, reality disappointed him greatly. He found that no matter how he forced Yang Kai, this young man was able to barely cope. It was as if Yang Kai's strength was limitless. Although Yang Kai was occasionally a little embarrassed, after fighting for a long time, Tan Juanhao still couldn't hurt him. Yang Kai had a wide sword in his hand, and although it had some sharp sword intent, it didn't have any outstanding sword techniques. Tan Juanhao could also see that Yang Kai was not a cultivator of the sword Dao, But even so, he could always use that Emperor artifact to resolve his attacks. Looking at it, Yang Kai was like a canoe sailing on a stormy sea, swaying left and right, with the possibility of capsizing at any time, but he could still ride the wind and break the waves. Damn it! Tan Juanhao cursed in his heart, knowing that it was useless to continue like this. If he wanted to kill Yang Kai, he could only use his true strength. Thinking so, Tan Juanhao clenched his fists and punched forward. In a split second, the two fists were like two mountains pressing down on Kai Yang, like a tsunami bursting forth, their imposing manner pressing down on him. This old bastard is really fierce. Yang Kai also muttered in his heart. Holding the myriad sword with both hands, he slashed forward as if he was not holding a sword, but a mountain-splitting saber. The power of this sword strike was enough to shatter a mountain in front of it. The fist shadows collapsed, and Yang Kai was also shaken to the point that the blood in his chest was roiling, and he staggered back 2 steps. In front of him, a 5-colored light blade condensed and turned into a rainbow of light that slashed towards Yang Kai. This move again. Yang Kai curled his lips in disdain, and with a backhand swing of the myriad sword, he scattered the 5-colored light blade. At the same time, Yang Kai's eyes narrowed as he instinctively sensed a trace of danger approaching, and he hurriedly jumped to the side. With a few swishing sounds, several golden lights suddenly shot out from the collapsed fluorescent light, making 2 small holes where Yang Kai was originally standing. Although the holes were small, they were thousands of meters deep, as if the golden light had extremely strong penetrative power. As far as the eye could see, Tan Juanhao was standing in the air after the fluorescent light. A simple and unadorned book was suspended above his head, and the pages of the book rustled as it flipped. The book was embossed with a golden color, and each page seemed to be cast in pure gold, looking extremely thick and heavy at first glance. The aura of an Emperor artifact slowly spread out. This strange golden book was actually an Emperor artifact. Yang Kai became vigilant as he stared at the golden book and swept it with his divine sense, carefully inspecting it. The battle just now seemed extremely fierce, but that was just him testing Tan Juanhao's strength. But wasn't the other party also testing him? Now that they had tested each other out, whether it was him or Tan Juanhao, it was time for them to get serious. At this time, Tan Juanhao suddenly summoning such a treasure obviously meant he was preparing a big move. The slightest carelessness could lead to defeat and death, so how could Yang Kai not be cautious? This was the first time he had seen such an Emperor artifact, and he didn't know what kind of power it had. However, looking at the world, there was a consensus among the hundreds of millions of cultivator that the more peculiar an artifact was, the more powerful it was. This golden book was undoubtedly this type of Emperor artifact. There was no doubt that the golden light had been released by the golden book. Unfortunately, Tan Juanhao had used some sort of camouflage technique, so Yang Kai couldn't see it clearly. You made this old master use the golden armored heavenly book to deal with you, so you can be considered to have died a worthy death. Tan Juanhao sneered, his words filled with great confidence, as if this golden armored heavenly book was something extremely extraordinary. Chapter 2702. Is this what you're relying on? Although Yang Kai was vigilant in his heart, he did not show it on the surface. He wanted to figure out what kind of power this so-called golden armored heavenly book possessed. As he spoke, he rushed towards Tan Juanhao with his sword in hand. Brandishing the myriad sword midair, countless sword waves shot towards Tan Juanhao like a swarm of locusts as he shouted coldly, "You think a mere trash book is a treasure? Old dog, you're already old. Now is the time for us young people, so hurry up and die." Trash book. Tan Juanhao raised his brow, his face filled with anger, as if he had been severely humiliated by Yang Kai. Gritting his teeth, he shouted, "This old master will let you experience the power of this trash book." Saying so, he waved his hand. The golden armored heavenly book floating above his head suddenly flipped and stopped on a certain page. Kai Yang could clearly see that the page was engraved with an oval pattern. It was curved like a child's graffiti, but it didn't look like anything. But when the golden armored heavenly book stopped on this page, it suddenly bloomed with golden light, forming an oval light curtain that enveloped Tan Juanhao. Asterisk Hong. Asterisk the power of the myriad sword slammed into the golden light curtain, but it was unable to shake it in the slightest. Yang Kai's eyes shrank as a look of shock appeared on his face. Although the power of his sword strike was mostly to probe, It was not something that anyone could withstand. Tan Juanhao did not even circulate his Emperor Qi to protect his body and only relied on the golden-armored heavenly book to defend himself perfectly. It was obvious that this golden-armored heavenly book was indeed powerful. A defensive emperor artifact. Yang Kai's heart moved, but he soon felt that something was wrong. At the beginning, there were several golden lights shooting towards him, which was not something a defensive emperor artifact could do. Tan Juanhao stood in place with a smile. Even when the sword waves were about to hit him, he did not frown. His expression showed that he had absolute confidence in his golden-armored heavenly book, believing that Yang Kai would never be able to hurt him. This was indeed the case. It doesn't hurt at all. Tan Juanhao sneered. Is that all you've got? If that's the case, then obediently accept your death. After saying that, he stretched out his hand and pointed at Yang Kai. The golden armor heavenly book floating above his head flipped again. He paused on another page. Yang Kai looked around and saw that the page was engraved with many pictures of birds of prey. They looked like children's graffiti and were not perfect. However, it added a sense of malevolence. Kai Yang suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. With a series of fluttering sounds, golden lights shot out from the golden-armored heavenly book, twisting and transforming midair, transforming into various kinds of birds of prey that all shot towards Yang Kai. There were many ferocious beasts. There were at least 100 of them. They were of different sizes and sizes. The big ones were about 200 to 300 feet long, while the small ones were about the size of sparrows. Each of these beasts exuded an aura comparable to a first-order Emperor Realm Master, and one of them, in particular, had the strength of a second-order Emperor. Both offensive and defensive. Yang Kai exclaimed in shock. How could he not know that the so-called golden-armored heavenly book was not a simple defensive Emperor artifact, but a compound Emperor artifact that could both attack and defend? This kind of Emperor artifact was extremely rare and very difficult to refine. Even ordinary treasures were priceless, let alone Tan Juanhao's golden armor heavenly book, which was obviously of extraordinary quality. Junior, how are you going to fight this old master? Tan Juanhao stood with his hands behind his back and laughed. Do you think this old master won't have any helpers just because he used the mountains and rivers bell to suppress those pieces of trash? With this golden-armored heavenly book, this old master doesn't need to do it himself. You will die without a burial. While he was talking, the birds of prey had already flown towards Yang Kai from all directions. All of them were extremely ferocious, either spitting out light from their mouths or flapping their wings. Fireballs and wind blades appeared all of a sudden, while others pounced and attacked with their sharp claws. Yang Kai was flustered, and in the blink of an eye, he was in danger from these birds of prey. Tan Juanhao was still laughing wildly. Hearing this, Yang Kai felt even more disgusted and wanted to rush up and tear his mouth off. After a while, Yang Kai regained his footing, but the situation still hadn't changed. All around him were the birds of prey summoned from the heavenly book, glaring at him. Break for me. Yang Kai suddenly threw a punch in a certain direction. From the tip of his fist, a moon blade shot out, and several of the beasts were unable to dodge in time and were directly cut in half. Yang Kai merged into one with his sword and rushed towards the gap. There were too many birds of prey, so if he was really surrounded, even if he was extremely strong, he wouldn't be able to display his full strength and could only avoid them for now. Fortunately, although these creatures could display the strength of the Emperor Realm, they didn't seem to have as strong a defense as the Emperor Realm. Yang Kai could kill several of them with a single punch, so killing them all should be a piece of cake. Naive. Tan Juanhao saw that Yang Kai wanted to break through the encirclement, but he didn't stop him. He just stood there calmly. Not good. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat as he suddenly realized that something was wrong. The beasts that seemed to have been killed by him didn't dissipate immediately, but instead returned to their original state after a series of distortions. These things can't be killed. Yang Kai cursed in his heart. He could feel the fierce auras coming at him from all directions, but it was too late for him to dodge. In front of him, a bird of prey swooped down from the sky. Its shining golden claws were very sharp and could probably even cut through a well-tempered vajra. At this critical moment, Yang Kai could only activate his indestructible invisible sword chi again. A 5-colored light surrounded his body, and at the same time, he pushed the dragon form secret technique to the limit. As his hands moved, countless moon blades shot out in all directions. Asterisk chi 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 chi. The crescent blades cut through the air one after another, slicing the ferocious beasts in half one after another, twisting and turning in midair. Whoosh, with a loud bang, the invisible indestructible sword Qi instantly collapsed while Yang Kai's chest and back were hit by several attacks. His chest, in particular, had been torn apart by the sharp claws of a fierce bird, leaving a deep wound on his chest that was so deep that bone could be seen and blood flowed freely. This was with his body after dragon form. If it weren't for the dragon scales blocking some of the attacks, his stomach would have been cut open. It's useless. No matter how many times you kill them, they won't die, Tan Juanhao sneered as he stood to the side and made sarcastic remarks. Compared to those beasts from the Emperor realm that he had tricked into selling at the auction, this golden armor heavenly tome was his greatest trump card. As long as the heavenly tome was still in his hands, those summoned beasts would never perish. No matter how many times they were killed, they would reappear. How could Yang Kai not know this? Although he didn't understand the mysteries of the golden armor heavenly tome, he could more or less guess some clues. Taking advantage of the fact that those beasts had yet to recover, Yang Kai's figure flickered. The law of space fluctuated, and he was about to teleport away from his original spot. Haha, kid, have you run out of tricks? Tan Juanhao laughed. He had set up so many tricks here to counter Yang Kai's space divine technique. Reality proved that it was indeed effective. If it weren't for those tricks, with Yang Kai's attainments in the law of space, he probably wouldn't have been able to do anything to him. But now, he actually wanted to use the same trick again, wanting to use the teleportation secret technique. How foolish. While speaking, Tan Juanhao flipped his palm, and an array flag suddenly appeared in his hand. This was the array flag that controlled the 5 elements formation. It was by relying on this array flag that he was able to perfectly crack Yang Kai's space secret technique. Since Yang Kai had run out of tricks, he naturally didn't mind doing it again. The feeling of being forced out of the void was definitely not a good one. When the time came, all he had to do was give the order, and the numerous beasts would pounce on Yang Kai. Pouring his Emperor Qi into the array flag, Tan Juanhao waved his hand and pointed in Yang Kai's direction. In the next moment, Yang Kai's figure materialized and reappeared. Tan Juanhao roared, "Die!" As soon as his voice fell, Yang Kai suddenly disappeared. Tan Juanhao's laughter came to an abrupt end as a figure flashed in front of him. Yang Kai had already appeared in front of him, almost face to face, his eyes full of sarcasm. "Old dog, your timing isn't right." "You." Tan Juanhao was shocked, but after thinking for a moment, he understood what had happened. Yang Kai's use of the teleportation secret technique just now was obviously a feint. In fact, he hadn't really used it at all. His figure materialized on his own initiative, not because he was forced out of the void. Tan Juanhao had mistakenly thought that he had succeeded, and in a moment of carelessness, Yang Kai had really used the teleportation secret technique. Damn it, I fell for this little brat's trick. Tan Juanhao ground his teeth, so hard they almost broke. He hadn't expected that his trump card would become a flaw and be exploited by the enemy. It was really humiliating. Thinking quickly, Tan Juanhao was about to withdraw. The real battle had just begun, and he hadn't even used 1/10 of the power of the golden armored heavenly book yet. Even if Yang Kai had tricked him once, it was absolutely impossible for him to win. Tan Juanhao was full of confidence that he could kill Yang Kai here. "Look into my eyes." At this moment, Yang Kai suddenly pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth and shouted. Tan Juanhao instinctively looked into his eyes. "Good boy." Yang Kai grinned, his left eye suddenly becoming solemn and filled with a rich golden light. His pupils suddenly turned into a golden vertical slit, like a heavenly eye, exuding endless majesty. Demon Eye of Annihilation. "Not good, I've been tricked again, little bastard." Tan Juanhao was shocked, cursing Yang Kai in his heart. He instinctively wanted to shift his gaze away, but he found that he couldn't do it. That golden vertical shaft was emitting a strange power that could intimidate one's mind. It had a mysterious power that could seize one's soul. Eye technique. Tan Juanhao bit the tip of his tongue and desperately urged his spiritual energy, loosening the power of the heavenly eye. But in a battle between masters, victory or defeat could be decided in an instant. Without waiting for Tan Juanhao to look away, Yang Kai had already attacked. Soul Slayer, Heaven-Breaking Strike. A golden light shot out from his left eye, slashing towards Tan Juanhao in a flash. With a muffled groan, Yang Kai's face turned pale, sweat dripping from his forehead like rain. On the other hand, Tan Junhao let out an extremely shrill cry. Blood spurted out of his eyes and his face twisted in an instant. Chapter 2703. The soul-splitting blade was an emperor artifact that specialized in damaging the soul and was extremely powerful. Heaven-shattering slash was a secret technique that Yang Kai had learned from Tian Yen in the Divine Ascension Mirror world. The Divine Ascension Mirror was the sect-guarding treasure of Azure Sun Temple, and it was a world of its own. The living beings inside it did not have physical bodies, and all of them lived as soul avatars. Tian Yen was the strongest person in the Divine Ascension Mirror world. The strength of his soul avatars had even reached the level of the great emperors. He had spent his entire life studying soul secret techniques, so how could the heaven-shattering slash be weak when it came from him? With an emperor artifact like the soul-splitting blade, the power it displayed was not as simple as 1+1. Furthermore, Yang Kai had pushed his spiritual energy to the limit just in case, causing him to feel a little overwhelmed. Now his face was pale, his body was cold, and his head was splitting. Tan Junhao, who had taken this attack head-on, was in an even more tragic state. The violent power of the soul-splitting blade instantly tore through his knowledge sea's defenses and rushed into his knowledge sea, causing it to turn upside down. The water in his knowledge sea churned and his soul became chaotic. Tan Junhao screamed in pain. His entire body was drenched in sweat, as if he had just been fished out of a lake. His knowledge sea had been severely damaged in an instant. Aside from a few extinct pills, this kind of injury could not be healed. Even the great emperors would not be able to do anything about it. Blossoming Lotus. Yang Kai roared again, preparing to take his life while he was down. He forced himself to focus and activated the Blossoming Lotus secret technique. Who would have thought that at this moment, the golden-armored heavenly book above Tan Junhao's head flipped again, suddenly stopping on a certain page. In an instant, 2 beams of golden light shot out from the pages. At such a close distance, Yang Kai was completely unprepared and was directly pierced through by these 2 golden lights. Pooh! Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of golden blood as he was sent flying by a huge force. He rolled on the ground and did not get up for a long time. An intense pain came from his lower abdomen. Yang Kai looked up, and his face became as black as the bottom of a pot. He cursed loudly, "Old dog, you and I are absolutely irreconcilable." 2 finger-sized holes appeared in his lower abdomen, directly piercing through his body. He didn't know what kind of attack those 2 golden lights were. Even his dragon form secret skill couldn't defend against it. Pushing his emperor chi to the wound, Yang Kai stopped the bleeding. At this moment, the hundreds of fierce beasts once again swarmed over. Yang Kai was shocked and could only use his teleportation secret technique to dodge. Without Tan Junhao's restraint, it was still rather difficult for these ferocious beasts to hurt him. He could easily escape from them with a single teleport. Ah! A miserable shriek rang out as Tan Junhao threw his head back and howled madly. His robes fluttered without any wind, and even his hair danced madly in the wind. His appearance was extremely malevolent. Ha! Yang Kai covered his abdomen and hid to the side. Look at him. All of a sudden, he felt much better. Although Yang Kai had been injured by him due to his carelessness, Tan Junhao's injuries would only be worse. Even if Yang Kai couldn't kill him today, Tan Junhao wouldn't be able to live for long. Taking out healing and recovery pills from his space ring, Yang Kai stuffed a handful of them into his mouth like he was eating candy. Even a cornered beast would put up a desperate fight, let alone a third-order Emperor Realm Master like Tan Junhao. Yang Kai was afraid that he would really have to fight with his life on the line, so taking some pills was always a good idea. Asterisk Walala. Asterisk the pages of the book above Tan Junhao's head flipped again. Yang Kai was startled. He didn't know what this old thing was up to this time, so he secretly gathered his strength. He was ready to dodge at any time. The pages of the book froze and a golden light shot out, twisting and transforming into a golden sword in midair. It pierced through the air and directly cracked space. A few fierce beasts that couldn't dodge in time were cut into nothingness. Yang Kai looked around in surprise. Asterisk Walala. Asterisk the pages of the book flipped again. This time, a large seal flew out from the pages and smashed into the ground, creating a large crater. Asterisk Walala. Asterisk the pages of the book kept flipping, and every time they froze, a different attack would shoot out from those pages. Some were artifacts of different shapes, some were powerful secret techniques, and some were summoned lifelike monster beast. Yang Kai even saw a monster beast that was comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master. This monster beast had countless eyes and looked like a meatball. Yang Kai didn't know what it was. However, the profound light that shot out from the eyes on its round body seemed to have the strange effect of petrifying people. As soon as this meatball monster beast appeared, the eyes on its body kept opening and closing. Every time they opened and closed, a profound light would shoot out. There were as many as 100, and as few as a few dozen. The first 100 fierce beasts summoned by Tan Juanhao were all killed by this meatball. They were all frozen in place, as if they had been immobilized. On the other hand, these fierce beasts seemed to be extremely afraid of this meatball. They just let it beat them without fighting back, and after a while they were all wiped out. The scene was extremely chaotic. All kinds of attacks were thrown around aimlessly. Yang Kai was jumping around, dodging them all. Especially when facing the meatball's attacks, his reaction speed and agility were greatly reduced. He desperately pushed his Emperor Qi to resolve the situation. Yang Kai was shocked. If Tan Juanhao had taken the opportunity to attack him just now, even if he had the Space Divine technique, he wouldn't have been able to avoid it. Ah! Tan Juanhao screamed as he clutched his head with both hands. Sometimes he jumped into the air, sometimes he fell to the ground, rolling on the ground. Where was the demeanor of a third-order Emperor Realm Master and an elder of Star Soul Palace? He's gone crazy. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, his face black. He didn't expect things to develop so dramatically. He was a little caught off guard. But on second thought, he had used the soul-splitting saber as the foundation to display the heaven-shattering strike. An ordinary person would have died immediately if they were hit head-on. After all, if their knowledge sea was broken, their soul would definitely be destroyed. How could they survive? Tan Juanhao being able to survive such an attack was already extremely impressive. But in any case, with his knowledge sea severely damaged, he couldn't come out of it unscathed. At this moment, his thoughts were in chaos and his mind was unclear. He had obviously gone crazy. Yang Kai rejoiced. Previously, Tan Juanhao had only used the 3 divine technique of the golden armored heavenly book, but Yang Kai was already unable to resist. At this moment, it seemed that this golden armored heavenly book had endless uses. If Tan Juanhao had really used all the divine technique, not to mention anything else, just summoning that meatball would have been enough to kill him. Right now, Tan Juanhao's soul was in chaos, and he was using all the divine technique of the golden armored heavenly book at will. This was the real terror of this golden armored heavenly book. Where did this Emperor artifact come from? This was definitely not something that the current artifact refiners could refine. Just as Yang Kai was thinking, the golden armored heavenly book that had been suspended above Tan Juanhao's head suddenly released a golden light. Immediately afterwards, the strange existences that had been summoned also turned into golden lights and rushed towards the golden armored heavenly book, disappearing in the blink of an eye. After all the existences returned, the golden armored heavenly book suddenly closed and fell from Tan Juanhao's head. Yang Kai's eyes widened like a thief as he fixed his gaze on the golden armored heavenly book. In a flash, he arrived in front of the heavenly book and reached out to pick it up. After seeing the many divine technique and power of the golden armored heavenly book, how could Yang Kai not be tempted? With such an emperor artifact in hand, he would have a great advantage in battles in the future. Asterisk Xiailala, asterisk a strange sound rang out. The moment Yang Kai grabbed the golden armored heavenly book, the heavenly book flickered with a golden light, and a violent vibration and repulsive force resisted Yang Kai's big hand. Not only that, under the cover of the golden light, Yang Kai's big hand was in unbearable pain, as if it was being pricked by thousands of needles. His other hand suddenly grabbed the golden armored heavenly book from the other side and refused to let go. Yang Kai looked up and saw Tan Juanhao staring at him with bloodshot eyes. The corners of his eyes were stained with blood, making him look extremely ferocious. "Let go, this is mine!" Tan Juanhao shouted angrily at Yang Kai. Yang Kai said, "Are you crazy? I'll keep this for you first." "I'm not crazy." Tan Juanhao shook his head with a serious expression. "You're crazy." Yang Kai looked at him deeply, his words carrying a bewitching power. "You're really crazy." "I'm crazy." Tan Juanhao looked at Yang Kai in a daze. Yang Kai nodded softly. If he wasn't crazy, how could he snatch the golden armored heavenly book from him like this? This was his emperor artifact, and he could summon it back with just a thought. I'm crazy. Tan Juanhao suddenly straightened his body and fell into deep thought. His hand that was holding the golden armored heavenly book involuntarily loosened. He didn't seem to think that being crazy had anything to do with snatching the heavenly book. Yang Kai took the opportunity to snatch the heavenly book and forced it into the sealed world bead. Tan Juanhao's soul brand was on the heavenly book, so he could only erase it later. However, Yang Kai's action instantly attracted Tan Juanhao's attention. He woke up from his contemplation and glared fiercely at Yang Kai, gritting his teeth and saying, "Give it back to me." Yang Kai spread his hands and said, "I don't have it anymore." Tan Juanhao was furious. His emperor chi erupted fiercely as he pounced straight at Yang Kai. Caught off guard, Yang Kai was directly hit by him. His injured abdomen hurt even more, and his body curled up like a shrimp. "Give it back to me." Tan Juanhao shouted, his fists like the wind, turning into thousands of fist shadows, bombarding Yang Kai's chest. Pooh! Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood, covering Tan Juanhao's face. At the same time, he kicked Tan Juanhao's body fiercely, finally putting some distance between them. Quickly forming a seal with his hands, Yang Kai's face was solemn as he whispered, "Flowing time great emperor's withering glory, shuttle like a dream." After the seal was formed, he gently pushed it forward. Tan Juanhao had no intention of dodging at all. His scarlet eyes stared fixedly at Yang Kai as he chased after him, repeating the same sentence. The flowing time great emperor's shuttle like seal hit Tan Juanhao directly, sending him flying. The corrosive power of the flowing time great emperor drained from his body. In midair, Tan Juanhao, who was already old, suddenly became even older. His hair turned white and fell, and his skin wrinkled. After landing, he had become an old man with one foot in the grave. Chapter 2704. He still had an obsession in his heart, so he immediately rushed towards Yang Kai again and shouted, "Give it back to me." Yang Kai looked at him coldly and took a deep breath to calm the tumbling blood in his chest. When Tan Juanhao was close enough, he suddenly threw out a punch. Half of Tan Juanhao's body was shattered, and he was sent flying again. But this time, he couldn't get up. The soul-splitting saber's heaven-piercing strike had caused great damage to him. His soul was in chaos, and he unconsciously activated the golden armored heavenly book to release its power. A treasure like the golden armored heavenly book was powerful, but it also consumed a lot of energy every time it was activated. The two were directly proportional. Tan Juanhao had summoned almost all the divine technique in the golden armored heavenly book, so one could imagine how much energy he had to use. Even though he was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, his Emperor Chi was almost dried up. His soul was damaged, his Emperor Chi was dried up, and his strength was 90% gone. Moreover, he was hit by Yang Kai's flowing time Great Emperor's shuttle seal. Tan Juanhao was just a trapped beast. At this time, let alone Yang Kai, even an ordinary First-Order Emperor Realm Master could easily take down Tan Juanhao. "Give it back to me." Half of his body was shattered, and his 5 viscera and 6 bowels were exposed. Lying on the ground, Tan Juanhao still shouted stubbornly, but his voice was extremely weak. "Give it back to you," Yang Kai muttered softly, his body on the verge of collapse. Today's battle was extremely dangerous, and his injuries were also very serious, especially the huge gash on his chest. It was so deep that his bones could be seen, and his flesh was torn open. It was a ghastly sight, and there were also 2 bloody holes in his lower abdomen. The wound on his chest was caused by the huge bird with strength comparable to a second-order Emperor Realm Master. These creatures summoned from the golden armored heavenly book didn't have much defense, but their attack power was ridiculously strong. Even Yang Kai's dragon transformation couldn't defend against them. The bloody holes in his lower abdomen were pierced by the 2 golden lights of the golden armored heavenly book, injuring his inner palace. There were countless other injuries, both big and small. Several of his ribs were broken as well. How could the word tragic describe it? However, Yang Kai was extremely excited, because this was the first time he had defeated a third-order Emperor Realm Master in a head-on battle. With this experience, he would not be flustered when facing other third-order Emperor Realm Masters in the future. The growth of any cultivator. All of them were inseparable from life and death battles. The more experience one had in battle, the further one could walk on the path of martial arts. Also, another extremely soft shout came from the other side, but it only spat out one word before falling silent. The last bit of life left in Tan Junhao's body also disappeared at this moment. Finally dead, Yang Kai felt as if his entire body was about to fall apart. The injuries on his body and the energy he had consumed made him exhausted. Now that he saw that his enemy was dead, his tense nerves finally relaxed. An unprecedented tiredness swept over him, and he wished he could sleep right now. A cold light suddenly flashed, and a wisp of killing intent suddenly attacked from behind. Die! Wu Ming excitedly slashed down with his sword, his second-order Emperor realm cultivation pouring out without holding back. He had been knocked unconscious by Yang Kai earlier, so he had avoided the most dangerous moment. While unconscious, he was woken up by an attack. It was Tan Junhao who accidentally injured him when he unconsciously used the power of the Golden Armor Heavenly Book. Wu Ming was smart. Even though he woke up at that time, he did not immediately get up. Instead, he secretly observed the situation of the battle. At first glance, he was shocked. Her heart was filled with shock. Her honored master had actually gone crazy while Kai Yang was still alive and kicking. He could not help but feel a little anxious. He did not know if his crazy honored master was still a match for Yang Kai. If he was not, then he was doomed. It turned out that his honored master was not a match for Yang Kai. After a short while, he was exhausted. In the end, half of his body was shattered by a single punch from Yang Kai. His honored master, a third-order Emperor Realm Master, was actually not a match for Yang Kai. Instead, he was killed. Wu Ming's heart sank to the bottom. He felt like there was no light left in this world. But at that moment, he keenly noticed that Yang Kai's figure swayed. He immediately understood that even if Yang Kai won, it was definitely a Pyrrhic victory, and the price he had to pay was not small. This was undoubtedly the best time to launch a sneak attack. As long as he killed Yang Kai, not only could he avenge his honored master, but he could also obtain many treasures. He had long admired his honored master's Golden Armor Heavenly Book. If he could obtain that treasure, he would even dare to fight against a third-order Emperor Realm Master. From then on, he would soar in Star Soul Palace. Becoming an elder was definitely not just a dream. Otherwise, when Yang Kai recovered, the first thing he would do was not let go of him. Wu Ming made a prompt decision to attack Yang Kai when he was at his weakest. He wanted to finish him off in one fell swoop. Yang Kai did not seem to be able to react in time. The saber landed on Wu Ming's shoulder 5 inches deep. Wu Ming was overjoyed and was about to remove Yang Kai's shoulder when Yang Kai suddenly turned around and grinned at him. "You finally couldn't help but jump out?" Wu Ming was startled and said in horror, "You knew?" Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of blood and grinned. "Guess?" Wu Ming was furious. "You're an arrow at the end of its flight, yet you dare to play tricks? This king will cut you in half." As soon as he finished speaking, he fiercely pushed his Emperor Qi, and his long saber hummed as it carried the power to cut Yang Kai in half. "If you had stayed there obediently, this young master might not have been able to do anything to you. But since you jumped out, you can die." Yang Kai roared as he grabbed the back of the long saber. Under the power of his physique, the long saber was unable to move an inch forward. Wu Ming's face was filled with horror. He never expected that this young man, who was clearly an arrow at the end of its flight, could still display such strength. A fist swung towards him. After seeing his honored master's body being smashed in half with a single punch, how could Wu Ming not know the power of this fist? Wu Ming hesitated between abandoning his saber or putting in more strength, but the fist had already landed on his face. A strong force slammed into Wu Ming's face, causing him to feel dizzy for a moment. He felt as if his nose was about to collapse, screaming in his heart, it's over, I'm dead for sure." But after a moment of shock, Wu Ming realized that the scene of his head shattering did not occur, and he was not dead. He immediately understood that Yang Kai was really an arrow at the end of its flight. Otherwise, how could the power of this punch be so weak? Wu Ming was both angry and happy, but just as he was about to pounce again, a soft sound rang out. The next moment, Wu Ming felt his body lighten, as if he had lost something important. Instinctively looking down, Wu Ming saw that a crescent-shaped hole had appeared in his chest at some point. This hole covered more than half of his chest, and through this hole, Wu Ming could see his squirming internal organs and half of his heart. Wu Ming's eyes slowly widened as he desperately circulated his Emperor Qi to seal the wound. But Yang Kai raised his hand again and flicked his fingers, sending several moon blades towards him. Asterisk pu piu piu. Asterisk numerous moon blades pierced through Wu Ming's body without exception, and one of them even severed his neck, separating his head from his body. His head rolled to the side, and his eyes were still wide open, as if he had died with a grievance. However, the headless corpse stood in place. I was going to torture you, but now I've let you off lightly. Die with gratitude. Yang Kai looked at Wu Ming's head and coldly snorted, his face extremely pale. Immediately, he reached out, grabbed the saber embedded in his shoulder, and pulled it out with all his strength. Asterisk Pucci, asterisk golden blood spurted out, splashing all over Yang Kai's face. Tisk tisk. Yang Kai turned his head and looked at his shoulder, a look of surprise on his face, like a fountain. Before he could finish speaking, his legs went soft and he fell directly to the ground. He was really exhausted. Gasping for breath, Yang Kai forced himself to concentrate, circulated his emperor chi to seal the wound, took out a handful of healing spirit pills, and stuffed them into his mouth. Only then did he feel like he had regained his life. Lying on the ground, he did not want to move. Tilting his head, Yang Kai reluctantly opened his palm and stretched out his hand, sucking a fallen array flag into his palm. Tan Juanhao had used this array flag to deal with him before, and if Yang Kai guessed correctly, it should be the array flag controlling this 5 elements expansive array. With this array flag, he could unlock the 5 elements expansive array and letting Fei come to him. Now that Tan Juanhao was dead, the soul brand imprinted on the array flag was easily erased by Yang Kai. After studying it for a while, Yang Kai somewhat understood the function of this array flag. With a wave of his hand, the darkness that had covered the world suddenly dissipated, revealing the true face of this world. This place should be a public square, and it seemed to be behind the 7 Glories Chamber of Commerce branch, covering a vast area. Yang Kai lay there motionless, waiting quietly. After a while, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air and landing beside him. Yang Kai's mouth twitched as he weakly said, "Monster King." But as soon as the words came out, he felt something wrong, because a familiar fragrance lingered at the tip of his nose. Yang Kai frowned and tilted his head to look, only to see a pair of delicate feet about 3 feet away from him. Looking up, Yang Kai saw a woman wearing a light green robe, with a graceful waist and a silk ribbon tied around her waist, making it seem as if he could grasp her waist with a single hand. Her twin peaks stood tall and full, just like 2 jade peaks. Her neck was slender and fair, and her face was delicate and beautiful, a feast for the eyes. Her fine black hair cascaded down her back like a waterfall, giving her a picturesque appearance. "How come it's you?" Yang Kai's eyes widened. He had not expected that after unlocking the 5 elements expansive array, the first person to come to his side would not be Fei, but that dragon lady named Zhu Qing. Didn't she leave already? Since the last time they met at the inn, Yang Kai had not seen her for almost a month. He had thought that she would not be able to stand his unreasonable actions and would no longer care about him. Did this dragon lady come here to loot a burning house? Yang Kai was shocked. The last time they had met in the wilderness, he had severely molested her. Although he had been a little confused at the time and had not been able to control himself, he had indeed done something bad. This dragon lady did not look like a magnanimous person at first glance. Perhaps she had been looking for an opportunity to take revenge. But now he had no strength to even truss a chicken, and was blocked by her here. He was afraid that no matter what, he would not be able to settle this peacefully. Chapter 2705. Monster King. Yang Kai weakly shouted as he hammered the ground with his fists, making thumping sounds. The situation wasn't good. If he was at his peak, he wouldn't be afraid of the dragon lady Zhu Qing. However, he had just fought a great battle and was extremely weak. He didn't feel safe being alone with her. It would be safer to calling Fei over to protect him. "What are you shouting for? He won't be able to find this place in a short time." Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai's half-dead appearance and felt very happy. She smiled and squatted in front of his head. Her legs pressed down on the corner of her skirt so that her body wouldn't be exposed. She rested her face on her hand and looked at him with interest. Yang Kai looked as if he was facing a great enemy. He stared at her and vigilantly said, "Then how did you find me so quickly?" "Dragon aura. I'm a member of the dragon race. I can sense your dragon aura, so I can naturally find you." Zhu Qing reached out and poked the dragon scale on Yang Kai's chest. Hiss. Yang Kai sucked in a breath of cold air. His face was distorted. There was already a deep wound there, so Zhu Qing's poke was neither light nor heavy. It almost made him jump up in pain. Aya, I'm sorry. Did I hurt you? Zhu Qing covered her red lips with her hand and looked at Yang Kai with shame. She looked like a child who had done something wrong, but the crafty look in her eyes showed that she was clearly asking the obvious. It's just a small wound. It's not worth mentioning. Yang Kai arrogantly snorted. He wouldn't say anything even if it hurt, but he couldn't show any weakness. Is that so? Zhu Qing sneered maliciously. She twisted her slender finger and poked at the wound on Yang Kai's shoulder. What are you doing? Yang Kai was furious. He thought that if it wasn't for the fact that this young master didn't have much strength right now, he would definitely spank her. Zhu Qing smiled but didn't say anything. She just poked at the wound with her finger. Poke, poke, poke. She even pretended to be concerned and asked, "Does it hurt? It's such a big wound, isn't it painful?" Yang Kai's face suddenly became colorful, but he clenched his teeth and didn't say a word. He secretly swore in his heart that if he didn't get killed by her today, in the future, he would definitely return the favor 100-fold. Does it hurt? Zhu Qing asked again with a concerned look. Her hands became more aggressive, and one of her fingers went into the wound, stirring back and forth. A tear slid down the corner of Yang Kai's eyes. He couldn't help but feel like a dragon in shallow water being teased by a shrimp or a tiger being bullied by a dog. Turning his head, Yang Kai stared at Zhu Qing's legs and said seriously, "Girl, your underwear is exposed." Zhu Qing was stunned. He hurriedly looked down. At this moment, Yang Kai abruptly activated the Golden Divine Dragon's origin power. Golden light burst forth, enveloping him and Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing couldn't help but let out a muffled groan, as if she had received a great shock. Her small face changed slightly. Yang Kai reached out, grabbed her neck, and dragged her down. Zhu Qing was directly dragged to her knees in front of Yang Kai. She couldn't resist at all. With a loud thud, their heads collided with each other. Yang Kai only felt dizzy and almost fainted, but he still accurately caught the other party's red lips and bit them. Then, like a dragon coming out of its hole, he opened her mouth and tasted the sweet taste wantonly. Oh! Zhu Qing let out a muffled groan, and her eyes instantly widened. Although it wasn't the first time, she still couldn't bear such intimate contact. It was as if there was an indestructible spear in her mouth, sweeping left and right, emitting a mysterious power that bombarded her soul. She immediately felt a strange numbness all over her body, and she was unable to gather her strength, which was comparable to a third-order Emperor Realm Master. Gradually, she felt as if her whole body was on fire, becoming extremely hot and dry. In this square full of corpses, blood, and internal organs, the two seemed to be frozen. Time also seemed to have stopped flowing. The golden light gradually dissipated, and the Golden Divine Dragon's origin power also slowly withdrew. Without the suppression of the Golden Divine Dragon's origin power, Zhu Qing suddenly raised her head and broke away from Yang Kai's wanton actions. Her beautiful eyes were burning with anger, like a volcano that was about to erupt. Her chest heaved violently as she gritted her teeth and said, "You impudent." A trivial human had molested her time and time again. She was so angry that her lungs were about to explode. Ha ha ha. Yang Kai lay on the ground without a care for his image. He looked extremely embarrassed, but he couldn't stop laughing and said like a hooligan, "Do it. Even if I die under a peony, I'll still be a romantic ghost. If you kill me, you'll also become a widow." He spoke as if Zhu Qing was already his woman. Zhu Qing's face suddenly turned cold, and a layer of frost appeared on her face. Gritting her teeth, she raised a delicate fist and aimed it at Yang Kai's face. "You! Great Lord!" Yang Kai cursed as his vision turned black and he completely fainted. Dizzy, with a splitting headache and weak body, it was as if he had returned to the time when he was very weak. It had been a long time since he had felt this way. His consciousness was drifting, and some familiar voices called out to him. In his hazy vision, familiar faces appeared one after another. He wanted to see them clearly, but he couldn't see them clearly. He reached out to grab them, but it was like the moon in a well, flowers and water. At a certain moment, Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes, and his chaotic consciousness suddenly became clear. "Young Master Yang! Yang Kai! Sect Master!" A series of shouts sounded in his ears. Yang Kai looked around and saw Ying Fei, Yi Hen, Yi Jinghan, Qi Yu, and the others gathered around him, their eyes full of concern. Seeing that he had finally woken up, there was a look of relief on their faces. "I didn't die," Yang Kai muttered softly. Ying Fei said, "Young Master Yang, You had a great battle and consumed too much of your strength. The injuries you suffered were not light, so you fell unconscious. Fortunately, Miss Zhu Qing was the first to find you and has been guarding you since then. Otherwise, if you were taken advantage of, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Thinking about it, Yang Kai had fallen into a deep coma at that time. If someone with bad intentions had found him, his life would have been in danger. Although the 5 elements array had been broken by Yang Kai, the 8-directional Yuan array was still functioning. Ying Fei and the others had been waiting for Gong Tai to break the array and close the separated space before they could walk out of the room. Zhu Qing. Yang Kai was stunned. Ying Fei smiled and said, "It is indeed Miss Zhu Qing. Fortunately, she helped us." As he spoke, he looked to the side and revealed a meaningful smile. He probably felt that there was something going on between Kai Yang and Zhu Qing. After all, the last time they were in the wilderness, the two of them had been so intimate and intimate. Yang Kai followed his gaze and saw Zhu Qing standing there with an unnatural expression on her face. Yang Kai grinned, thinking that if it wasn't for this dragon lady's last attack, he wouldn't have fainted. However, she didn't take the opportunity to do anything to him, which surprised Yang Kai. It seemed that she didn't have any malicious intentions towards him. Could it be that he had misunderstood her? "Hey, who helped me wash and change my clothes?" Only then did Kai Yang discover that the bloodstains on his body had been washed clean. Even his clothes had been changed into a clean set. Could it be Zhu Qing? TKTSK, just thinking about it makes me a little excited. "It's me." Aio seemed to have seen through Yang Kai's imagination and coldly snorted. "Do you have any objections?" Yang Kai's face darkened as he hurriedly said, "Thank you for your trouble, father-in-law and master. How could this son-in-law dare to have any objections?" "Humph, you're all alone outside, yet you don't even protect yourself. What if you and the others become widows?" Aio reprimanded. Yes. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, feeling very guilty. Who told him to ruin someone's daughter's innocence? Gu Yun said from the side, "If you want to blame someone, it's because we're too weak. Sect Master Yang only stood up for us." Aio sighed, "Don't be so reckless next time." His words were full of concern as he paused for a moment. "Fifth sister, she." Yang Kai was stunned for a moment before he reacted and hurriedly said, "She's fine, I'll let her out now." With a wave of his hand, he opened the sealed world bead and released Qi Yu. Zhu Qing was dumbfounded when she saw this. When everyone saw each other, they naturally inquired about Yang Kai and learned that he was seriously injured. Qi Yu also had a look of self-blame on her face. "Everyone, let young Master Yang rest for a while." Ying Fei saw that everyone was making a ruckus and was afraid that they would disturb Yang Kai's recovery, so he quickly said, Yes, Guizhu nodded. "If there's anything, let's wait until Sect Master recovers." Immediately, everyone said their goodbyes and left. Zhu Qing didn't say a word as she followed the crowd out. "Hey, Yu Qing, pay attention, I have something to ask you," Yang Kai called out to her. Zhu Qing's footsteps paused when she heard Yang Kai call her so intimately. Her brow furrowed slightly, as if she was a little unhappy, but she still nodded lightly and stopped walking. She also wanted to find an opportunity to talk to Yang Kai alone. Qi Yu and Aio, on the other hand, suddenly turned their heads and looked at Yang Kai meaningfully before turning their heads away. Not long after, everyone had left. Yang Kai climbed out of bed, sat down cross-legged, and used his divine sense to examine himself. At first glance, Yang Kai was surprised, because he found that his strength seemed to have improved. After confirming it in disbelief, he found that it had indeed improved. Although he was not yet at the Second-Order Emperor realm, he was definitely at the peak of the First-Order Emperor realm, much stronger than before. In the previous few days, he had to deal with the siege of nearly 30 people from the Emperor realm. Then, he had to deal with the 100 monster beasts summoned by the Golden Armor Heavenly Book. In the end, he had to fight to the death with Tan Jun Hao and win a Pyrrhic victory. His strength, whether it was his spiritual energy or his Emperor Qi, was almost completely depleted. Fighting to the death had actually brought him benefits. Although he had not fully recovered yet, as long as he recovered, the strength he could display would definitely be much stronger than before. If he encountered another battle like before, he would not be half dead. This was really a blessing from the heavens. After checking his injuries, Yang Kai found that there were no major problems. He had been unconscious for a few days, and during these few days, the powerful restorative power of his physical body and golden blood had been working. The wounds on his chest and shoulders were almost completely healed, and the spiritual energy he had consumed was completely replenished under the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus. As long as he meditated for a day or two, he would be full of energy again. Chapter 2706. While Yang Kai was inspecting himself, Zhu Qing stood to the side, looking at him curiously without urging him. A few days ago, although she was the first to find Yang Kai, she didn't know what had happened. She only knew that he had encountered a fierce battle. It wasn't until later that she found out that his opponent was actually a third-order Emperor Realm Master, a second-order Emperor Realm Master. Many of them were existences whose cultivation was much higher than his, and one of them was even an elder of Star Soul Palace. But in the end, he was the one who won. His enemies were all dead. Zhu Qing couldn't help but be moved. As a member of the Dragon Clan, they boasted that they were the leader of all living beings and possessed the most powerful source of Holy Spirit. Their vision had always been extremely high, and they had never put other races in their eyes. Even among those miscellaneous Holy Spirits, there were very few that could compare to the Dragon Clan. But Zhu Qing knew that even if she did it herself, she wouldn't have been able to achieve such a feat when she was just a First-Order Emperor Realm Master. Was he really human? Zhu Qing really admired him for this, but this person's character was extremely bad. The first time he molested her, she could explain it by saying that he couldn't help but be attracted to her bloodline, but the second time was definitely intentional. If the elder hadn't told her to be on good terms with him, Zhu Qing would have cut him into pieces long ago. How could she allow him to live in this world? Aren't you afraid that I'll be embarrassed if you stare at me like this? Yang Kai suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Zhu Qing with a smile. Zhu Qing quickly averted her gaze and looked away. I'm curious, why didn't you kill me? Yang Kai asked with a frown. Why would I kill you? Zhu Qing looked out the window and asked without turning her head. Yang Kai asked curiously, You didn't want to kill me. Then why did you come back? He hadn't seen her for almost a month. It was no wonder that Yang Kai misunderstood when she suddenly appeared when he was at his weakest. At that time, he thought that she was here for revenge. Who would have thought that the situation was somewhat different from what he had expected? Zhu Qing turned around and glared at Yang Kai. What else can I do? Of course I want to be your friend. Be friends. Yang Kai was stunned. Why did this sound so familiar? Zhu Qing waved her hand. An item flew towards Yang Kai as he said, This is what you wanted. It took me a lot of effort to get it. Yang Kai reached out and took it. He looked at her in confusion, and then realized that the thing in his hand was a wine jug. Could it be? Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He opened the wine pot and took a whiff. The aroma of the wine assailed his nostrils. The sword wine of the Windward Manor in the Western Territory is only brewed 99 pots of it every year. The pot in your hand is one of them. Yang Kai's forehead was dripping with cold sweat. He looked at her strangely and said, You went to the Western Territory? A month ago, he had just casually said it to make things difficult for her. But he didn't expect that she would really give him a pot of sword wine. He hadn't seen her for a while. It wasn't that she retreated, but that she went out to give him sword wine. A joke actually made her run around for a month. Yang Kai didn't know whether to say that this girl was really stupid or really stupid, but he felt a little guilty in his heart. But then he thought about it again. Even if she was a member of the dragon race, how could a month be enough for her to go back and forth from the Western Territory? Why do you care where I went? Anyway, I got you what you needed. Zhu Qing secretly gritted her teeth. For this pot of sword wine, she had paid a great price. She looked at Yang Kai and said, Then we are friends now? Yang Kai looked up at her and didn't say a word. Zhu Qing angrily said, You want to go back on your words? She secretly swore in her heart, if this hateful guy dares to go back on his words. Even if she would be punished by the elders, she would beat him up, then knock him out and bring him back to Dragon Island. Looking at his current appearance, she should be able to beat him. She clenched her fists and looked at Yang Kai carefully. She was calculating where she could punch him. Otherwise, when he used the ancestral dragon source, she would be suppressed again. Yang Kai stared at her for a long time, then nodded slightly and said, Okay, then we are friends now. It felt strange to be friends with a member of the dragon race, and it was forced by others. Saying so, he put the pot of sword wine into his space ring. Zhu Qing was overjoyed when she heard this. She smiled like a flower and said, Really? Really? Yang Kai nodded seriously. Zhu Qing's face changed again and said fiercely, "Then why didn't you drink this pot of wine? Is it because you don't think of me as a friend in your heart?" Yang Kai smiled and said, "No one has ever worked so hard for me. I want to keep it as a memento, so that when I see this pot of wine in the future, I can always think of you." Who knew what was in this pot of wine? Although he agreed to be friends with Zhu Qing, this dragon race friend of his was really inexplicable. Zhu Qing definitely had some other intentions, so Yang Kai naturally couldn't trust her completely. But one thing was certain, this girl didn't have any malicious intentions towards him. Otherwise, when he was unconscious, no matter how many lives he had, it wouldn't be enough. And as he said to Zhu Qing before, the word friend wasn't as simple as just saying it. Zhu Qing didn't expect Yang Kai to say such words. Her face turned slightly red, and she actually felt like her heart was beating fast. She said bashfully, "What are you talking about?" This bashful appearance made Yang Kai's eyes light up. Recalling this girl's sweet tongue and warm red lips, he suddenly felt a little restless. Zhu Qing's heart was also in a mess. Although Yang Kai agreed to be friends with her, which could be considered as taking the first step, how to invite him to Dragon Island was still a problem. She couldn't say it out loud right now. That would make her intentions too obvious. For a moment, she was hesitant. The atmosphere was a little strange. Yang Kai felt his blood flow accelerate a lot, as if something bad would happen if he didn't suppress it. He was baffled. Every time he was with Zhu Qing, he couldn't control himself. Although this girl was beautiful and had a good figure, there were many beautiful women out there. Why was it that she could make him so excited? He wanted to drive her away, but he had just agreed to be friends with her. If he wanted to drive her away, it would be too unkind. So he simply grabbed a few space rings from the bedside and checked them one by one. These space rings belonged to the people he killed in the Emperor realm. There were 7 or 8 of them. Although he was unconscious before, the space rings of these people were collected by Ying Fei, who arrived later, and placed next to him. "Let's see if there's anything good here." Yang Kai sat cross-legged on the bed and rubbed his palms together with great interest. Zhu Qing also glanced at them, but she didn't pay too much attention. For her, although there were many things in these space rings, they weren't very attractive. TSK, so many source crystals. Yang Kai opened the first space ring and saw a large number of source crystals piled up inside. There were nearly 10 million high-rank source crystals, 30 to 40 million mid-rank source crystals, and hundreds of millions of low-rank source crystals. There were also a variety of pills, secret arts, rare ores, artifacts, and emperor artifacts. After reaching the Emperor realm, everyone had lived for a long time and had accumulated a lot of wealth over the long flowing time Great Emperor. Although Yang Kai was rich, since he had established the High Heaven Palace, he naturally had to prepare for the future. On Shadowed Star, at least 10,000 people would need to migrate here, perhaps even more. Once that happened, the cultivation resources they would need would be bottomless, so naturally, the more the better. Source crystals would be needed by the disciples of the High Heaven Palace in the future. Secret arts and secret arts would also provide a broader cultivation path for the disciples. As for artifacts and emperor artifacts, they could also be rewarded based on their contributions. Transferring the things in this space ring into his own, Yang Kai was overjoyed. Opening another space ring, he found that it was even richer. Yang Kai laughed happily, causing Zhu Qing to frown. There were 7 or 8 space rings, each of which contained at least 10 million high-rank source crystals and countless mid-rank and low-rank source crystals. Thinking about it, these people from the Emperor realm came to participate in the auction in Flowing Shadow City with Tian Ho in mind. So how could they not bring enough source crystals? These high-grade source crystals were probably all that each of their sects had in store. But in the end, all of them benefited Yang Kai. "Wow!" Yang Kai exclaimed exaggeratedly. He found that the number of source crystals in the space ring in his hand was even higher. There were 50 to 60 million high-rank source crystals, 4 or 5 times more than the others. This space ring should be Tan Junhao's space ring, because Yang Kai found the Dragon Island token that he had handed over before. Taking out the Dragon Island token, Yang Kai threw it into the sealed world bead. Generally, Yang Kai stored the most valuable things in the sealed world bead. Only the less important things would be placed in the space ring. "Wait!" Zhu Qing, who had been silent all this time, suddenly called out. "What's wrong?" Yang Kai looked up at her. "That thing just now." Zhu Qing took a few steps forward and said excitedly, "That token, can you let me see it?" "You mean this?" Yang Kai took out the Dragon Island token and waved it in front of Zhu Qing. Yes, that's it. Zhu Qing nodded repeatedly, a strange light flashing in her beautiful eyes. What are you doing? Yang Kai cautiously held the Dragon Island token to his chest, then turned sideways and said solemnly, "This is mine." Zhu Qing stamped her foot and said, "I know it's yours, I just want to see it." What does this guy mean? Why is he acting like a thief? Does he think that I, a member of the dragon race, will steal his things? There's no need to look. This is the Dragon Island token. Yang Kai waved the token in front of her. The Dragon Island token was something that came from the Dragon Island. As a member of the dragon race, Zhu Qing naturally recognized it. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't try to hide it. It's really the Dragon Island token. Zhu Qing was greatly surprised. She left the Dragon Island this time to track down the whereabouts of the last Dragon Island token that was lost. When she passed by Flowing Shadow City, she sensed the dragon aura on Yang Kai's body, so she was delayed. But she didn't expect that she would really find the Dragon Island token. As long as she had the Dragon Island token, she could return to the Dragon Island and report on her mission. Moreover, she could go to the Forbidden Area to evolve her bloodline and obtain greater strength. This Dragon Island token was of great significance to her, so how could Zhu Qing not be excited? Chapter 2707. It's the real deal. Yang Kai chuckled and put away the Dragon Island token again. He paused for a moment and said, "By the way, rumor has it that with the Dragon Island token, you can go to the Dragon Island and make a request that your dragon race can fulfill. Is that true?" Zhu Qing said, "Of course it's true. Any kind of request?" Yang Kai's eyes lit up as he recognized the value of this Dragon Island token. Basically, it's not a problem as long as we can fulfill it and it doesn't violate the principles of the dragon race. Zhu Qing nodded. Yang Kai's heart skipped a beat. He didn't know if the dragon race would agree if he went to the Dragon Island to exchange for Zhu Qing with this Dragon Island token. They probably wouldn't agree, as he might even offend the dragon race. Yang Kai shook his head and stopped thinking about it. He checked Tan Juanhao's other treasures again. "You want to go to the Dragon Island?" Zhu Qing was interested and asked softly. If she could persuade Yang Kai to go to the Dragon Island with the Dragon Island token, she would have completed her mission. In any case, he had found the last Dragon Island token and invited the person with the ancestral dragon source to the Dragon Island. Such a contribution was enough for him to enter the Forbidden Area to improve his bloodline power. Why would I go there? Yang Kai shook his head as he packed up his treasures. Zhu Qing said anxiously, "Don't you have any wishes to fulfill? Take this Dragon Island token, and our dragon race will fulfill them for you." "There is one thing." Yang Kai suddenly raised his head, as if he had thought of something. "What is it?" "Let's hear it," Zhu Qing said excitedly. "I came from the territory of a lower plane called Hung Luo Star Field. I want to go back. Can your Dragon Island send me back?" Yang Kai looked at Zhu Qing and asked. Now that he had established a firm foothold in the star boundary and had a territory of his own, the cultivation environment here was many times better than on Shadowed Star. On top of that, this place was quite safe, so naturally he wanted to bring his family and friends here. However, he didn't know how to return to the Hung Luo Star Field. Originally, he wanted to find the Yang inflammation before making any plans. Now that he had obtained the Dragon Island order, he had no idea how to return. Perhaps he could ask the dragon race for help. The dragon race had been passed down for so many years that they knew everything in the world. They definitely knew the way to return to the Hung Luo Star Field. Return to the territory of the lower plane? Zhu Qing frowned. Difficult? Yang Kai looked at her expression. He knew that things were not as simple as he had imagined. Zhu Qing said, "This is indeed difficult. You should know that ever since the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and the Great Emperors destroyed the territory of many star boundaries tens of thousands of years ago, the passages between the star boundary and those star boundaries were all sealed off. Many of the passages between the territory and the star boundary were cut off." Yang Kai had heard about this before. Tens of thousands of years ago, the people of the star boundary wanted to go to the territory of the lower plane, although they had to pay a price. But it was not difficult. However, ever since the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and the Great Emperors caused trouble, all the passages to the territory of the lower plane were sealed off. They were afraid that masters would break into the territory of the lower plane and do whatever they wanted. After all, The strength of the cultivator in the territory of those star boundaries was not high. The Origin King realm was the highest, and some star territories did not even have an Origin King realm cultivator. Any random Tao Source realm cultivator in the star boundary could sweep through the lower plane. The heaven-devouring Great Emperor was the best example. Countless stars were poisoned by him in the territory of the star boundaries. Wherever he went, all the star boundaries were devoured, and the cultivation stars collapsed. Hundreds of millions of cultivators died because of this. Now, the Star Court is guarding the sealed passage, and there are great emperors guarding it all year round. No one can break in. Star Court? Yang Kai frowned. Zhu Qing explained, the Star Court is an extremely powerful organization in the star boundary. It is not a sect. It was founded by the joint efforts of the current 10 great emperors. It guards the sealed passage and takes turns guarding it. As far as I know, it is currently guarding the Star Court. It is the Iron Blood Great Emperor. He is also the great emperors who are the best at conquering among the great emperors. I've never heard of it. Yang Kai looked surprised, feeling like his knowledge had been greatly broadened. Zhu Qing smiled. The existence of the Star Court is very mysterious. It is impossible for ordinary people to have heard of it. Maybe your family's elders know. You can go back and ask them. Hearing this, Yang Kai suddenly understood. If it was the Emperor realm with other inheritances, he might be able to hear about the Star Court from his family's elders, but he was alone and had not been in the star boundary for long. Who would tell him this? The majesty of the Star Court cannot be shaken. Not only was it founded by the 10 great emperors, but it is also rumored that there are several unknown great emperors in it. Even our dragon race cannot easily provoke them. Unknown great emperors. Yang Kai was shocked. Aren't there only 10 great emperors? Zhu Qing smiled. Who told you there were only 10? Yang Kai was speechless, unable to respond. Yes, no one told him that there were only 10 great emperors. It was just that he had always heard others mention the 10 great emperors, so he subconsciously thought that there were only 10 great emperors. The great emperors have very long lives. Although I don't dare to say that they have the same lifespan as the heavens and the earth and the sun and moon, they will not die easily. Many years have passed, and even if it is difficult for great emperors to be promoted, there will always be some amazing people who succeed and become great emperors, but no one knows. For example, the elders of my dragon race are comparable to great emperors, but they are not among the 10 great emperors. What about you? Yang Kai asked. Zhu Qing pursed her lips and smiled. I am still far from it. The great emperors are special existences that ordinary people cannot reach. Then I will have to work hard, Yang Kai said with a dignified expression. Zhu Qing looked at him in surprise and found that he was not joking. He was really full of fighting spirit, as if he wanted to become one of the great emperors. Her first reaction was to find it funny. If great emperors could be achieved by hard work alone, then there were probably many great emperors in this world. But after thinking about it again, if it was the person in front of her, maybe it was not impossible. He was only a first-order Emperor Realm Master, but he fought alone and killed so many enemies whose cultivation was higher than his. This in itself was an inconceivable matter. How many of the great emperors could be like him when they were young? Vision determined the goal and motivation of one's struggle. For a moment, Zhu Qing was moved. So, if I want to go to the territory of the lower planes, I have to go through the Star Court first? Yang Kai asked humbly. Of course, but that is not a place to behave atrociously. Don't mess around. Yang Kai responded casually. He felt a headache coming on. He wanted to find an opportunity to see if he could go back to the territory of the lower planes. After all, he had the Space Divine technique. As long as he could determine the location of the Hung Luo star field, he might be able to break through the space barrier. But now, he knew that there was an existence called the Star Court guarding the sealed passage. If he wanted to go back, he had to cross this thick barrier. Then, do you want to go to Dragon Island? Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai eagerly. Yang Kai looked up and said, Does Dragon Island have a way to let the Star Court open the passage and send me back? Zhu Qing shook her head. There was no need to think about it. Although Dragon Island was powerful, the Star Court was related to the existence of the entire star boundary. They might not give face to Dragon Island. Otherwise, the passage seal would be opened every day. There was no need for it to exist. Then why should I go? Yang Kai waved his hand. But you can ask for other things. Zhu Qing's face was filled with anxiety as she thought quickly. That's right, you are only a First Order Emperor Realm Master now. If you go to Dragon Island, you can cultivate there. It will be very beneficial to your cultivation, and you will be able to break through to the Third Order Emperor Realm in less than 100 years. 100 years. Yang Kai couldn't help but roll his eyes. He had cultivated for less than 100 years and was already a First Order Emperor Realm Master. Moreover, he had reached the peak of the First Order Emperor Realm. He could easily break through to the Second Order Emperor Realm. If he needed 100 years to reach the Third Order Emperor Realm, then he might as well die. 100 years is already very fast. In the entire star boundary, there are few places with a better cultivation environment than Dragon Island. As long as you hand over your Dragon Island token, I promise that the elders will arrange the best place for you to cultivate, Zhu Qing persuaded earnestly. We'll talk about it later. When I think about what I need help with, I will go to Dragon Island and have a look, Yang Kai casually replied. Then, how long do you need to think about it? Yang Kai shook his head and said, I'm not sure. Maybe I don't need your help, so I won't go. Zhu Qing's face turned gloomy. After hesitating for a while, she said, Then can you give me your Dragon Island token? Give it to you. Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. Our relationship isn't that good, right? Why can't this girl understand what's important? She dares to say anything. Zhu Qing said, Of course, I won't give it to you for free. I will give you something in exchange. To tell you the truth, I left the island this time to track down the whereabouts of this Dragon Island token. Now that I have found it, I can report back with it. Can you help me? It was really difficult for her, a dragon race girl, to ask for help. Her cheeks burned as she felt embarrassed. Yang Kai frowned. After thinking seriously for a while, he said, Since you saved me last time, I can give you a chance. Zhu Qing was delighted. Before she could say anything, Yang Kai raised his hand and said, Of course, it's just a chance. If you don't have what I want, then forget it. Zhu Qing nodded repeatedly. She took off the space ring on her hand and tossed it to Yang Kai. She said, I have a lot of good stuff. Take a look and see what you want. You can take whatever you like. I only want the Dragon Island token. So generous. Yang Kai was stunned. The space ring was usually the cultivator's privacy. It wouldn't be exposed to others easily. Zhu Qing tossed the space ring to Yang Kai without saying anything. It was obvious that she valued this Dragon Island token very much. She was prepared to get it at all costs. This girl doesn't know what it means to raise the price. She exposed my bottom line so easily. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Yang Kai also wanted to know what good stuff a dragon race girl had. He scanned the space ring with his divine sense. Immediately, he was dazzled by the dense light. Wow, it seems like there are a lot of good stuff. Yang Kai was delighted. He focused his mind and looked at the space ring seriously. Chapter 2708. With a heart full of excitement and expectation, Yang Kai began to investigate carefully. But soon, his brow furrowed as a strange look appeared on his face. As time passed, this strange look became more and more intense. The veins on his forehead bulged, and finally, he couldn't bear it anymore. He looked up at Zhu Qing and asked, What are these things? What's wrong? You don't like anything? Zhu Qing looked at him in astonishment. Impossible. The things in this ring were things that he had painstakingly collected with great difficulty. Every single one of them was precious to him. How could this person not take a fancy to any of them? I like your grandpa. Yang Kai couldn't stand it anymore, and took out a jade hairpin from his space ring. This jade hairpin shone brilliantly and had a beautiful appearance, but the key point was that it was just a Dao Source grade low-rank artifact, and the energy fluctuations it exuded were negligible. It seemed to only have a single defensive secret technique sealed within it. Turning to Zhu Qing, Yang Kai shouted, Is this what you call a treasure? Yang Kai felt like he had been deceived. His heart was hurt. Zhu Qing looked at him nervously and said, Be gentle, don't crush it. As if the jade hairpin was some kind of extraordinary treasure. Yang Kai was so angry that he coughed up blood. Zhu Qing hurriedly said, I don't like this one. Look at the others, there are many more. Yang Kai casually reached into his space ring and pulled out more than a dozen strange things. Some were artifacts, some were things he couldn't even name, and there were even some strange gems. No matter which one it was, they were all sparkling and sparkling. Just from their appearance alone, they were indeed not bad. When put together, they were even more dazzling. They shone brightly. But the key was that these things were worthless to someone like Yang Kai from the Emperor realm. They were not worth a single cent. Things that couldn't be used to cultivate or enhance one's strength were naturally worthless. But Zhu Qing put them in her space ring like treasures. Yang Kai couldn't believe that this was the storage of a dragon race. He wanted to poke his eyes out. Do you like or want anything? I'm willing to exchange it with you. Zhu Qing, however, didn't have the slightest self-awareness. Her beautiful eyes were shining as she looked at him with an expression that said, "You've made a fortune. Are you really stupid or just pretending?" Yang Kai sneered. What do you mean? Zhu Qing was also a little angry. She could hear the sarcasm in Yang Kai's tone. Yang Kai was stunned. I've heard that the dragon race has 3 hobbies. It seems like it's true? What are the 3 hobbies? Zhu Qing asked curiously. She had lived on the Dragon Island since she was a child. This was also the first time she had left the Dragon Island to travel the astral boundary. She had never heard of these 3 hobbies. Yang Kai sighed. Sleep, flash, that. What do you mean? Zhu Qing glared at him and said, Make yourself clear. Yang Kai glared at her and said, Child, don't ask so many questions. You're the child. Your whole family are children. Zhu Qing was so angry that her nose was crooked. Yang Kai was too lazy to argue with her. He laughed and said, Anyway, in my opinion, these things are all garbage. I don't think there's any need to exchange them. Saying so, he threw the space ring back. The most important thing was that this girl didn't even have a single source crystal in her space ring. He didn't know what she usually used for cultivation. Perhaps the dragon race didn't need source crystals to cultivate. After all, the dragon race was also considered to be part of the monster race. Yang Kai had never seen a monster race member using source crystals for cultivation. The monster race had always cultivated by directly absorbing the world energy of the heaven-devouring Great Emperor and the sun and moon essences. Or they could swallow some heavenly treasures or other monster beasts' monster core. How is that possible? Zhu Qing huffed angrily, as if saying, You can insult me, but you can't insult my treasures. However, when she remembered that she still needed his help, her imposing manner was reduced by half. After hesitating for a while, she said, If you don't like these things, then what about these 2? While speaking, she suddenly reached out and flipped her hand. A basket-sized scale immediately appeared in her snow-white hand. There was also a jade bottle above the scale. Dragon scale. Yang Kai felt the dragon chi exuding from the scale. His eyes suddenly lit up. He reached out and took the dragon scale and the jade bottle, gently stroking the hard scale. When he was in the Hung Luo star field, he obtained a dragon scale. Later, he refined it and placed it on his chest. Now, when he used the dragon transformation secret technique, the dragon scale could enhance the power of the dragon transformation secret technique. If he could refine another dragon scale, the power of the dragon transformation secret technique would definitely increase. While stroking it, Yang Kai felt a familiar aura from this dragon scale and immediately understood that it should be Zhu Qing's own dragon scale. Perhaps it was one that she had shed some time ago, so he couldn't help glancing over at it thoughtfully. However, he found that Zhu Qing's pretty face was flushed red and she looked extremely uncomfortable. He felt very strange and didn't know what was wrong with her. The truth was just as Yang Kai expected. This dragon scale was indeed Zhu Qing's dragon scale, but it had been shed later. Although this was the case, it was still a part of her body. Now that Yang Kai was gently stroking it, Zhu Qing felt as if his hand was touching her own body. She couldn't help but think of the scenes of her being wantonly molested by Yang Kai. Naturally, she felt uncomfortable. Fortunately, Yang Kai didn't continue for long. After a while, he put down the dragon scale and opened the jade bottle. Faintly, a dragon's roar could be heard from the jade bottle. Then a ball of dense red light suddenly exploded, and it was extremely hot. Yang Kai fixed his eyes on the jade bottle and saw a drop of dark red blood in the shape of a dragon. It looked like a burning flame was about to rush out of the bottle. True dragon's blood. Yang Kai exclaimed softly and quickly closed the jade bottle. What do you think? I'll trade these 2 items for your Dragon Island token. Zhu Qing looked at Yang Kai anxiously. Yang Kai pondered for a while and nodded. These are good items, but, in your opinion, I can only trade these 2 items for the Dragon Island token? Zhu Qing pursed her red lips and said softly, I'm indeed at a disadvantage. She was quite honest. Yang Kai couldn't help but have a better impression of her. However, he didn't know that the dragon race had always been arrogant. Naturally, they wouldn't bother to lie. However, didn't you refine dragon's secret treasures before? If you refine these two items, the power of your dragonification secret technique will also increase, Zhu Qing persuaded him. Yang Kai smiled and said, when you first met me, you said that you refined things that didn't belong to me. You were referring to those dragon secret treasures, right? He only figured it out after he found out about Zhu Qing's identity. Dragon secret treasures were originally a part of the dragon race. As a dragon race woman, Zhu Qing naturally wanted to punish a human for refining dragon secret treasures when she suddenly saw him. She wanted to protect the dignity of the dragon race. However, she didn't expect that she would be dragged into it. Otherwise, she wouldn't have found trouble with Yang Kai since she had never met him before and they didn't have any grudges against each other. Since you know that I've refined a few dragon secret treasures, how much can my strength increase if I refine these two items? Yang Kai grinned and threw the dragon scale and the jade bottle containing the true dragon's blood back to Zhu Qing. Then, he tossed the Dragon Island token in his hand and said, however, this thing is a rare commodity worth hoarding. But, Zhu Qing frowned. Aren't we friends? Friends are friends, business is business. These are two different things. Yang Kai said seriously. All right. I need to rest. You can leave first. Zhu Qing didn't want to leave. She just stared at him with her big eyes. Yang Kai's face darkened. He said, if you don't leave, I'll activate the origin of the dragon race. A man and a woman alone in a room. If anything happens later, don't blame me for not treating you as a friend. Zhu Qing was startled. She stomped her feet and left. The ancestral dragon's origin had an absolute suppressive force on her. Even if her bloodline power was improved by a few levels, she wouldn't be able to resist it. If Yang Kai really activated the ancestral dragon's origin, she might suffer a loss again. After driving away Zhu Qing, Yang Kai grinned. His previous harvest was not small. Just the high-rank source crystals alone amounted to more than 100 million, not to mention the other treasures. These were secondary as they couldn't provide him with strength. However, the golden armored heavenly book he obtained from Tan Jun how could be studied. If he could refine it, it would definitely be of great help to his strength. Taking out the golden armored heavenly book, Yang Kai wanted to examine it carefully. He wanted to see how many divine technique this heavenly book could summon. However, he helplessly discovered that he couldn't open the heavenly book before he refined it. In the end, he could only give up. First, he erased Tan Junhao's soul brand. Then, he slowly poured his emperor qi and divine sense into it to refine this emperor artifact. Zhu Qing returned to her room and immediately took out the dragon talisman. After casting a spell, an old voice came from the dragon talisman. Is it done? Zhu Qing replied respectfully. Not yet. Since it's not done, why did you contact me? Zhu Qing said, Qing, found the last Dragon Island medallion. The old voice said, you're quite lucky. We sent out 4 clansmen this time, but you were the first to find them. Did you take back the Dragon Island medallion? Zhu Qing said shamefully, not yet. The old voice said, quickly take back the Dragon Island medallion. This thing can't be spread outside. No matter what method you use, even if you have to snatch it by force. With your strength, there shouldn't be many people in this world who can be your match. Zhu Qing replied, this is what's troubling Qing, Ber. The owner of the Dragon Island medallion is none other than the person Qing I mentioned to you before. Therefore, it's not convenient for me to take action. The Dragon Island medallion is also in his hands. The dragon race elder was astonished. Was this luck or was it fate? If it was someone else, with Zhu Qing's strength, she could snatch it by force. However, that person had the ancestral dragon's source. Even if Zhu Qing was stronger than him, Zhu Qing couldn't do anything about the suppression of the source. Qing invited him to the Dragon Island, but he didn't agree. Qing doesn't know what to do now. Elder, please advise me. The dragon talisman remained silent for a long time. It seemed like he didn't have any good ideas. After a long time, he asked, what did he do recently? Yes. Tell me in detail. Zhu Qing immediately told him about the battle between Yang Kai and the Emperor Realm a few days ago. Then the dragon talisman chuckled. Is this person really so amazing? He killed Second Order and Third Order Emperor Realm Masters with his First Order Emperor Realm cultivation? And he's an elder of the Star Soul Palace? Zhu Qing said, although I didn't see it with my own eyes, that should be the case. Then it's easy. The voice from the dragon talisman was full of confidence. Tell him this. Zhu Qing listened carefully and nodded repeatedly. Chapter 2709. 3 days later, Yang Kai slowly opened his eyes and looked at the golden-armored heavenly book in his hand helplessly. He had been refining it for 3 whole days, but the golden-armored heavenly book showed no signs of accepting his emperor chi and divine sense. This made him realize that refining the golden-armored heavenly book was definitely not something that could be done in a short time. Tan Junhao must have spent many years refining this heavenly book before he could activate its power. However, Yang Kai was not discouraged. On the contrary, he was pleasantly surprised because the harder it was to refine, the more extraordinary the power of this Emperor artifact was. Back in the Shattered Star Sea, it took him more than a year to refine the mountains and rivers Bell. There was no progress in refining the heavenly book, but 3 days of rest allowed him to completely recover. The benefits of the battle were gradually showing. Not only did his Emperor Chi increase, but his spiritual energy also increased. It would definitely be easier for him to break through to the Second-Order Emperor realm in the future. After putting away the heavenly book, Yang Kai scanned the outside with his divine sense and waited quietly. After a while, Hua Qingxi, Qiyu, Aio Guizhu, Gu Songyun, and the others gathered in the room. Ing Fei and Zhu Qing, who heard the commotion, also rushed over. Everyone, although Tan Junhao is dead, the heart-urging insects he planted are still in your bodies. I need to get them out, so please cooperate. Yang Kai looked at everyone solemnly. Chi was overjoyed when she heard this and asked, "Boy, can you get them out?" "I can try." Yang Kai nodded. Logically speaking, heart-urging insects could only be controlled by those who raised them. Yang Kai was not proficient in Gu arts. He did not know how heart-urging insects were raised. However, he had the insect enslavement bracelet. This Emperor artifact was the same as the soul-splitting saber, a relic of the Insect Emperor. Although the insect enslavement bracelet could not be used in battle, it was the nemesis of all exotic insects in the world. Any exotic insect listed in the Exotic Insect Book could be controlled by the Insect Enslavement Bracelet. Coincidentally, the heart-urging Gu was one of the exotic insect scriptures. They were ranked at the top of the Earth list. Even the Insect Enslavement Bracelet was able to restrain the soul-eating insect, which was a rare insect on the heaven ranking, let alone the heart-urging insect on the Earth ranking. Since that's the case, what are we waiting for? I'll be the first. Gu Songyun immediately responded and sat down in front of Yang Kai. Aio suddenly stretched out his hand, grabbed him, and threw him to the side. He snorted coldly, "Second brother, I didn't even touch you, and you dare to touch me? Don't you have any manners?" Guizhu snickered from the side. "If we're talking about seniority, I should go first. All of you get out of the way." Saying so, Yang Kai pushed his ghost chi and pushed Aio and Gu Songyun to the side, sitting in front of Yang Kai. The dispute between the three only lasted for a moment. But Kai Yang was completely dumbfounded. After coming to a sudden realization, he finally understood why they were fighting for first place. Yang Kai only said that they could give it a try, but he didn't give them full confidence. If something went wrong, the first person to test it would definitely be in danger. It was because of this that the three of them were fighting for first place without any hesitation. Qiyu looked at Yang Kai nervously and said, "Boy, you have to be careful. Elder brother is old and can't take this kind of trouble." Guizhu was unhappy. "Nonsense, this king is still young, sect master. You can rest assured." Yang Kai couldn't help but laugh. He said, "Don't be too nervous. It's just a heart-urging insect. I'm still confident. If you want to test it, I have more than 20 test subjects to suppress, so it won't be your turn." The mountains and rivers Bell was still on the battlefield, suppressing the 20 or so people from the Emperor realm. It wasn't that Yang Kai couldn't take back the mountains and rivers Bell, but he had other plans for the 20 or so people and didn't want to release them immediately. Hearing Yang Kai say so, everyone relaxed. "Elder, open your mind." Yang Kai looked at Guizhu in front of him and whispered. Guizhu nodded, closed his eyes, and emptied his mind. Yang Kai flipped his hand, and the insect enslavement bracelet appeared in his palm. He poured his Emperor Chi into the insect enslavement bracelet, and in an instant, a strange power was born from the bracelet, the insect enslavement Chi of the insect enslavement bracelet. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and wrapped the insect enslavement Chi around his fingertip, guiding it to Guizhu's body. Pushing his divine sense and Emperor Chi at the same time, Yang Kai carefully controlled the insect enslavement Chi to move around Guizhu's body. Guizhu grunted slightly, but didn't suffer any serious damage. The gap in strength between Yang Kai and him was huge, so Yang Kai was able to control the insect enslavement chi very well. If Gui Zhu's cultivation was similar to Yang Kai's, it would not have been so easy. After a while, the insect enslavement chi was guided to Gui Zhu's chest by Yang Kai, accurately finding the location of the heart-urging insect. Seemingly aware of this, the Gu insect suddenly became restless and tried to escape, but Yang Kai moved his fingers and tapped Gui Zhu's chest a few times. The insect enslavement chi immediately spread out and completely wrapped around the Gu insect. The insect enslavement chi had a natural restraining effect on exotic insects, so once it was wrapped in this insect enslavement chi, no matter how it struggled, it could not escape. Yang Kai's fingers slowly moved upwards, guiding the insect enslavement chi to Gui Zhu's throat, and gently clenched his fingers. Gui Zhu's face changed, and in the next moment, he opened his mouth and spat out an arrow of blood. Yang Kai was prepared for this, and with a wave of his hand, the blood arrow flew to the side and towards Zhu Qing, shouting in a low voice, "Lady Qing, thank you for your trouble." Although Zhu Qing was not notified in advance, her reaction was extremely fast. Opening her mouth, she spat out a scorching flame, directly incinerating the blood arrow. Even the Gu insect hidden in the blood arrow was reduced to ashes. She could not help but roll her eyes, knowing that Yang Kai had been pulled in because he had seen the drop of true dragon blood a few days ago and noticed his fire attribute. With the Gu insect removed, Gui Zhu let out a long sigh of relief, feeling much more relaxed as he jumped off the bed with a look of joy. "Fifth sister, you do it." Aio looked at Chi Yu and gestured. Since they were sure that Yang Kai could remove the Gu insect and there was no danger, there was no need to compete, and they became modest. However, Chi Yu unexpectedly said with a slightly red face, "You guys go first, Master Hua, and I will be the last." Aio was stunned for a moment, but he quickly understood and didn't say anything. He simply pushed Gutsong Yun over to him. With his first experience, Yang Kai was even more familiar with the process. After a while, the Gu insect in Gutsong Yun and Aio's bodies were removed. "We'll go out first and wait for you," Aio said before walking out with the others. Everyone was very tactful and left one after another. Even Zhu Qing obediently left under Fei Ying's signal. Only Hua Qingxi and Chi Yu were left behind. "I'll go first." Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled, taking the initiative to sit cross-legged in front of Yang Kai. "Close your eyes," Yang Kai said. Hua Qingxi shot him a displeased look, as if she was letting him off lightly, before slowly closing her eyes. The process of Yang Kai expelling the Gu insect was witnessed by everyone. Using a finger to poke at someone's body, especially at a sensitive place like the chest, was not a big deal to the men, but as a woman, Hua Qingxi felt a little uncomfortable, so it was not convenient for her to be watched. There was no other way around it. The heart urge Gu was a Gu insect that targeted the heart, so it was naturally hidden near the chest. Yang Kai had no way to avoid this. Using the same method, Hua Qingxi soon spat out a mouthful of blood. Yang Kai stretched out his hand and caught the blood in the air. His emperor chi surged, and it took him a lot of effort to kill the Gu insect, much more effort than Zhu Qing. Hua Qingxi slowly got up and stared at Yang Kai with a meaningful expression before pushing open the door and leaving. Chi Yu could not help but sigh and could only sit in front of Yang Kai and say uncomfortably, "Boy, don't have any bad thoughts." Yang Kai's face darkened. "How could I?" "Senior, don't think too much. Although I can use force from a distance, it's not safe." Chi Yu said, "I know. Let's begin." Saying so, she closed her beautiful eyes and looked like she had accepted her fate. However, from the expression on her face, she was still a little nervous. Yang Kai was embarrassed for a while. After all, the person in front of him was his master, so he did not know where to start. In the end, he could only grit his teeth and concentrate on his task. When his finger brushed across Chi Yu's body, Yang Kai could clearly feel her body trembling. Her cheeks also turned red, as if she was burning. When his finger brushed across her chest, her cheeks became even more delicate and tender. Her body tensed up, and the strength in her body involuntarily resisted. If Yang Kai's strength was not far above hers and could easily suppress her strength, this would have caused a lot of trouble, and she might have even suffered a backlash. After a lot of effort, Chi Yu finally forced the Gu worm out of her body. Chi Yu got up, turned around, and walked out, but when she reached the door, she suddenly turned back and sternly said, "Don't tell Qing Luo about this." N. Yang Kai nodded repeatedly, Even if you beat me to death, I won't say a word. But then he quickly reacted. He had just helped her get rid of a goo worm. He had not done anything that violated the laws of the world. So why did he feel so guilty? Staying in place for a long time, Yang Kai shook his head and stood up. Now that he had dealt with most of the matters, it was time to take a look at the dozens of people from the Emperor realm. He could not keep them suppressed in the mountains and rivers Bell forever. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he arrived at the battlefield a few days ago. There wasn't a single person here, and the surroundings were in ruins. Only a simple and unadorned large bell remained in place. Yang Kai waved his hand, and with a thought, the mountains and rivers bell immediately flew towards him, quickly shrinking in midair and landing on his palm. In the place originally suppressed by the mountains and rivers bell, 20 to 30 people from the Emperor realm were pacing back and forth anxiously, a few of them even looking dispirited. At a glance, it was obvious that they had been seriously injured and were meditating to heal themselves. In any case, none of them were calm. Yang Kai glanced at the severely injured people from the Emperor realm and asked curiously, "What happened to you all?" He remembered that when he suppressed these people in the mountains and rivers bell, they were clearly fine, so why were they injured after not seeing them for a few days? Could it be that they had fought inside? Chapter 27:10. Young Master Yang. Lord Yang. Seeing the light again, many people from the Emperor realm were both surprised and overjoyed. When they turned their heads and saw Yang Kai, they all cupped their fists and saluted him. Although Yang Kai was much younger than them and his cultivation was not much higher, no one dared to be disrespectful to him because of his performance a few days ago. The beautiful woman in palace robes who knew Xia Sheng flew lightly in front of Yang Kai and bowed. "This mistress, Hua Yulu, greets young Master Yang." Yang Kai nodded and asked, "How did they get injured?" Hua Yulu pursed her lips into a charming smile and whispered, "Those friends were probably impatient and wanted to come out, but they weren't strong enough, so..." Yang Kai nodded, understanding in his heart. He had suppressed these people for many days, so anyone would feel uneasy. They didn't know how Yang Kai would deal with them in the end, so they naturally had to find a way to get out. However, the mountains and rivers bell was an ancient exotic treasure after all, so how could they possibly break it? They had probably suffered a backlash from the mountains and rivers bell's power. Hua Yulu looked around and saw that there was no one else around, but there were traces of a great battle everywhere. She then looked at Yang Kai and found that his aura was calm and steady, without the slightest injury. She was slightly surprised and whispered, "Young Master Yang, where did Elder Tan go?" Everyone also looked over curiously, wanting to know the answer. When they were suppressed by the mountains and rivers bell, Yang Kai and Tan Juanhao had already shed all pretenses of cordiality and were definitely going to fight. After the mountains and rivers bell suppressed them, they didn't know what had happened outside. So seeing Yang Kai safe and sound at this moment, they couldn't help but have an unbelievable thought in their hearts. Elder Tan couldn't have been beaten away, right? Tan Juanhao was an elder of Star Soul Palace and had a powerful third-layer Emperor realm cultivation. Even if Yang Kai was strong, he shouldn't be a match for him. Not to mention that Tan Juanhao had arranged a spirit array here before and had the help of that spirit array. Old Dog Tan is a perverse and cruel person who uses Star Soul Palaces, named to ruin Star Soul Palace's reputation. You're an elder of Star Soul Palace, but you're really a tumor of Star Soul Palace, a disgrace of the Southern Territory. So this young master has already punished you on the spot, Yang Kai laughed. He clapped his hands and said, "It's really worthy of celebration, worthy of celebration." Everyone was shocked, their eyes bulging as they stared at Yang Kai dumbfoundedly, none of them able to respond. Yang Kai's face darkened. "What? You don't believe me?" Seeing that he was showing signs of anger, everyone was shocked and repeatedly said that they didn't dare. However, it wasn't that they didn't dare to believe it, but that it was too inconceivable. If the one standing in front of them was Tan Juanhao, saying that he had already killed Yang Kai, that would be a reasonable conclusion. But Yang Kai was standing here alive, and Tan Juanhao was nowhere to be seen. Furthermore, what was there to celebrate about this? No matter what, he was still an elder of Star Soul Palace, and there were only a few elders like Tan Juanhao in the entire Star Soul Palace. Now that he had died here, it was simply like piercing through the heavens. Once Star Soul Palace investigated, no one present would be able to get away with it. Although they were from the Emperor realm, facing a giant like Star Soul Palace, they were still afraid. Hua Yulu forced a smile, no longer showing the slightest bit of charm, and asked cautiously, "Young Master Yang, that Elder Tan was really killed by you? If he was killed, then he was killed. There's no need to lie to you." "Not only him, even Wu Ming is dead," Yang Kai replied casually without hesitation. Only then did everyone believe him. After all, there was no need to lie about this. Killing a Star Soul Palace elder was not a good thing. If he didn't do it right, he might get into trouble. Yang Kai didn't look stupid, so why would he take the initiative to provoke trouble? For a moment, their respect for him increased by 3 points. Even an elder of Star Soul Palace could be killed, so how strong was this young man? In this world, could it be that only the great emperors could suppress him? "Young Master Yang, you killed Elder Tan, so this matter is troublesome." Hua Yulu frowned, showing a worried look. No matter what Tan Juanhao had done before, his identity was there, and he died at the hands of Yang Kai, so Star Soul Palace would investigate no matter what. "Lord Yang, this matter has nothing to do with us. We don't know what happened after." That's right. Senior Yang, we don't have any intention of going against Star Soul Palace. We just came to participate in the auction. We don't know anything else. The group of people from the Emperor realm, as if they had been implicated in a disaster, began to clamor. How could Yang Kai not know what they were worried about? And he sneered in his heart. If he hadn't killed Tan Juanhao, none of them would have been alive. As an elder of Star Soul Palace, Tan Juanhao had used the heart-urging insect to control so many people from the Emperor realm. Once this matter was exposed, Star Soul Palace would definitely not tolerate him, so he would definitely kill to silence him and then frame Yang Kai as the murderer. At that time, he might become a great hero who slayed demons and avenged the Emperor realm in the Southern Territory. It was funny that these people were now in a hurry to get rid of this matter, but they didn't realize that he had saved their lives. Yang Kai didn't need them to be grateful. He knew that the world was cold, so how could he have any expectations? "Young Master Yang, you should leave quickly. The further the better. You can't stay in the Southern Territory any longer," Hua Yulu suddenly said to Yang Kai. Hua Yulu suddenly whispered to Yang Kai, "You should go to the Northern Territory. I heard that there is a forbidden area called the Frozen Earth there. Even the Great Emperor doesn't dare to enter it easily. If there is a place in this world where you can stay, it is that place." Yang Kai glanced at Hua Yulu in surprise. He didn't expect her to be different from the others, at least caring about him. "It's fine." Yang Kai smiled, turned around, and shouted, "All of you shut up. What are you making so much noise for?" The shouting people from the Emperor realm suddenly fell silent. Yang Kai quickly said, "Everyone, don't worry. This young master will take responsibility for his actions. I killed Tan Juanhao, so if the people from Star Soul Palace investigate in the future, you don't need to hide anything. Just tell them the truth. I won't implicate you." As soon as this was said, everyone was overjoyed. "Lord Yang is really noble. This old man admires you." "Many thanks, Lord Yang. If that day really comes, we won't hide it. That old thing Tan Juanhao's death is not to be regretted. Lord Yang killed him to clean up the mess for Star Soul Palace. There is nothing wrong with that." Hearing that Kai Yang was willing to step forward to take the blame, everyone's hearts relaxed. Smiles spread across their faces, all of their previous worries vanishing. "Stop flattering me." Yang Kai coldly snorted. "This young master saved your lives this time, so this young master doesn't need you to return the favor. But I do have one request. Please speak, Lord Yang. If master has any orders, we will obey." An old man cupped his fists and said. When Kai Yang said that he had saved everyone's lives, it wasn't an exaggeration. Everyone was well aware of this fact, but Kai Yang's words were so blunt that it made many of them feel embarrassed, as if they were being ungrateful. "Tan Juanhao is dead. The Star Soul Palace will definitely investigate this matter. If they really find out that it was you, I hope that you can report everything that happened that day in detail, especially the heart-urging insect." Everyone nodded one after another. Of course. Hua Yulu also said, "Young Master Yang can rest assured. Even if you didn't ask, we wouldn't have concealed anything. Tan Juanhao, as an elder of Star Soul Palace, actually harbored such malicious intentions. If it weren't for young Master Yang turning the tide, I'm afraid we would have already died. A life-saving grace is something we should be grateful for. If anyone dares to distort the facts and arbitrarily slander us, we will not let them off lightly." "We won't let them off lightly," everyone shouted, as if they were united against a common enemy. "Very good. Yang Kai nodded with satisfaction, cupping his fists and saying, "Then I will have to trouble everyone. We wouldn't dare, we wouldn't dare." Having said this, everyone understood that if everyone really unified their statements and reported the facts, even if Star Soul Palace really investigated, they wouldn't do anything to Yang Kai and them. In the end, it was Tan Juanhao who had angered everyone. As an elder of Star Soul Palace, instead of protecting the reputation of Star Soul Palace, he had used crooked methods to enslave so many people from the Emperor realm. If one were to say anything, he was simply digging his own grave. Perhaps Star Soul Palace really would have to thank Yang Kai. Of course, this kind of matter definitely wouldn't be brought to light, and how it was dealt with in the end was a matter for Star Soul Palace. There was no need for them to worry about it. Since that's the case, then you may all disperse. Yang Kai waved his hand. Everyone was overjoyed when they heard this, cupped their fists, turned around, and prepared to leave. Although Yang Kai didn't mean to embarrass them, this young man was too cruel, killing people as if they were weeds, so they didn't feel safe staying with him. It was best to stay away from him, otherwise, there was no telling when a disaster would befall them. "Big Sister Hua, please wait." Yang Kai suddenly called out to Hua Yulu. Hua Yulu was amused by the way he addressed her and smiled. "Does young Master Yang have any other instructions?" Yang Kai said, "Since you are friends with Brother Xia Sheng, then you are also my friend. I will help you get rid of the heart-urging insect, so you don't have to worry about it." When Hua Yulu heard this, her small mouth opened slightly, her jade hand covering her red lips, a look of pleasant surprise on her face. She had just been thinking that although she had luckily escaped this time, there was still a heart-urging insect left in her body, so she should think of a way to get rid of it when she returned. However, she had never heard of heart-urging insects, so she didn't know how to get rid of them. But just as she was about to doze off, Yang Kai gave her a pillow. What a considerate person. Swish, swish, swish. The people from the Emperor realm who were about to leave also stopped and turned around, their ears pricked up. Some people immediately flew back and landed in front of Yang Kai, smiling obsequiously. "Lord Yang, you just said, you can get rid of the heart-urging insect. I don't understand what you are saying." Yang Kai looked at him seriously, his head shaking like a rattle drum. That person became anxious and said, "Lord Yang, this? I heard it clearly. You just said that you would help Palace Mistress Hua get rid of the heart-urging insect." Yang Kai turned to look at Hua Yulu and asked curiously, "Did I say that?" Hua Yulu didn't know what Yang Kai was planning, so she didn't know how to answer. She just pursed her lips and smiled, not saying a word, tantalizing that person. Chapter 27:11. I'm sure you all heard it. The man waved his hand, and everyone from the Emperor realm nodded in agreement. All of them had sharp eyes and ears, so although Yang Kai's words were not loud, how could they not have heard them? "Lord Yang, you can't be so biased. If you really have a way to get rid of it, please help us," the man pleaded. Anyone with a goo insect in their body would not be able to stay calm. Although Tan Juanhao was already dead, who knew what kind of harm a goo insect could cause? If it suddenly flared up one day, they wouldn't even know how they died. Now that they heard that Yang Kai could get rid of it, it was as if they had grabbed onto a life-saving straw when they were drowning, unwilling to let go no matter what. "Huh." Yang Kai sighed heavily and said with a helpless expression, "All right, I did say that I have a way to get rid of this heart-urging insect." "Really?" Everyone was overjoyed and quickly turned around, landing in front of Yang Kai and staring at him eagerly. Just now they were all eager to leave, but now Yang Kai would not be able to drive them away even if he wanted to. This heart-urging insect is ranked high on the exotic insect book's Earth list and is extremely ferocious and hidden. Even the Emperor realm cannot easily get rid of it. If left alone for a long time, it will devour the heart meridian and blood essence. TSK. At that time, even an immortal would not be able to save you. No one knew if Yang Kai was exaggerating or not, but everyone's faces paled as they listened to him. During this time, everyone had tried to use their Emperor Qi to expel the heart-urging insect, but as soon as they touched it, the heart-urging insect would burrow into their heart meridians. Now, let alone expel it, they had to be careful even when circulating their Emperor Qi for fear of disturbing the heart-urging insect. Unfortunately, this young master happens to know a way to get rid of this thing. Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Please save us, young Master Yang." Everyone hurriedly bowed and begged. Yang Kai's face sank and he said coldly, Why should I save you? Give me a reason. Everyone was stunned and speechless. After listening to Yang Kai's long speech, it showed that he had a deep understanding of the heart-urging insect. It seemed that he had the intention to help them. But in the blink of an eye, it was as if he had become a completely different person, making everyone feel very uncomfortable. But on second thought, it wasn't wrong. Yang Kai wasn't related to them at all. He didn't look like a warm-hearted person. Why should he save him? Yang Kai said, "Previously, you and Tan Junhao were enemies of this young master. If this young master didn't have some ability, I'm afraid I would have been killed by you. However, I have always been magnanimous and know that you had no choice. I can't be bothered to lower myself to your level. This young master doesn't need any of you to repay him for saving his life. He has already done everything he can to protect you with his Emperor artifact. Now, you want this young master to spend effort to help you get rid of the goo worms. Isn't that too much?" Everyone was rendered speechless, their faces filled with shame. Although Yang Kai's words were sharp, they were all true. They really couldn't refute him. These people had indeed been enemies with Yang Kai before, and Yang Kai had indeed saved their lives. Now they wanted him to get rid of the goo worms for them. Wasn't this asking for a yard after giving them an inch? For a moment, everyone looked at each other with embarrassed expressions. Hua Yulu's beautiful eyes lit up. She pursed her lips and smiled, saying softly, "Young Master Yang, everyone here is the sect masters and patriarchs of the various sects in the Southern Territory. If this heart-urging insect is not removed, once it acts up in the future, I'm afraid that everyone's lives will be in danger. At that time, many sects will be like dragons without a leader, and the Southern Territory will definitely be in chaos. Young Master Yang is compassionate, please help them." She could see that Yang Kai was loosening the reins only to grasp them better. If he really didn't want to get rid of the goo worms for these people, then there was no need for him to keep her here and say such words. He clearly wanted to tell everyone that he had this ability. He was just short of carving the words "come" and "beg me quickly" on his face. Right now, he was just not acting until he saw the hair. Although Hua Yulu was a woman, her mind was sharp. How could she not see this point? That was why she secretly added fuel to the fire and cooperated with him. Palace Master Hua is right. Lord Yang, please help us. Regardless of whether they saw through Yang Kai's intentions or not, it was not wrong for them to sincerely ask for help. They were more or less grateful to Hua Yulu. Now, in the Emperor Realm 20 to 30, only Hua Yulu had a little friendship with Yang Kai. She was willing to intercede for them, so they were naturally grateful. Yang Kai looked troubled, but he gave Hua Yulu 120 thumbs up in his heart. He thought that this woman was really smart. He didn't know what kind of relationship she had with Xiaosheng. He couldn't let Xiaosheng know that he was taking advantage of her later. Seeing that Yang Kai's attitude was not as firm as before, everyone knew that there was hope for them to succeed. Naturally, they continued to ask for help. For a moment, it was like hundreds of ducks quacking. That's enough. Yang Kai raised his hand and interrupted their shouting, frowning as he said, "I can indeed expel the insect, but it will cost me a lot. Moreover, with so many people needing to expel it, this young master will have to use his own blood essence. After this is done, I'm afraid I won't be able to fight for 3 to 5 years." These words were too exaggerated. No one believed them, but no one dared to refute. Whatever he said went in one ear and out the other. Yang Kai squinted at everyone. "I've worked so hard, you can't let me work for nothing, right?" In the end, this sentence was the main point. Hua Yulu covered her mouth and snickered. Everyone wiped the cold sweat from their foreheads. One of them asked cautiously, "Lord Yang, what do you want? What do you have?" Yang Kai asked back. Hua Yulu immediately stepped forward, took out a space ring, and offered it with both hands. "Young Master Yang, this is the 12 million high-rank source crystals this mistress prepared for this auction. If young Master Yang doesn't mind, this is the reward for helping this mistress get rid of the heart-urging insect." "This," Yang Kai said awkwardly. "Big Sister Hua misunderstood me. This young master doesn't want to repay this kindness." Everyone's faces turned black when they heard this. They all cursed in their hearts. Wasn't this the same as asking them what they had just done? Just now, he had asked them what they had, and now he dared to say that he didn't want to repay this kindness. How shameless! Hua Yulu smiled gently and said, "This mistress naturally understands young Master Yang's benevolence and righteousness, but this mistress doesn't have anything else to repay this kindness. With Yang Kai's strength, I'm afraid he won't be interested in these treasures. If young master doesn't even want these source crystals, then this mistress can only offer her body." Saying so, 2 red clouds appeared on her cheeks as she put on a bashful look, her pair of beautiful eyes almost dripping with tears. Yang Kai's face darkened as he took the ring from Hua Yulu's hand and said, "Since big sister Hua insists, then it would be impolite of me to refuse, haha." Hua Yulu immediately glared at him with a resentful look on her face. Yang Kai sternly said, "Dispelling the insect must not be disturbed. Big sister Hua, come with me." Saying so, he urged his Diyu on and flew towards a relatively intact room nearby, with Hua Yulu following closely behind. "Lord Yang, what about us?" Someone shouted behind them. "Wait." After entering the room, Yang Kai took the lead and found a place to sit down cross-legged, pointed to the front, and said to Hua Yulu, "Sit." Hua Yulu nodded lightly and sat down in front of Yang Kai with a flash of her delicate body. Yang Kai picked up the ring, placed it in front of Hua Yulu, and said with a smile, "I must thank big sister Hua this time. Without her cooperation, things would not have progressed so smoothly. Although those from the Emperor realm were forced to do so, they had indeed become his enemy. Although Yang Kai would not kill them, he would not let them off so easily. He planned to extort a large sum of money from them. After all, they were all here to participate in the auction, so who didn't have at least 10 or 20 million high-rank source crystals on them?" Unexpectedly, Hua Yulu was so agreeable. Before, when he accepted her ring, it was just for show. Of course, Yang Kai would not really take her source crystals for himself. Glancing at the space ring but not taking it, Hua Yulu smiled lightly and said, "Young Master Yang, since you don't want source crystals, do you really want this mistress to devote herself to you?" "Ha! This mistress is fine with it, but I am afraid that young Master Yang will dislike this mistress for being a withered woman." As she spoke, she began to feel sad. Yang Kai couldn't bear it, thinking that this woman was really a natural at acting. If he allowed her to continue, he was afraid he would have to abandon her. Quickly wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, Yang Kai laughed dryly and said, "Big sister Hua misunderstands. You have helped me time and time again. How could I have any ill intentions towards you? My heart is only filled with gratitude." Hua Yulu wept and said, "Young Master Yang really dislikes this mistress. Forget it. Young Master is such a romantic and elegant character. There must be many beautiful women around him. How could this mistress?" "Don't make trouble." Yang Kai sighed heavily, a helpless look on his face. Hua Yulu giggled and said, "All right, I won't tease you anymore." She felt greatly amused. A few days ago, when Yang Kai showed off his strength, he was like a fierce beast that chose its prey. His imposing manner was so oppressive that no one dared to look directly at him. Today, she discovered that after taking off his ferocious appearance, this young man was actually quite interesting. Putting away the space ring, Hua Yulu said, "Many thanks, young Master Yang. 12 million high-rank source crystals was a great fortune even for her sect. If Yang Kai really took it away, the cultivation of her sect's disciples would definitely become a problem. What this mistress should do, please instruct young Master Yang." No longer teasing, Hua Yulu's expression became serious. "Just empty your mind and body," Yang Kai said. "There may be some abrupt things later. I hope big sister Hua won't take offense." Hua Yulu glanced at him curiously, but didn't ask anything, closing her eyes docilely and emptying her mind and body, just as Yang Kai had instructed. Kai Yang immediately let go of his hands. Not long after, Hua Yulu suddenly opened her mouth and spat out a mouthful of blood. After opening her eyes again, Hua Yulu's eyes were as clear as spring water and her cheeks were flushed red. Even her fair neck was stained with a layer of red. She did not expect that Yang Kai's so-called abrupt actions were actually touching her sensitive breasts. The strength and heat from his fingertips made her feel embarrassed. If it weren't for her previous probing, Hua Yulu would have thought that Yang Kai was a lecherous lecher. However, Yang Kai did not show any interest in her previous probing, so it was impossible for him to take advantage of her in such a way. Chapter 27:12. "That's it?" Hua Yulu asked. "Naturally." Yang Kai nodded. Hua Yulu was stunned. Originally, when she heard Yang Kai say that it would take a lot of effort to get rid of the goo insect, she thought that it would take a lot of effort, but it turned out that it was only a matter of a few dozen breaths, and Yang Kai didn't even use much strength. Young Master Yang's business is really profitable. Hua Yulu was full of admiration. Thinking about the 20 to 30 cities in the Emperor realm, Yang Kai would earn 2 million to 3 million high-rank source crystals this time alone. This was simply daylight robbery. It's just a small business, earning some money for my hard work. Yang Kai grinned and raised his hand. Big Sister Hua, please call the next person in. And make them follow the order. If anyone dares to rob, don't blame this young master for not giving face. Got it. Hua Yulu got up, thanked him, and turned to leave, but after walking a few steps, she turned back and said, Young Master Yang, if you have time in the future, please be sure to visit my 100-flower palace. This big sister will definitely welcome you. 100-flower palace. It was the first time Yang Kai had heard of it, but there were many sects in the Southern Territory, so it was normal that he hadn't heard of it. However, he had seen many 100-flower towers. It seemed that many cities in the Southern Territory had a 100-flower tower, and in those towers, after sending Hua Yulu away, Yang Kai sat in place and pondered for a while. Suddenly, he raised his hand and hammered his chest. Asterisk puff. Asterisk spitting out a mouthful of blood. Yang Kai's expression suddenly became sluggish, as if he had just gone through a great battle. A person pushed the door and came in with a flattering smile. Just as he was about to speak, he saw Yang Kai's appearance and was shocked. Lord Yang. What's wrong with you? Yang Kai said weakly, It's nothing. Sit down, I'll help you get rid of the goo insect. The person was overjoyed, but still worried. Do you want to rest for a while? This one can wait. Yang Kai was fine before, but now he was spitting out blood and looking listless, obviously because he had consumed too much energy to get rid of the goo insect. It's fine. Yang Kai waved his hand and said, With the goo worm in your body, you won't feel at ease. It's better to get rid of it as soon as possible. When this person heard this, he was immediately overwhelmed with gratitude and obediently handed over a space ring containing tens of millions of high-rank source crystals. Yang Kai put it away and immediately did the same. Half a day later, Yang Kai's figure flickered. When he appeared in the previous room, he looked refreshed and his face was rosy. He no longer looked as dispirited as before. Everyone was waiting. Seeing him appear, they all gathered around him. Yang Kai swept a glance over, then looked at Yi Hen and said, Sect Master Yi, what do you plan to do now? Yi Hen sighed. He replied, Let's return to Thousand Leaves Sect first before making a decision. All right. Yang Kai nodded. Although Thousand Leaves Sect was destroyed, it was still the home of Yi Hen and the others. After being imprisoned for more than a year, now that they had regained their freedom, they naturally had to go back and take a look. What's more, there were still a few hundred surviving disciples in Emperor Heaven Valley that needed to be settled down. Monster King, and I will send you off. I have something to discuss with Sect Master Yi. Then we'll have to trouble Lord Yang and Monster King. Yi Hen had a grateful expression, thinking that Yang Kai was specially sending them off. With these two escorting them, they would not have to worry about encountering any danger on the way. Everyone immediately set off. After leaving Flowing Shadow City, they flew south. Yang Kai, I have something to say to you. Halfway there, Zhu Qing suddenly sent him a sound transmission. This dragon girl had been following him all this time, but Yang Kai did not know what her intentions were. In any case, she did not have much malice towards him, so it was fine for her to follow him. What? Yang Kai turned to look at her. Zhu Qing froze in place. Yang Kai frowned and waved his hand to signal Ing Fei to take the others and leave first, while he himself stayed behind. After everyone's figures disappeared, Yang Kai asked, Why are you being so mysterious? Zhu Qing said, You killed an elder of Star Soul Palace. Aren't you worried at all? Yang Kai smiled and said, Are you worried about me? Zhu Qing curled her lips and said, I am not related to you in any way. So what does your life have to do with me? Then why don't you ask me this? Yang Kai stared at her with interest. Zhu Qing's expression was a little uncomfortable, and she looked away and said, No matter what that elder of Star Soul Palace did wrong, his status is still there. Now that you have killed him, I'm afraid that Star Soul Palace will not let this matter rest. Furthermore, this matter involves a lot of people, so you can't hide it even if you want to. Star Soul Palace will definitely trace it back to you. I don't want to hide it, Yang Kai smiled slightly. The main reason why he didn't kill the 20 to 30 people from the Emperor realm was because he wanted them to give a statement so that the masters of Star Soul Palace could investigate. Otherwise, if those people were really dead, then anything he said would be just a one-sided story, and it wouldn't be enough to convince them. But now it was different. The 20 to 30 people from the Emperor realm had all said the same thing. So even if Star Soul Palace really did investigate, they couldn't blame Yang Kai. Of course, if they wanted to protect him, then there was nothing he could do. Aren't you worried at all? As if she didn't believe Yang Kai, Zhu Qing turned her head to look at him, trying to see if he was lying. Yang Kai laughed and said, "People of my generation are quick to take revenge. If I have to worry about this and that, what's the point of living?" Zhu Qing looked at him in shock, not knowing what to say. After being stunned for a while, she said, "I suggest you find a place to hide for a while." Yang Kai sneered. Someone said that before. Hua Yulu had advised him to hide in the Northern Territory's forbidden frozen earth land. But now Zhu Qing was saying the same thing. Star Soul Palace is the sect of the great emperors after all. If they really want to find trouble with me, although the star boundary is big, I'm afraid there will be no place for me to hide. I won't hide. Yang Kai waved his hand repeatedly. How could there be no place for you to hide? Zhu Qing smiled slyly. I know there is a place in this world where you can hide. Even if the great emperors come in person, they won't be able to find trouble with you. You're not talking about Dragon Island, are you? Yang Kai squinted at her. Zhu Qing nodded and said, It is Dragon Island. Tisitiste. Yang Kai smacked his lips twice, rubbed his chin, and suddenly walked around Zhu Qing. What are you doing? Zhu Qing felt extremely uncomfortable being scrutinized by his eyes. She couldn't help but tighten her clothes. I'm just curious. Yang Kai stood in front of her and grinned. You've been trying to get me to go to Dragon Island time and time again. What are you trying to do? Last time, she said that she wanted him to go to Dragon Island. At that time, she didn't make it too obvious, so Yang Kai didn't care. This time she mentioned it again, but Yang Kai saw some clues. This chick couldn't be thinking that she couldn't beat him, so she wanted to trick him to go to Dragon Island and then call a group of brothers and sisters to beat him up, right? Sure enough, a woman's heart is the most poisonous. What could I be trying to do? Zhu Qing's eyes flickered a few times, avoiding Yang Kai's gaze. Her appearance made Yang Kai feel that there was something fishy going on. You can't say for sure. Yang Kai shook his head and said seriously, Maybe you've taken a fancy to me and want to take me back by force to do whatever you want of me. You're bullshitting. Zhu Qing was so angry that her nose was crooked. She had never seen such a shameless person. Yang Kai laughed loudly, then turned around and chased after Ing Fei and the others. Wait. Zhu Qing was anxious, but she was annoyed in her heart. Why didn't the elder's method work at all? Originally, she thought that once she said that, Yang Kai would immediately follow her to Dragon Island to lie low for a while. But who knew that this guy didn't care about killing the Star Soul Palace elder at all? Her mission seemed to be a long way to go. Just when would she be able to complete it? Thousand Leaves Sect. It was a ruin with broken walls everywhere. Yi Hen and the others flew over from above, all of them looking sad and sorrowful. After a short while, everyone arrived at Emperor Heaven Valley. Yang Kai opened the spatial formation of Emperor Heaven Valley and let everyone enter. Yi Hen's tears ran down his cheeks when he saw the few hundred disciples who survived. He felt that he had let down the hopes of his ancestors and blamed himself. Only this Emperor Heaven Valley was left intact. Even with the 9 great celestial puppets in his hands, Yi Hen didn't know how to rebuild the sect. Yang Kai wandered around the Emperor Heaven Valley, and Zhu Qing followed him like a shadow. He couldn't get rid of her, and she would urge him to go to Dragon Island from time to time, which annoyed Yang Kai to no end. If it wasn't for the fact that she didn't have any ill intentions towards him, Yang Kai would have knocked her out with a punch and done that. What are you looking for when you wander around? Zhu Qing followed Yang Kai around for half a day and ran around the entire Emperor Heaven Valley a few times. Finally, she couldn't help but ask. Women should shut up when men do things. Yang Kai ignored her and finally looked at the valley and nodded slightly. Zhu Qing was so angry that her face turned pale. She stomped her foot and flew away, disappearing in the blink of an eye. She has quite a temper. Yang Kai glanced at her back and sneered. He scanned with his divine sense and found Yi Hen's location. Yang Kai immediately appeared next to Yi Hen with the help of the spatial laws. Lord Yang. Yi Hen hurriedly stood up. Yang Kai waved his hand and gestured for him to sit down and talk. He then said, Sect Master Yi, have you thought about what you should do in the future? Yi Hen sighed and said, There are so many things to do, and I don't know where to start. However, after going through this, Yi has understood one thing. I'd like to hear the details. Yang Kai stared at him. An innocent man gets into trouble because of his wealth. Yi Hen said sadly, although my Thousand Leaves sect has 9 heavenly puppets, we don't have any masters from the Emperor realm in the sect, so we can't display the full power of the heavenly puppets. Even if this Yi wants to help Thousand Leaves sect rise again, with our current manpower and situation, I'm afraid that it will only invite disaster. Yang Kai nodded and said, then sect master Yi plans to increase his strength first? Yi Hen said, that is indeed my plan. Fortunately, the world energy in this Emperor Heaven Valley is rich. In 3 to 5 years, this Yi should be able to break through to the Emperor realm. When that time comes, I'll be able to protect myself. Yang Kai smiled and said, Sect Master Ye's considerations are thorough. After a pause, Yang Kai said, however, I have another suggestion. I wonder if Sect Master Yi is willing to listen. Chapter 27:13. Lord Yang has saved this Ye's life, and our Thousand Leaves sect owes him even more. Feel free to speak your mind. This Yi is all ears, Yi Hen said seriously. Yang Kai smiled. The Emperor Heaven Valley is indeed a good place. There is no need to worry about safety here, and the world energy here is quite good as well, very suitable for cultivation. However, although the Emperor Heaven Valley is good, it is still too small and inconvenient to enter and exit. Sect Master Yi is determined to reach the Emperor realm, so it's fine for you to stay here for 3 to 5 years. But what about those disciples? Those 500 disciples had varying strengths, so if they were really trapped here for 3 to 5 years, they might become restless and even develop heart demons. Yi Hen sighed. How could this Yi not know this? But where can we go now? Yang Kai said, what if I can provide Sect Master Yi with a better place? A better place? Yi Hen was stunned. Yang Kai spread his arms and said, that place is thousands of times larger than this place, and the world energy there is also much denser. Not to mention 500 people. Even if 50,000 people entered, it wouldn't be crowded. Many of the spirit peaks are empty, and no one cares about them. If Sect Master Yi goes there, he might be able to break through to the Emperor realm in less than 3 to 5 years. Yi Hen's eyes lit up when he heard this. Following Yang Kai's description, it seemed like a magnificent picture of mountains and rivers was slowly unfolding before his eyes. However, he soon smiled bitterly and said, if there really was such a precious place, it would have been occupied by those great sects long ago. So how could our Thousand Leaves sect have a chance? Yang Kai smiled. Sect Master Yi is right. This precious place was indeed occupied by a great sect, but it has now been destroyed. Oh. Yi Hen was stunned. May I ask Lord Yang where this place is? Northern Territory, Seeking Passion Sect. Yi Hen frowned and thought for a moment before his expression changed, and he exclaimed, you mean Seeking Passion Sect? From his expression, it was obvious that he had heard of Seeking Passion Sect. After all, Seeking Passion Sect was one of the top sects in the Northern Territory. There was a third-layer Emperor Realm Master in the sect. In terms of status, it was on par with the Azure Sun Temple, Heavenly Martial Holy Land, and many other large sects in the Southern Territory. It was not something that the Thousand Leaves sect could compare to. Not bad. The Seeking Passion sect was destroyed. Who did it? Yi Hen was horrified. It was simply unimaginable that such a colossal force would actually be annihilated. Comparatively speaking, Thousand Leaves sect had also suffered a calamity of annihilation. More or less, they still had 500 disciples and the Emperor Heaven Valley. However, from Yang Kai's tone, it seemed that the Seeking Passion sect had been completely annihilated. Otherwise, why would he not care about the sect's foundation? As soon as she spoke, Yi Hen seemed to have thought of something and said in shock, could it be that Lord Yang knew? Although the Seeking Passion sect had a third-layer Emperor Realm Master guarding it, Yang Kai was someone who could even kill an elder of Star Soul Palace, and he even had the Monster King by his side. Destroying the Seeking Passion sect didn't seem impossible. This thought gave him a fright. He didn't expect that such a gentle and genial young man would be so ferocious. He had actually destroyed a sect at the slightest provocation. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully and didn't deny it. I built a high heaven palace on the former site of the Seeking Passion sect. That place is now mine. If Sect Master Yi is interested, you can settle down there for the time being. You don't have to worry about your safety. I've also invited a Spirit Array Master to rearrange the sect's Grand Protective Array, making it impregnable. Yi Hen's emotions fluctuated as he listened. How old was Yang Kai? He had actually occupied the former site of a top sect in the Northern Territory and established a sect. Yi Hen, on the other hand, couldn't even protect the foundation that had been passed down from his ancestors. Comparing the two, he simply didn't have the face to continue living. Yang Kai said, "Although I built the High Heaven Palace, there are few people in the sect. In any case, there is nothing else to do. If Sect Master Yi thinks it's okay, you can take the disciples there and settle down." Yi Hen curiously asked, "Dare I ask Lord Yang, how many people does your noble sect have now?" Yang Kai chuckled dryly. He raised 3 fingers. 3,000? It really isn't that many. Yi Hen suddenly understood. For Seeking Passion Sect's huge foundation, 3,000 people really wasn't a big deal. There were definitely many spirit peaks that were empty. Even Thousand Leaves sect used to have 3,000 disciples. There are no 3,000, no 3,000. Yang Kai wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. 300? Yi Hen was stunned. Thinking about it, even if Yang Kai had really founded the High Heaven Palace, it was impossible for him to recruit so many disciples in such a short time. A new sect had to adhere to the principle of better quality than substandard. It was impossible for them to accept just anyone. Even if there were only 300 people, these 300 people were probably elites among elites. Yang Kai's face darkened as he said with difficulty, "There aren't 300 either." Yi Hen was startled and hesitated. Could it be? There are only 3 for now, Yang Kai laughed. Yi Hen couldn't believe his ears. Such a huge foundation only had 3 disciples? How lucky would these 3 disciples be? They could freely absorb the rich world energy in the spirit mountains and rivers, and naturally enter and exit the many cultivation secret lands at will. Wouldn't their cultivation soar? Although there are only 3, they are actually just guest elders. There aren't any disciples for now. 3 guest elders? What are their cultivations? Yi Hen was shocked. Yang Kai glanced to the side and pointed. The Flying Eagle Monster King is one, and the other 2 are also like him, but I had them stay behind to look after the sect this time, so they didn't follow us. See? Yi Hen sucked in a breath of cold air and hesitated. Could those 2 also be Monster Kings? Yang Kai nodded. Yi Hen felt like he had been hit by a sledgehammer and was stunned. He originally thought that Yang Kai was lucky to have a Monster King by his side, but he didn't expect him to have 3 Monster Kings by his side. A sect that had just been established and hadn't even recruited a single disciple, but it actually had 3 Monster Kings as guest elders. What kind of foundation was this? Many top sects couldn't even compare to it. It could be imagined that in the future, this High Heaven Palace would definitely become the #1 sect in the entire star boundary, second only to the sect of the Great Emperors. No wonder Yang Kai said that there was no need to worry about safety. There was already a sect protecting formation, and now there were 2 Monster Kings guarding it. Who would dare to go there and cause trouble? It had to be said that Yi Hen was indeed moved. Compared to Emperor Heaven Valley, the current High Heaven Palace was undoubtedly more suitable for them. Emperor Heaven Valley couldn't compare to the excellent cultivation environment. Although Emperor Heaven Valley was good, it wasn't big. 500 disciples cultivating here would definitely be inefficient, and he still had to break through to the Emperor realm. However, as a sect master, Yi Hen had many things to consider, so even though he was moved, he didn't immediately agree. After hesitating for a long time, Yi Hen sighed and said, Thousand Leaves sect has existed for tens of thousands of years, but it has been suppressed to this extent in this Ye's hands. This he doesn't want to become a sinner, but I can't let Thousand Leaves sect's legacy end in my hands. Yang Kai smiled and said, I understand what sect master Yi is worried about. I'm not asking you to go to the High Heaven Palace to recruit you. Don't worry, Thousand Leaves sect is still Thousand Leaves sect. Sect master Yi only needs to focus on recuperating after you go to the High Heaven Palace. When you feel that you can come back and rebuild Thousand Leaves sect, I won't stop you. Yi Hen's hesitation was probably because he was worried that Yang Kai wanted to annex Thousand Leaves sect. Although Yang Kai had shown great kindness to Thousand Leaves sect, if they were really annexed, Thousand Leaves sect would truly be destroyed, and there would no longer be a sect in the future. As the sect master, it was his duty to revitalize Thousand Leaves sect, so how could Yi Hen be willing to see such an ending? Yi Hen was startled when he heard this and said shamefully, This he has gauged the heart of a gentleman with his own pettiness. Thinking about it, if Yang Kai really wanted to annex Thousand Leaves sect, He could have done so directly through force. He had no choice but to agree, so there was no need to say so much. Sect Master Yi has his own considerations, I understand. Yang Kai smiled slightly. Since Lord Yang is so kind, this Yi will accept Thousand Leaves Sect's offer. We will remember this kindness in our hearts. Yi Hen bowed and said, But, the Northern Territory is far away, how should we proceed? I have my own plans. After the matter was settled, Yang Kai immediately set up a space array in the middle of the valley. There were 2 reasons for bringing these people from Thousand Leaves Sect to High Heaven Palace. Firstly, the High Heaven Palace was currently empty, so they would be able to add some liveliness there. Secondly, Yang Kai was quite interested in Thousand Leaves Sect's puppet techniques. As the saying goes, if you eat someone's food, you have to be soft-hearted. With so many people from Thousand Leaves Sect going to High Heaven Palace, it would imperceptibly affect the High Heaven Palace, which was equivalent to Thousand Leaves Sect's puppet techniques. In the future, when the people from Shadowed Star came over, they would have an additional defensive technique. The strength of the people from Shadowed Star was not high, so puppet techniques were just right for them. Thirdly, Yang Kai wanted to use Emperor Heaven Valley as a transfer point for his space array. Emperor Heaven Valley was an independent small world, so after the space array outside was destroyed, no one other than Yang Kai could open it. Setting up a territory-crossing space array in Emperor Heaven Valley was absolutely safe, and there was no need to worry about it being destroyed. Yang Kai still had some space spirit crystals and space spirit jades left, which were just enough to set up a territory-crossing space array. After some work, a brand new array was set up in the valley in less than half a day. Zhu Qing, who had been watching from the side, was shocked. Only now did she know that Yang Kai had such attainments in the Tao of Space. Yi Hen also took advantage of this time to inform the 500 disciples of his decision. Naturally, no one objected. On the contrary, when they heard that they would be going to the Northern Territory, many of them became excited. For these people, it was likely that they would never be able to go to the Northern Territory with their own abilities. Now that they heard that they would be going to a place hundreds of millions of kilometers away, they were naturally very curious, wondering what the Northern Territory would be like. After everything was ready, Yang Kai ordered Ing Fei to take the lead and act as the vanguard. He then arranged for the 500 disciples of Thousand Leaves Sect to take turns stepping onto the space array. Every time the space array was activated, a large number of source crystals would be consumed. At most, it could only transport 20 to 30 people at a time. Just the transport alone cost Yang Kai nearly 100,000 high-rank source crystals, which made Yi Hen's heart ache. Chapter 27:14. Sorry, my stomach hasn't been feeling well recently. I didn't eat or drink anything in the morning and went to the hospital. Then, chronic gastritis, gastric erosion, chronic cholecystitis with multiple polyps. I really didn't know if I didn't check, but when I did, I was shocked and brought back a lot of medicine. Let me rest for a while and calm down my nerves. More than 500 people were teleported over quickly. Yang Kai was the last to jump onto the space magic array. As soon as he stood firmly, a fragrance wafted over. Zhu Qing landed lightly beside him. Yang Kai had a headache and said, "How long are you going to stay with me? Why don't we go our separate ways and go back to our own homes?" Zhu Qing looked at him seriously and asked, "Do you want to go to Dragon Island? Get lost." Yang Kai was irritated when he heard the words Dragon Island. "Is this how you talk to your friends?" Zhu Qing said angrily. "If you mention that word again, we can't even be friends anymore." Yang Kai snorted and said sinisterly, "You better be careful. When we teleport, I'll banish you into a crack in the void. You won't be able to find your way out for the rest of your life." Zhu Qing's expression changed. She grabbed Yang Kai's arm and held it tightly. She didn't even notice that her full breasts were pressed against his arm. "You're so close to me. I can't control myself." Yang Kai tilted his head and looked at her. He said seriously, "I don't know why, but as long as I'm close to you, I'm always ready to make a move. Then don't mess around." Zhu Qing said uncomfortably. She moved slightly away from Yang Kai. "I know," Yang Kai replied grumpily. He activated the space magic array. With a flash of light, he immediately disappeared. "Young Master Yang. Young Master Yang." As soon as his vision recovered, he heard 2 familiar calls. He looked up and saw that it was Xie Wue, the Monster King. After a few months, they met Yang Kai again. The two monster kings looked excited. They looked at each other, and there was a hint of competition in their eyes. Yang Kai nodded slightly. Thank you for your hard work. It's no trouble at all. It's just taking care of the house. It's nothing much, as long as young Master Yang says so. You can look at it for as long as you want. Shilei chuckled. Xia Wuwei immediately patted him on the shoulder and said, Since you like to look after the house, I'll leave this important task to you. Next time when young Master Yang goes out, I'll follow him. Shilei's expression changed, and he said angrily, Bullshit. Why is it my turn this time? Xia Wuwei curled his lips and said, You were the one who lost last time. Are you trying to deny it? Shilei laughed out loud and said, How can you take a drunk's words seriously? As the monster king, how can you go back on your word? Xia Wuwei snorted coldly. Come fight me if you're not convinced. Shilei puffed out his chest, revealing his firm muscles. Sigh! Yang Kai sighed and walked down from the space array. He walked around the quarreling duo and arrived in front of Yi Hen. He smiled and asked, Master Yi, how is this place? At this moment, Yi Hen had a shocked expression on his face as he took a deep breath. Feeling the rich world energy in the air, he could hardly believe that he had come to such a precious place. What made him even more dizzy was the fact that he had crossed territory through a space array. A moment ago, he was still in the southern territory, but in the blink of an eye, he had arrived in the northern territory. Good, very good. There is no place better than this, Yi Hen praised sincerely. As expected of the foundation of a top sect. If an ordinary place had such rich world energy, what would the forbidden cultivation grounds and spirit peaks be like? Compared to the foundation of Thousand Leaves sect, they were simply not on the same level. No wonder the disciples of those great sects grew so quickly. With such a good cultivation environment, their cultivation speed would definitely be faster. The faces of the 500,000 Leaves sect disciples were also filled with joy, if not for them having some misgivings about losing face. If they didn't care about their reputation, they would have run around and cheered. However, the joy on their faces could not be concealed. Seeing this scene, Yi Hen sighed slightly in his heart. As the saying went, it was easy to go from frugal to extravagant, but difficult to go from extravagant to frugal. If he really cultivated in this place and wanted to rebuild Thousand Leaves sect one day, who knew how many people would be willing to follow him? However, his expression soon turned serious, and he threw away this thought. Now was not the time to think about this. What he needed to consider now was to increase his cultivation and break through to the Emperor realm. Only when his strength reached the level of the Emperor realm would he have the possibility of rebuilding Thousand Leaves sect. Otherwise, everything would just be empty talk. There are many spirit peaks. Sect Master Yi can choose where to live. As for your noble sect's disciples, you can also make arrangements for them. Except for some forbidden cultivation grounds that are covered by spirit arrays, you are free to go anywhere else, Yang Kai instructed. Many thanks, Lord Yang. Yi Hen cupped his fists. Yang Kai nodded and walked over to Chi Yu and the others. Looking at them with a smile, he opened his arms and shouted, Everyone, from now on, this will be your home in the star boundary. Chi Yu and the others were different from Thousand Leaves sect. They all came from the same star territory and had a close relationship with each other. Yang Kai had established High Heaven Palace for the people of his homeland, and Chi Yu and the others were naturally among them. Sect Master is quite capable. Guizhu chuckled. Gu Songyun said, Now you should address him as Palace Master. Guizhu immediately nodded. High Heaven Sect and High Heaven Palace might only have a single word difference, but they were completely different existences. The latter's scale was undoubtedly incomparable to the former's. Chiyu turned her head and looked around, sighing. If Qing Luo could also come here to cultivate, Yang Kai said solemnly. I'm also asking about how to go back, but I don't have any leads for now. If I can return to Star Territory one day, I will definitely bring them all here. Aio patted Yang Kai on the shoulder and quickly said, It's really not easy for you. He had roamed the star boundary alone for only a few years, yet he had actually built up such a large family business. Although he had only seen his glory, Aio knew that there must have been many hardships and inhumane sorrows behind it. What was even rarer was that even though Yang Kai's strength and status had changed, he had not forgotten his roots. Aio was extremely satisfied with this son-in-law of his. Everyone, don't just stand there. Find a place to stay. Yang Kai smiled lightly. Come, let's go see how big this home is with this old master. Guizhu called out, immediately turning into a cloud of ghost chi and flying forward. The others also excitedly followed. Although they had been living in Thousand Leaves sect before and Yi Hen had treated them very well, they were still living under someone else's roof. However, things were different now. This High Heaven Palace could be considered a place that belonged to them, and it gave them a great sense of belonging. Yi Hen cupped his fists and said, "Lord Yang, this you will also take these kids to have a look." "As you wish, Sect Master Yi." Yang Kai smiled lightly. The hundreds of people quickly left, all of them looking as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Seeking Passion Sect was extremely large, so they had to choose a place to stay. It would take at least a few days. Yang Kai turned his head to the side and asked, "Sister Hua, aren't you going?" Hua Qingxi smiled and said, "No need, we'll just find a place to stay later." She was from Star Soul Palace. She was not surprised by this kind of cultivation environment, so she naturally would not be like Gui Zhu and Yi Hen. Yang Kai's eyes flashed as he asked, "What are you worried about? Star Soul Palace? Or are you blaming me for killing Tan Junhao?" Hua Qingxi glanced at him and shook her head. "Honored master, that person brought about his own death, so I won't blame you. Even if Star Soul Palace investigates this matter, I'm afraid they won't blame you. It's just that." "But what?" "I'm a disciple of Star Soul Palace after all. Now that I've followed you to the Northern Territory, it can be said that I've betrayed the sect." Hua Qingxi laughed at herself with a bitter expression. Yang Kai asked curiously, "You haven't done anything wrong to Star Soul Palace, so how can you say that you've betrayed them?" Hua Qingxi stretched out her hand and tapped his forehead, smiling faintly as she said, all right, let's not talk about this anymore. In any case, from today onwards, I am a member of your towering Firmament Palace. If Sunstar Divine Palace really comes knocking on our door, I'll help you beat them back. How dare they steal my people? Not even Star Soul Palace." Yang Kai said fiercely. Hua Qingxi nodded in satisfaction and smiled. "Anyway, I've boarded your pirate ship. Okay, I'm going to find a place to stay." As she spoke, her figure flickered and flew off into the distance. Yang Kai stared at her back for a while before shaking his head slightly. Then he looked at Shilei and Xiaowei and asked, "Has anything happened recently?" Shilei scratched his cheek and looked at Xiaowei. The latter cupped his fists and said, "Young Master Yang, nothing major has happened. However, many cultivators come to the sect every day, wanting to join High Heaven Palace. We didn't pay any attention to them. Other than that, Miss Ji Yao came twice, but when she saw that you weren't here, she went back. She told me to ask you to go to Ice Heart Valley when you came back. It seems that something has happened." "I know." Yang Kai nodded. "Then I'll go and take a look." As he spoke, he flashed onto the space array. Zhu Qing stood beside Yang Kai without saying a word. Yang Kai glanced at her. "You want to follow me? Are you a follower?" Zhu Qing said calmly, "Either you agree to go with me, or I'll follow you." Yang Kai looked at her with a bitter face. "What kind of enmity do you have with me? Why do you have to torture me like this? I'm warning you, don't push your luck, or I won't be polite to you." Shilei heard this. His eyes immediately widened and he rubbed his palms. "Young Master Yang, go ahead. Leave this chick to me. I promise to beat her until her mother can't recognize her." Good. Yang Kai was overjoyed and gave Shilei a thumbs up. "Old ox, if you can deal with her, this young master will reward you handsomely. You will enjoy great glory and wealth." Shilei laughed. "What's so difficult about that?" While speaking, demonic chi directly slapped Zhu Qing with his big fan-like palm. His fierce posture showed no mercy to the fairer sex. Zhu Qing's face turned cold, and she glared at Shilei with her beautiful eyes. She was a member of the Supreme Dragon race. She tolerated Yang Kai because Yang Kai had the source of the ancestral dragon. Now a monster king dared to talk nonsense in front of her. Yang Kai's grievances burst out in an instant. She punched out with her fist, lightly meeting Shilei's slap head-on. Shilei frowned. Although he said that he would beat Zhu Qing until her mother couldn't recognize her, he could see that she and Yang Kai didn't seem to be enemies. Naturally, he knew that he couldn't really be ruthless. Otherwise, if he slapped this chick to death, who knew how young Master Yang would punish him? He was a monster king. He had copper skin and iron bones and infinite strength. Ordinary third-layer Emperor Realm Masters didn't dare to fight him head-on. This chick was delicate and petite. At first glance, it was obvious that she didn't have much strength. Seeing that his opponent was going to fight him head-on, Shilei didn't dare to use his full strength. He quickly held back a little and grinned. "Little girl, How dare you be so arrogant? I'll let you see this, kings. Asterisk bang. Asterisk the fist and palm collided. Before he could finish speaking, Shilei turned into a bolt of lightning and flew straight out. He hit a mountain peak several hundred feet away and made a big hole in it. Chapter 27:15. Zhu Qing remained motionless as she stood firmly on the space array with a calm expression on her face, as if what she had just sent flying was not a monster king, but a small monster beast. Turning her beautiful eyes, she stared at Xia Wuwei and asked, "Do you want to teach me a lesson too?" Cold sweat dripped down Xia Wuwei's forehead as he shook his head like a rattle. Ying Fei was all smiles as he bowed and said, "Have a safe journey, sirs." Yang Kai rubbed his forehead and glanced at Zhu Qing helplessly before activating the space array and leaving. After a while, Xia Wuwei poked Ying Fei with lingering fear and asked cautiously, "That girl, what is her background?" She fought Shilei head-on and sent him flying with a single punch. Let alone a human, even a monster king wouldn't have such strength. Could she be another divine spirit? Ying Fei's mouth squirmed as he softly spat out 2 words. Xia Wuwei was dumbfounded. The cold air was biting cold, and snow was everywhere. As soon as Yang Kai appeared from Ice Heart Valley's space array, he saw someone leaning against the base of the space array with their buttocks sticking out in front of him. This person was studying something while muttering to himself, completely oblivious to the 2 people behind him. Isn't this Southern Gate Army? All of Ice Heart Valley were women, but the person in front of him was a man, and his back was so familiar. How could Yang Kai not recognize him? Yang Kai frowned and listened for a while, but he couldn't understand what he was saying. He couldn't help but ask, "What are you doing?" "Don't be noisy." Southern Gate Army didn't look back and maintained his posture. He growled impatiently. But soon, as if remembering something, he suddenly stood up and turned to look at Yang Kai. When their eyes met, Yang Kai was shocked. The other party's hair was disheveled and his eyes were red, as if he was possessed. On the other hand, Southern Gate Army looked happy. He immediately rushed over and whispered, "Grandmaster Yang, you're finally back. I've been waiting for you for a long time." "Waiting for me?" Yang Kai was surprised. "What for?" Southern Gate Army enthusiastically said, "I was waiting for you to discuss the Tao of Spirit Arrays with me. Let's go, let's find a place to talk." "What can we talk about?" Yang Kai rolled his eyes. Southern Gate Army's face. "Grandmaster Yang, you can't say that. Spirit arrays are profound and have a long history. As the saying goes, a stone from another mountain can be used to polish a jade. If you and I exchange pointers, it will be good for both of us." "But I don't want to." Southern Gate Army's face. Yang Kai looked at the space array on the ground and said indifferently, "You can't figure out anything about this space array, can you?" South Gate Dajuan's face reddened as he shook his head and said, "How is that possible?" It won't take long for me to crack it and set up another one." "Okay, keep up the good work." Yang Kai patted his shoulder and turned to leave. Wait. Southern Gate Army grabbed Yang Kai's clothes. "Let go." Yang Kai turned and stared at him. Southern Gate Army's face was bitter. He lowered his head and said, "Grandmaster Yang, you have sharp eyes. This space array, I really can't figure it out. Please, Grandmaster Yang, enlighten me." "Let go first." Kai Yang stared at the clothes he was holding. Southern Gate Army let go. He had a flattering smile on his face, but he made a gesture of grabbing Yang Kai at any time, as if he was afraid that he would run away. He stretched out his hand and flicked his wrinkled clothes. Yang Kai glanced at him and said, "You want to learn?" Southern Gate Army nodded repeatedly, like a chicken pecking at rice. His eyes were shining with thirst for knowledge. "I can teach you." Yang Kai smiled. Southern Gate Army's expression immediately became solemn. He tidied his clothes and bowed to the ground. "Please accept my bow, Master Yang." "But what can you give me?" Yang Kai asked back. Southern Gate Army smiled bitterly. "What do you want?" "I have a lot of source crystals." "I have a lot of source crystals," Yang Kai said disdainfully. "Then, I will use other arrays to exchange with you. I have some arrays from ancient times. They are powerful and unpredictable." "Not interested." Southern Gate Army said with a sad face. "Then what do you want?" Yang Kai touched his chin and muttered to himself. When the High Heaven Palace was first established, it just happened to lack a chief array master. Southern Gate Army's face changed when he heard this. He shook his head and said, No, I have always been a loner." If I really join a sect, I am afraid I will cause trouble for Grandmaster Yang and your sect. Then forget it. Without waiting for him to finish, Yang Kai turned and left. Grandmaster Yang, let's talk nicely. Southern Gate Army wanted to grab Yang Kai's clothes again. Think about it yourself. Everything will happen naturally. I will not force you. Yang Kai's figure flickered, and he quickly ran away. Although both of them were First-Order Emperor Realm Masters, Southern Gate Army specialized in the Tao of Spirit Arrays. How could he be Yang Kai's opponent? Southern Gate Army stared at Yang Kai's receding figure and couldn't help but stomp his feet in annoyance. Inside Ice Heart Valley, there were many beautiful women and the fragrance of Wintersweet. Although Ice Heart Valley had suffered a great disaster last time, after being reborn from the ashes, it had become more united. Everywhere he passed, many female disciples were cultivating and exchanging pointers to improve their strength. After seeing Yang Kai, they all bowed respectfully and greeted him. Greetings, Lord Yang. They all seemed to recognize Yang Kai. After all, it was Yang Kai who turned the tide last time and saved Ice Heart Valley from the abyss of suffering. Many disciples had seen Yang Kai's true face. Even if they hadn't seen him with their own eyes, they had seen his image. At this moment, he really was young, handsome, and had a heroic figure. Naturally, they couldn't take their eyes off him. There were even bolder ones who kept throwing flirtatious glances at Yang Kai, causing him to feel overwhelmed. Although Ice Heart Valley's disciples were quite good, they were all women after all, so there was more yin than yang. Many of the female disciples had lived in Ice Heart Valley since childhood and had never left, so they had never even seen a man before. In the future, when High Heaven Palace grew stronger, they might be able to form a marriage alliance with Ice Heart Valley. Ice Heart Valley had many beautiful women, but no man loved them. It was quite pitiful. This was a good idea. Presumably, Senior Bing Yun wouldn't refuse. After all, Ice Heart Valley didn't forbid marriage. However, those who married would no longer be disciples of Ice Heart Valley. Walking to the corridor of the central hall, a figure flashed in front of Yang Kai. A woman with a cold face suddenly appeared in front of him and gently nodded to him. When did you come back? Just now. I heard you were looking for me? Yang Kai looked at Ji Yao and asked. Honored Master is looking for you. Ji Yao said, glancing at the girl behind Yang Kai and asking doubtfully. This is... Seeing Zhu Qing's petite figure, full figure, and stunning face, she couldn't help but compare them in her heart. Yang Kai had only gone out for a few months, but he had actually brought back a stunning woman. Moreover, it seemed that the two were very close. Otherwise, why would he bring her to Ice Heart Valley? She inexplicably felt annoyed. Don't worry about her. Yang Kai was too lazy to introduce Zhu Qing to her. The identity of a dragon girl was too shocking. Ji Yao glanced at Yang Kai, and without the previous intimacy, she suddenly became a little cold and said casually, Come with me. She doesn't even bother to introduce me. Has she become so distant after not seeing me for a few months? Or maybe it's because she has a new lover. She turned around and led the way. Yang Kai quickly caught up with her. He asked, How have you been? Ji Yao replied indifferently, Thank you for your concern. Everything is fine. Feeling the coldness, Yang Kai was baffled. He scratched his head and simply didn't say anything, lest he invite a rebuff. When they arrived in front of a palace, Yang Kai stopped and looked back at Zhu Qing. Wait here, I have something to discuss with Senior Bing Yun. Zhu Qing looked at him distrustfully. You won't take the opportunity to run away, right? Yang Kai sneered. I didn't do anything wrong, why would I run? Zhu Qing nodded slightly and stood there quietly. Ji Yao glanced at the two of them. The corners of her mouth suddenly curled. When he entered the main hall, he saw Bing Yun. Several disciples were waiting on her at the side. They seemed to be discussing something. Yang Kai stepped forward and bowed. Bing Yun smiled and said, You're not an outsider, so there's no need to be polite. Sit. Yang Kai sat down and asked about Lu Xianyun's situation. He learned that she had been in retreat recently, preparing to break through to the Third Order Tao Source realm, which put him at ease. Although Lu Xianyun came from the territory of the Great Desolate Star, after all, she had gone through life and death with him, so there was a friendship between them. She could enter Ice Heart Valley thanks to Yang Kai's recommendation, so naturally, he had to be more concerned about her. But then again, Lu Xianyun herself was a cultivator from the territory of the Lower Star. Her aptitude was outstanding, and as long as she had enough cultivation resources, breaking through to the Emperor realm was almost certain. Whether it was for Yang Kai's sake or for Lu Xianyun's excellent aptitude, Ice Heart Valley spared no effort to cultivate her. Have you returned to the Southern Territory recently? Bing Yun asked. She remembered that when Yang Kai came to say goodbye last time, he said that he was going back to the Southern Territory. And I went back. Ji Yao walked over with a cup of tea and placed it in front of Yang Kai, saying lightly, "You also brought back a woman. Big brother, don't you need to call her in and introduce her to honored master? We may have to meet often in the future." Bing Yun looked at Ji Yao in amazement, and the senior sisters also had strange expressions. They felt that Ji Yao was giving off an inexplicable hostility today. Many of them swept outside with their divine senses and found a woman standing outside the hall. Bing Yun said, "She is a guest." "Yang Kai, how can you leave her alone outside?" "Senior, don't worry about her. That person is very troublesome." Yang Kai also couldn't explain it clearly. Ji Yao said, "Big brother must have done something wrong to her. That's why you are so afraid of her." "I'm afraid of her?" Yang Kai was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, his hair standing on end. "What a joke." Ji Yao stared at Yang Kai and said, "That is to say, Big brother really did something wrong to her?" "No, don't talk nonsense." Yang Kai blushed and quickly picked up the cup, drinking water to hide his embarrassment. And Ruo Yun and the others were watching from the side. They looked at each other and nodded slightly, as if they had seen through something. Ji Yao sneered, "It's true." Then she said seriously, "Big brother, if you abandon a woman, I will definitely ignore you in the future." Yang Kai spat out a mouthful of tea and complained, "That's not true. Yao Er, why are you acting weird today?" Chapter 27:16. Ji Yao ignored him and turned to face the back of Yang Kai's head. Yang Kai put down his teacup, not knowing what to say. Speechless, he turned to look at Bing Yun and changed the topic. "Senior, are you looking for me for something?" Bing Yun nodded and said, "Do you know the High Sky sect?" "I seem to have heard of it." Yang Kai frowned and thought for a while before rubbing his palms. A sect in the Northern Territory. He hadn't been active in the Northern Territory for a long time, and his range of activities wasn't large. He didn't know much about the Northern Territory compared to the Southern Territory, so he didn't know much about the situation in the Northern Territory. The only ones he knew about were Ice Heart Valley and Seeking Passion Sect. When he first heard about the High Sky Sect and Fire Dragon Palace, he didn't react, but after thinking about it carefully, he immediately remembered that the heritage and strength of these two sects weren't much worse than Seeking Passion sects. They were also top sects in the Northern Territory with third-stage Emperor Realm Masters overseeing them. Yang Kai frowned and said, "Senior suddenly mentioned these two sects. Is there something I need to pay attention to?" He had established a sect in the Northern Territory, and since the High Sky Sect and Fire Dragon Palace were also top sects in the Northern Territory, they would definitely have to deal with each other in the future. There might even be some competition and friction. They weren't like Ice Heart Valley. Ice Heart Valley had a deep relationship with Yang Kai, so it was impossible for them to have conflicts. Bing Yun said, "In the entire star boundary, the Eastern Territory has the Serene Soul Great Emperor's Serene Soul Palace. The Southern Territory has the Bright Moon Great Emperor's Star Soul Palace, and even the Western Territory has the Night Shadow Great Emperor's Assassin Palace. All the top sects bow down to these Great Emperor's sects and obey their orders. Only in the Northern Territory, there are no Great Emperor's sects." "Why is that?" Yang Kai asked curiously. He hadn't considered this before. Now that he heard Bing Yun say this, he suddenly realized that it was true. Bing Yun shook his head and said, "I don't know either. Maybe it's because many places in the Northern Territory are too cold and not as rich in resources as other places. It's not suitable to start a sect." He paused for a moment before continuing. "However, although there are no Great Emperor's sects in the Northern Territory, there is one Great Emperor, and that is the Wondrous Pill Great Emperor." Yang Kai nodded slightly. He knew about this. The Wondrous Pill Great Emperors lived in the Medicine Pill Valley in the Northern Territory. Having said that, he had also obtained the inheritance left behind by the Great Emperor's third disciple, Gong Sun Mu. If not for that, Yang Kai wouldn't have had such an understanding of the star boundaries herbs. It was precisely because he obtained the jade slip and various pill recipes left behind by Gong Sun Mu that Yang Kai could be so proficient in the alchemic daub. However, when he obtained the inheritance, Gong Sun Mu placed a seal on his body. If he wanted to remove that seal, he would have to cultivate to the third-layer Emperor realm within 100 years. Otherwise, he would have to find the wondrous pill Great Emperors to remove it. Gong Sun Mu did this to let Yang Kai pass a message to the Great Emperors, telling him that he knew his mistake and asking the Great Emperors to accept him back into the sect. However, that seal hadn't caused any harm to Yang Kai for so many years, so he didn't pay any attention to it. Anyway, there was still a long time before the deadline, and he was confident that he could cultivate to the third-layer Emperor realm within 100 years. Naturally, there was no need to trouble the wondrous pill Great Emperors. Bing Yun said, "For so many years, the 4 top sects in the Northern Territory have maintained a balance. This queen has been missing for many years, and although Ice Heart Valley has been suppressed a little, it has been able to maintain its balance. Fortunately, it has been able to maintain its position. But now this balance has been broken. The broken balance was undoubtedly the destroyed Seeking Passion sect." Yang Kai raised his brow and said, "So what?" Bing Yun chuckled and said, "For my Ice Heart Valley, it's naturally nothing. Seeking Passion sect wanted to destroy my Ice Heart Valley, but they were destroyed instead. But for the High Sky sect and the Fire Dragon Palace, it's a problem." Yang Kai's expression turned sullen. "Do they want to cause trouble?" Bing Yun said, "You can destroy Seeking Passion sect, but it doesn't mean you can't destroy the High Sky sect and the Fire Dragon Palace. It's normal for them to be worried." "What do they want to do? Join forces to go against me?" Bing Yun smiled and said, "If the lips are gone, the teeth will feel cold. It's normal for them to work together for warmth. Recently, the 2 sects have been very close, so they may take some action." Yang Kai sneered, "Are they really not worried that I will destroy them?" Bing Yun said sternly, "Birds die in pursuit of food, and men die in pursuit of wealth. You destroyed Seeking Passion sect. Seeking Passion sect has such a huge foundation and tens of thousands of years of treasures. Anyone would be jealous of you. But that's not necessarily the case. Maybe they just joined forces to make you wary. Otherwise, you might be ambitious and want to unify the Northern Territory." "I don't have such thoughts," Yang Kai shook his head. He left behind the foundation of Seeking Passion's sect for the sake of the people of his homeland. How could he think about unifying the Northern Territory? Without the prestige of the Great Emperors, it was impossible to achieve such a thing. Bing Yun called Yang Kai over just to give him a reminder and had no other intentions. Seeing that he had his own plans, Bing Yun naturally didn't say anything more. Yang Kai suddenly seemed to remember something and said, "Last time, when Seeking Passion sect made things difficult for Ice Heart Valley, did these 2 sects contribute?" Bing Yun looked at him and asked, "What do you think?" Yang Kai understood that even if these 2 sects didn't contribute, they must have been secretly adding fuel to the fire. Otherwise, how could Seeking Passion sect have recruited so many helpers? Perhaps some of them were disciples of these 2 sects. Damn it! If I had known, I wouldn't have let them go so easily and would have investigated them thoroughly. High Sky sect and Fire Dragon Palace were both top sects in the Northern Territory, so they should have a lot of treasures. It was normal for great sects to fight openly and secretly. They helped Seeking Passion sect destroy Ice Heart Valley, so they obviously didn't care about balance. Now that Yang Kai had occupied Seeking Passion sect's territory and shown his strength, they were worried. "It's fine if they don't provoke me, but if they do, I'll teach them a lesson," Yang Kai swore in his heart. After staying in Ice Heart Valley for a while, Yang Kai took his leave. When he greeted Ji Yao, he didn't get a response, which made Yang Kai quite depressed. He didn't know what he had done to offend her. Walking out of the hall, Yang Kai saw snowflakes floating outside. Zhu Qing was wrapped in silver and didn't use her Emperor Qi to protect herself. Beside her was a snowman as tall as a person. It was extremely ugly. "You've been standing here all this time?" Yang Kai looked at her curiously. Although he had told her to wait here, he didn't tell her to just stand there. Zhu Qing didn't answer, instead pointing to the ugly snowman next to her and saying, "That's yours." "It's yours." Yang Kai rolled his eyes at her, kicked the snowman to pieces, and left with his hands behind his back. Zhu Qing turned around and followed him. Returning to the space array on the Ice Lake Island, Yang Kai saw the Southern Gate Army was still waiting there with a hesitant look on their faces. Yang Kai said angrily, "If you're a man, then be decisive. You'll never become a great man." The Southern Gate Army said angrily, "I'm an array grandmaster. How can you mock me like this?" Yang Kai sneered, pointing to the space array and saying, If you can set one up, I'll admit that you're an array grandmaster." The Southern Gate army was instantly silenced, his face turning red. Yongkai said impatiently, "Forget it. My High Heaven Palace doesn't need a half-baked array grandmaster like you." He turned around and stepped onto the space array. Suddenly, the Southern Gate army grabbed his clothes again. Yongkai turned to look at him. The Southern Gate army's face turned red. He raised a finger and said, 10 years. After 10 years, I'll leave the High Heaven Palace. Yongkai sneered and said, "You're still bargaining with me? 10 years it is. Any more and I'll forget about it." The Southern Gate army's face was resolute. "All right, 10 years it is. Come on up." Yongkai waved his hand. The Southern Gate army sighed heavily and stood on the space array dejectedly. He felt like he had been betrayed for no reason. His heart was very depressed. When he returned to the High Heaven Palace, he didn't see the three monster king. He didn't know where they went to find fun. There wasn't even a guard beside the space array. This made Yongkai frown. Although the space array he set up wouldn't have any problems, and it was impossible for it to be invaded, there should at least be someone guarding it. There should be a butler. Yongkai thought of a few people's faces and secretly made a decision. Find a place to stay. Yongkai ordered the Southern Gate army. The Southern Gate army nodded and said, "Oh right, Palace Master. What's my status in the High Heaven Palace? Didn't I tell you that you're the Chief Array Grand Master?" Yongkai waved his hand and said, "When you're free, walk around and take a look. If there's any array that needs to be strengthened or rearranged, feel free to do it." Okay. The Southern Gate army nodded vigorously. Yongkai turned around and pointed at Zhu Qing, saying, "You don't follow me?" The space array grandmaster fluctuated, and he disappeared in a flash. Zhu Qing stomped her feet and scanned with her divine sense, but she couldn't sense where Yongkai had gone. When they arrived at the palace on the main peak, Yongkai flashed into it and sat down cross-legged. Although there weren't many people in the High Heaven Palace now, it was still somewhat popular. The most important thing was that the path of puppetry and the path of array grandmasters were settled. When the disciples from their homeland came over in the future, they could learn these two skills. In the long run, whether it was the development of the High Heaven Palace itself or the growth of the disciples, it was greatly beneficial. As for the 10-year period mentioned by the Southern Gate army, Yongkai didn't take it to heart at all. Who knew what would happen in 10 years? When the time came, the Southern Gate army might not be able to leave even if they wanted to. Feeling refreshed, Yongkai took out a large number of high-rank source crystals from his space ring and piled them up beside him. Immediately, the world energy in the room began to roll. When one's strength reached the Emperor realm, the efficiency of cultivating with low-rank and mid-rank source crystals was too low. Only high-rank source crystals could be used. Now that Yongkai had more than 1 billion high-rank source crystals in his possession, he was simply filthy rich. What was a mere cultivation loss to him? A crackling sound came from his limbs and bones as his meridians and flesh wriggled. A massive amount of world energy poured into his body for Yongkai to refine and absorb. Not only that, but he also took out the golden armored heavenly book and divided his attention to refine it. The golden armored heavenly book was quite powerful. If he could refine it as soon as possible, it would help him improve his strength. In the future, he would have more means to deal with his enemies. Naturally, Yongkai wouldn't fall behind. It was just that refining this thing was quite laborious and couldn't be completed in a short time. Time passed little by little. As Yongkai breathed in and out, a steady stream of world energy poured into his body. His Emperor Qi and Divine Sense were also constantly invading the golden armored heavenly book, trying to leave his soul brand on it. Chapter 27:17. This refinement took 3 months. Opening his eyes, Yongkai's brow furrowed slightly. His progress in refining the golden armor heavenly book was quite good. Now that he had branded his soul brand into this Emperor artifact, he could activate several of its divine technique. Although he couldn't control the golden armor heavenly book like Tan Junhao could, he still had some means to deal with his enemies. What made him feel helpless was his own cultivation. He had clearly reached the peak of the First Order Emperor realm, and he clearly felt that he was 1 step away from the threshold of the Second Order Emperor realm. There was only a thin barrier left, but he just couldn't break through. After consuming millions of high-rank source crystals, his Emperor Qi had become more vigorous and pure, but his realm was still stagnant. Yang Kai wasn't in a hurry. The worst thing about cultivation was to rush things. He was still young and had a lot of time ahead of him. Compared to those from the Emperor realm who had lived for hundreds or thousands of years, he had a unique advantage that others couldn't compare to. Being young was naturally a form of capital. There was still a long way to go, so what was there to be anxious about? Hence, he temporarily put aside the matter of training and focused on managing Towering Palace. No matter what, he was the palace master of Towering Palace. Even though he did not have many disciples, there were still hundreds of people who were staying in the palace. As the master, he naturally had to be a good host and make arrangements for them so that they would feel at home. It would be best if he could make them stay in the palace with their hearts. Thinking so in his heart, Yang Kai found that he didn't know where to start. Back on Shadowed Star, when he established High Heaven Sect, he also stood aside and left everything to Yi Shiyun. He was used to being a hands-off manager and found that this kind of thing didn't suit him at all. In the end, he decided to go to Thousand Leaves Sect and take a look. Maybe he could ask Yi Hen for some experience. Everyone in Thousand Leaves Sect was now living on a main peak with a rich world energy aura. There were more than a dozen peaks like this in the entire High Heaven Palace. No one knew what this peak was called before, but now it was called Thousand Leaves Peak. It was just a name. No one cared. When he arrived, he found that everything was in order. The 500 disciples were either cultivating or exchanging pointers. Not a single one of the puppets was free. As the eldest brother, Du Xian held an altar on the main peak's plaza, explaining the essentials of the puppet technique. A group of Thousand Leaves Sect disciples with low cultivations listened in awe. Shaking their heads, their eyes were filled with worship. Yang Kai listened for a while, but he was confused. He had no idea what Du Xian was talking about. It didn't matter if they didn't understand. Perhaps many of these people would become disciples of the High Heaven Palace in the future. That little fatty who was shaking his head wasn't bad. With one look, one could tell that he was talented and intelligent. He should have his own understanding of the art of puppetry. When he matured a little more, he would tempt him with benefits. Now that she knew his feelings, she was not afraid that he would not bow his head and worship her. When he became a disciple of the High Heaven Palace, Yi Hen probably wouldn't say anything. The voices suddenly stopped. Du Xian shouted, "Brother Yang." Yang Kai didn't try to hide anything, and Du Xian didn't think that he was trying to steal Thousand Leaves Sect's Tao of puppetry. If Yang Kai really had such intentions, he could have left behind the ancestors' secret scriptures when he opened the Emperor Heaven Valley for the first time. Yang Kai smiled and nodded. "I'm just looking around." "You do what you need to do." Many of the disciples turned their heads around. They all stood up and bowed respectfully. "Greetings, Lord Yang." They were only able to cultivate here because of Yang Kai, and they knew that Yang Kai was the master of this place. How could they not be respectful when living under someone else's roof? Sit. Yang Kai waved his hand, feeling a little embarrassed. It was a crime for him to disturb their cultivation. But since he was already here, he couldn't just ignore them. He coughed lightly and said, "Have you all gotten used to living here recently?" Du Xian smiled. "This place is rich in spirit, qi, and talented people. How could we not get used to it? You don't know how satisfied the disciples are." Many of the disciples nodded vigorously, bright smiles appearing on their faces. Compared to the original Thousand Leaves Sect, this place was like the difference between heaven and earth. Cultivating here was much more efficient. "You'll get used to it," Yang Kai grinned. "Don't be so formal. Just treat this place as your own home." They wouldn't have any thoughts of leaving if they treated this place as their own home. "If you need anything, just look for Hua Qingxi. Sister Hua is now the head steward of the High Heaven Palace and is in charge of everything." "Thank you, Brother Yang," Du Xian said gratefully. "I'll have to trouble Master Hua in the future." Yang Kai smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Many of the disciples were extremely excited, feeling that Yang Kai's friendliness was unbelievable. This was the Emperor realm and a palace master at that, yet he didn't put on any airs at all and even called their eldest brother brother. Their gazes towards him became even more respectful, feeling that this was the magnanimity and breadth of mind that the Emperor realm should have. In the past, they had heard that the people of the Emperor realm were all arrogant and haughty, treating any cultivator below the Emperor realm like an ant and taking their lives at their whim. They weren't even worthy of carrying Lord Yang's shoes. "That's right." Du Xian suddenly clapped his hands and turned to the disciples, "Junior brother and junior sister. Haven't you been clamoring for this big brother to teach you some cultivation insights? It's not that this big brother doesn't want to teach you, but this big brother's strength is too low, so I'm afraid that I'll mislead you. Since Big Brother Yang is here today, why don't we ask Big Brother Yang to teach us some cultivation insights? Big Brother Yang is from the Emperor realm, so his insights are countless times better than mine. Everyone was stunned for a moment before they all cheered in unison. Yang Kai was dumbfounded, but I don't know anything about puppetry. Du Xian smiled. Cultivation has nothing to do with puppetry. Moreover, this little brother would like to ask Big Brother Yang to teach us a thing or two. I hope that Big Brother Yang won't be stingy with his guidance. Yang Kai was a little confused. Right, what was he doing here? Why was he suddenly being forced to teach some cultivation insights? He had just established an amiable image, so if he refused, wouldn't all his previous efforts go to waste? Lord Yang. Lord Yang. Lord Yang. The group of Thousand Leaves sect disciples shouted in unison, each of their eyes filled with anticipation and desire. Big Brother Yang, please tell us, Du Xian pleaded. All right, Yang Kai braced himself and agreed. Then I'll just tell you. Du Xian was overjoyed and hurriedly invited Yang Kai to the front while he turned around and sat down, looking up at the sky. Looking down at the group of cultivators with uneven cultivations, Yang Kai couldn't help but feel a little absent-minded as he swept his gaze across their young and tender faces. He had also gone through the same stages as them, growing stronger step by step until he finally reached the Emperor realm. However, he was different from them. After coming out of the central capital, he had no master or master to teach him. He struggled alone, often teetering on the edge of life and death. He encountered many evil people and noble people, sometimes turning misfortunes into blessings, sometimes turning misfortunes into blessings, sometimes turning misfortunes into blessings, living a life of his own. However, if he had a good master and friend on his path of growth, he might be able to avoid many detours. Would he actually be able to carve the mark of a good master and friend on his body one day? No matter how helpful his teachings were to these people today, when they recalled many years later, they would definitely remember him standing in front of them in this vast high heaven palace, under this lush Thousand Leaves peak, like a beacon guiding them on their path forward. He suddenly felt that his personality had become much greater. Originally, he didn't know what to say, but at this moment, his mind suddenly became unprecedentedly clear as he said, "A cultivator's cultivation is to cut through all obstacles and struggle against the heavens. There is only one word to describe it, the martial Tao." What is the Tao? The great Tao is 50, and the heavens give birth to 49. In this world, there are 3,000 cultivators who can prove the great Tao, and in the end, they all have the same path. Some say that war is the Tao, some say that technique is the Tao, and some say that flowers, plants, trees, and even the ants on the ground are the Tao. If you ask me, I am the Tao. Wherever I am, the Tao exists. His voice wasn't loud, but it clearly entered everyone's ears. It seemed to carry a mysterious charm that caused people to involuntarily fall into it. Following Yang Kai's words, a magnificent picture scrolls slowly unfurled in front of everyone. At times, it caused people's emotions to surge. At other times, it caused them to go wild with joy, and at other times, it caused them to feel lost and helpless. Yang Kai stood there, but he was the epitome of the countless cultivator who pursued the martial Tao. In one dazzling era after another, countless people stepped forward to seek the true meaning of the martial Tao. Originally, there were less than 100,000 Leaves sect disciples here. But as time passed, the crowd grew larger and larger. More and more people rushed over after hearing the voice, sitting down cross-legged and listening attentively. After an hour, almost 500 people had gathered in front of Yang Kai. Almost all of the Thousand Leaves sect disciples were gathered here, except for a few who were in seclusion and couldn't make it. Although Yang Kai didn't have a master to guide him, since he had come to the Emperor realm, he naturally had some of his own cultivation experience. However, he didn't impart his cultivation experience like Du Xian had begged him to do. Instead, his words flowed like a river, his thoughts unconstrained. Rather than saying that he was imparting his Tao to these people, it would be more accurate to say that he was explaining his own comprehension, searching for the elusive heavenly mysteries in his soliloquy. Some people understood what Yang Kai was saying and wore thoughtful expressions. Some people frowned, thinking that what Yang Kai said was a complete mess and completely irrelevant. But even so, They didn't dare to have the slightest doubt in their hearts. They just felt that their realms weren't high enough and couldn't comprehend what he was saying. They were secretly annoyed, thinking that the Emperor realm really was the Emperor realm. Even if they could understand what he was saying when separated, they would still be able to understand what he was saying, but when put together, they would seem mysterious and unfathomable. Walk your own path and become your own Tao. If you follow the path of others, you can only chase after the backs of others forever. Yang Kai wiped his mouth, looking like he hadn't had enough, yet as he looked around and said, "Does everyone understand?" The entire place fell silent. No one dared to say that they understood. The world energy suddenly surged as thunder and lightning flashed in the sky. Above Thousand Leaves Peak, black clouds covered the sky as a vortex of world energy suddenly formed, slowly gathering the world energy. "Oh, someone understands." Yang Kai turned his head to look at the peak and grinned. Chapter 27:18. Big Sister Hua, from today onwards, you are the chief steward of my high heaven palace. From the great elders to the disciples, they will all be under your command and obey your orders. Yang Kai patted Hua Qingxi's shoulder and looked at her seriously. Hua Qingxi's long eyelashes fluttered as she was a little dazed. Come. There are 200 million high-rank source crystals, 3 billion mid-rank source crystals, and 10 billion low-rank source crystals in this ring. There are also various materials. Take them first. These cultivation resources are also yours to distribute. A space ring was stuffed into Hua Qingxi's hand. Wait. Hua Qingxi frowned as she looked at Yang Kai and asked, "When did I become the chief steward of your high heaven palace?" She had only noticed the movement in Thousand Leaves Peak and wanted to go there to investigate, but she had encountered Yang Kai halfway and was stopped by him. He had stuffed a space ring full of resources into her hands and then said a bunch of strange things to her. I said, "From today onwards." Yang Kai looked at her solemnly, as if he was handing over the important task of maintaining the peace of the sect and leading it to glory. "Why would I become the chief steward?" Hua Qingxi said unhappily. Yang Kai said seriously, "I've thought about it carefully. Looking at the current high heaven palace, no one is more suitable for this position than you. Big Sister Hua, you should take on more responsibilities. This is a very important position, so don't disappoint this palace master." What high heaven palace? Hua Qingxi curled her lips. There aren't many people. Excluding the Thousand Leaves sect disciples who were temporarily staying here, the current high heaven palace only had the 3 Monster King as guest elders, Chiyu, Aio, and a few others. Yang Kai scratched his face. Everything is difficult at the beginning. There will be many people in the future. You should practice first. Who do you want to practice with? Hua Qingxi looked at him with disdain. Yang Kai pointed at Thousand Leaves sect. Aren't there a few hundred people over there? I'm not from the High Heaven Palace. Not now, but that doesn't mean it won't be in the future. Yang Kai chuckled. Hua Qingxi sized him up and said, "Oh, you're still thinking of stealing someone else's woman?" Yang Kai said with a straight face, "Don't talk nonsense. This palace master disdains such a despicable act. It's just that people strive for greater heights, and water flows to lower places. This is the norm in the world. When the time comes, if he really wants to stay and become a disciple of the High Heaven Palace, then I couldn't refuse. Of course, if Big Sister Hua can keep the entire Thousand Leaves sect here, that would be even better." Hua Qingxi nodded. "What you said makes sense. Thousand Leaves sect's Tao of puppetry is indeed extraordinary. It's a wonderful thing." Yang Kai was overjoyed. "You also think it makes sense, don't you? Then I'll leave this task to you." "All right, I have nothing to do recently anyway, so I'll give it a try. But where should I start?" Yang Kai pursed his lips. "Didn't I just give you so many source crystals? Throw them at them. They just suffered a calamity and need a lot of source crystals for their cultivation. With source crystals, there's no need to be afraid that they won't submit." Hua Qingxi glared at him. "Your source crystals didn't grow on trees. How can you just give them to them for free? However, if they can make some contributions to the High Heaven Palace, perhaps I can reward them with some source crystals." Good. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Big Sister Hua had just taken over the role of chief steward, yet she had already entered the zone. She knew that she had to think about the High Heaven Palace and himself. Sure enough, he had not misjudged her. Moreover, she came from Star Soul Palace, so she was much more familiar with the management of a large sect than anyone else. It was best for her to manage the early development of the High Heaven Palace. Do what you think is best. This palace master will allow you to act as you see fit. Yang Kai said happily. Hua Qingxi snorted. If I do this well, I will be rewarded. If you want a horse to run, you have to make it eat grass. Good. When the time comes, you can have whatever reward you want, Yang Kai readily agreed. I'll remember what you said. Hua Qingxi pursed her lips and smiled before turning to look in the direction of Thousand Leaf Peak. Is Yi Hen about to break through to the Emperor Realm? Who else could it be? Yang Kai also looked in that direction. Above Thousand Leaf Peak, world energy was converging as the dance of wild dragons crashed down. The momentum was astonishing. Hua Qingxi asked curiously. I remember that Yi Hen just entered seclusion not long ago. How could he suddenly have such a breakthrough? Perhaps he has found his own Tao. Yang Kai smiled faintly. His own Tao. Hua Qingxi pondered for a moment before her eyes flashed. I'll go take a look. Do you want to come? Yang Kai shook his head. He had just returned from that place and knew about Yi Hen's situation, so there was no need for him to investigate. However, it was also good for Hua Qingxi to go take a look. As the chief steward of the High Heaven Palace, it was a good time to win over the hearts of the people when Yi Hen was about to break through to the Emperor Realm. 5 Sacred Peak. The main peak where Guizhou Qiyu and the others currently resided. The so-called 5 Sacred Peaks were naturally their 5 sworn brothers and sisters. Although Chai, whose whereabouts were unknown, Guizhou and the others had not forgotten his location. When Yang Kai arrived, the 4 of them seemed to be in seclusion. When the 4 of them first met Yang Kai in Sky Crane City, they were only in the First Order Tao Source realm. After a few years of cultivation in Thousand Leaves Sect, they had reached the peak of the First Order Tao Source realm. After all, Thousand Leaves Sect did not have a very good cultivation environment. 5 Sacred Peaks environment was extraordinary, even better than Thousand Leaves Peak. The peak was extremely tall and majestic, and only the 4 of them resided there. It was like a dragon returning to the sea, giving off an indescribable sense of freedom. Yang Kai released his divine sense and let the 4 of them sense it. His figure flickered as he arrived at a palace on the peak. Although no one cleaned this palace all year round, it was still spotless due to the protection of the spirit array. Not long after, one figure after another shot in from the outside. Palace Master. The 4 of them cupped their fists. Although Qiyu and Ai were technically Yang Kai's seniors, since they had already entered the High Heaven Palace, they naturally had to abide by the rules of the High Heaven Palace. Sit. Yang Kai called out before sitting down cross-legged on the floor of the palace. The 4 of them glanced at each other, but did not pay him any mind and sat down on the floor, forming a circle. Yang Kai casually shook his hand and sent 4 space rings flying towards the 4 of them. There are 20 million high-rank source crystals, 100 million mid-rank source crystals, 1 billion low-rank source crystals, and some spirit pills I refined. Take these and cultivate. If you don't have enough, you can go find Hua Qingxi. She still has some source crystals, Yang Kai explained. The eyes of the 4 lit up, and they did not hesitate to put the space rings away. They were all people who had come from the same territory as Yang Kai, so there was naturally no need for them to be polite. However, they were still shocked by Yang Kai's generosity. All these years, they had been vexed by the lack of cultivation resources. Even if they were to stay in Thousand Leaves Sect, they could not obtain too many cultivation resources. However, Yang Kai was able to easily give away such a huge amount of resources. Compared to him, the 4 of them were as poor as beggars. With such a large amount of source crystals, they would not be able to use it all up even if they cultivated for dozens or hundreds of years. All of them were very excited and felt that the hard times were finally over. All of you came to the star boundary with me and have suffered a lot over the years, causing your cultivations to fall behind. Now, all you need to do is seize the opportunity to improve. There is no need to worry about anything else. Otherwise, when the people from the star boundary arrive, all of you don't want to be surpassed by them. How is that possible? That group of brats. Aio curled his lips in disdain. In the territory of the star boundary, he was one of the strongest masters. Even if the people from the star boundary really came, there was no reason for them to cultivate faster than him. Qiyu smiled. Second brother, don't be so sure. Yongkai's cultivation speed is much faster than ours. Aio looked embarrassed. Who can compare to him? They had all come to the star boundary together, but Yongkai was now a First-Order Emperor Realm Master, while they were still in the First-Order Dao Source Realm. There was an entire Great Realm gap between them. Could it be that they did not have enough cultivation resources? When it comes to cultivation, you can't rush it. Gu Songyun smiled bitterly. Guizhu also nodded. Yongkai continued. That is why I have prepared a big gift for all of you. The four of them pinched the space rings in their hands and asked suspiciously, Isn't this? Yongkai chuckled meaningfully and stretched out his hand, grabbing at the void. Immediately, several large banners filled with yin qi appeared in his hand. These banners were filled with yin qi, and the sound of ghosts crying and wolves howling could be heard, causing everyone to feel uncomfortable. Only Guizhu's eyes flickered as he said in surprise, This is the Netherworld Purgatory banners of the Eastern Territories Netherworld sect. Yongkai explained. The Netherworld Purgatory banners in his hand were the spoils of war he obtained from killing the Netherworld sect disciples. One of them was even an Emperor artifact, a relic of the Netherworld sect elder Hua Fei Chun. Although the others were not Emperor artifacts, they were still Dao Source grade. Netherworld sect disciples would cultivate the Netherworld Purgatory banners with their hearts and souls from the moment they entered the sect. It could be said that this thing was their lifebound artifact. If the banner was destroyed, they would die. This thing was useless in the hands of others, but it was different in the hands of Guizhu. Yongkai did not know what secret art Guizhu cultivated, but it was definitely similar to the Netherworld sect's secret art. Guizhu's artifact was the 10,000 soul banner, which was similar to the Netherworld Purgatory banners. Therefore, Yongkai had been keeping these Netherworld Purgatory banners, waiting for the day he could give them to Guizhu to help him improve his strength. Trembling, Guizhu took the Netherworld Purgatory banners from Yongkai's hands. The ghost chi on his body suddenly surged and his flickering eyes became much brighter. Although he had never cultivated the Netherworld sect's secret arts, he could feel that these Netherworld Purgatory banners would be of great use to him. And these, Yongkai took out a few jade slips and handed them to Guizhu. Guizhu took them curiously and scanned them with his divine sense. He was pleasantly surprised. Good. With these, this old master will be able to break through to the second-order Dao Source realm in a few days. These jade slips recorded none other than some of the Netherworld sect's secret arts, which were very suitable for Guizhu. If they complemented each other with the Netherworld Purgatory banners, Guizhu's strength would skyrocket in a very short time. You're tuning in to the Maze Sword of Destiny YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.